Chapter 8, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Airfield Maintenance and Camp Construction. Airmen from the 21st Special Tactics Squadron evaluated the runway's condition each day, while sailors from Navy Mobile Construction Battalion 133 continued to carry out necessary repairs. At first, the Seabees operated in 12-hour shifts during daylight hours. However, as the runway continued to deteriorate, it became necessary to maintain a standby night crew to service the airfield between C-17 flights. Lieutenant Clifford Smith recalled that occasionally only 2 aircraft would come in and the extra work would not be required. On at least half the evenings, however, the Air Force Combat Control Team would receive a report of poor conditions from the pilots and then radio the Seabees to run their graders down the runway and knock down the ruts and do what they could to stabilize the runway for the next C-17 coming in. To facilitate their airfield maintenance effort, and because some of their equipment was experiencing problems burning the JP-4 fuel, the Seabees had 2 additional graders flown into FOB Rhino during early December. Procuring enough bulk water to spray down the runway on a regular basis proved to be the most critical aspect of maintaining the airfield. Although the cistern at FOB Rhino contained approximately 30,000 gallons, the Seabees estimated that they needed around 5,000 gallons per day to keep the airfield operating. With approximately a 6-day supply on hand, the Seabees developed 2 strategies for conserving water. First, they focused their efforts on 4 soft spots that encompassed approximately 1,600 feet of runway, rotating coverage from one area to another on a 4-day cycle. Second, they excavated clay-bearing soils from a trench located approximately 65 feet from the runway to reinforce the roughest spots. Around 3 December, the Marines realized that they had to locate an additional water source and considered the prospect of employing a CB well drilling team. Although practical, this required 3 C-17 flights and approximately 2 weeks to coordinate strategic airlift, assemble the drilling apparatus, and then drill down 200 feet to hit water, 600 feet to reach potable water. These constraints limited pumping operations to only 10 days before the task force intended to close the desert base at the end of the month. The 15th MEU logistics officer suggested that the task force fly water into Rhino in 500-gallon blivets, collapsible rubber storage systems. General Mattis liked the timeliness of this option and directed the Expeditionary Unit to coordinate the first shipment to arrive the following day. Thereafter, water resupply flights arrived almost every night from Jacobabad on board C-17 transports. On average, the Air Force flew about 2,000 gallons of water per day, but on several occasions the Marines received up to 4,200 gallons. The Seabees also addressed the problem of billowing dust clouds created by helicopter landings and takeoffs. Referred to as brownouts, these dense screens obscured the pilot's observation and raised the danger of aircraft accidents. Although Task Force 58 discussed the possibility of using AM2 aluminum matting to surface the helicopter pads, the airlift required to fly in a sufficient quantity of the 2-foot by 12-foot sheets, each weighing 144 pounds, precluded its employment. As an expedient solution, the Seabees and air crews recovered a number of metal forms and rebar that the previous occupants had left behind and staked these over the landing pads. The sheets, 3 feet by 5 feet or smaller and weighing 80 to 120 pounds, helped to reduce the dust but did not eliminate it. Several aviators trained by Marine Aviation Weapons and Tactics Squadron 1, MAWTS 1, suggested another solution to the dust problem. They recommended EnviroTac 2 Dust Palliative, an environmentally safe product nicknamed Gorilla Snot that Marines used at airfields in 29 Palms, California and Yuma, Arizona. Unfortunately, after procuring the product in the United States, they encountered coordination problems and a 3-week shipping delay when attempting to send the material into theater by Federal Express and other commercial transportation providers. When the palliative finally arrived and Seabees were able to apply the first treatment on 11 December, the Marines at Rhino were already encountering a serious water shortage. This presented two serious dilemmas. First, employment of the concentrated substance, renamed Rhino Snot, required that the Marines mix it with 3 times the same amount of water. Second, the glue-like mixture continuously clogged the water truck's pump and lines, threatening to damage the distribution system. The Seabees had no other option but to balance their use of available water between airfield maintenance and dust reduction and keep a close watch on the water pump. The Seabees also assisted in numerous construction projects around FOB Rhino. Although their bulldozer was not necessarily meant for airfield maintenance, Task Force 58 realized that this piece of heavy earth-moving equipment would be advantageous for numerous tasks. Running it from dawn to dusk each day, they created earthen berms around the refueling and ammunition supply points, excavated trash pits, and built vehicle obstacles for the Marines. Scrounging for materials around camp, carpenters also built map and surgical tables and even gun racks for the Australians. One of the Seabees' most appreciated contributions was the construction of an expedient outhouse, affectionately known as a 4-hole burnout. The Marines and sailors had initially relieved themselves in a series of shallow, 30-foot-long slit trenches that they had excavated behind the camp with a backhoe. Some personnel would simply lean over the opening, while others would climb into the trench and lean back against the 3-foot-high wall. The Seabees built a small shack with 4 holes covered by toilet seats and separated by vertical dividers. Then they placed cut-off 55-gallon drums underneath the holes, made it accessible by a small door placed at the base of the shack to collect the waste. Periodically, the Marines would pull the drums out, mix the contents with diesel fuel and gasoline, and then burn it. The burnout precluded the need to dig additional slit trenches, provided a degree of comfort and privacy, and significantly enhanced the sanitary conditions at Rhino. Ongoing events. Forward Operating Base Impala. On 30 November, the same day its Forward Control Element and Maritime Special Purpose Force began to return from Exercise Noble Shirley, the 26th MEU began planning for the assumption of continued operations at the Forward Refueling Point and Transload Site at Forward Operating Base Impala, FOB Impala, in Shamsi, Pakistan. A small site survey team went forward the next day to identify personnel and equipment requirements at the airfield, followed on 4 December by the main body. Composed of personnel from each of the MEU's 4 major subordinate elements, this delegation raised the total number of Marines and sailors at the base to 98. The largest contingent was provided by a provisional rifle platoon from Battery K, 10th Marines, Battalion Landing Team 36s, BLT 36s, Artillery Attachment. Led by First Lieutenant Stephen M. Grimm, the battery's executive officer, the artillerymen were responsible for securing the refueling facility and billeting area while the Pakistani military manned 2 outer cordons around the airfield itself. Within hours of arriving, the Marines relieved the Army's initial security force, began improving their fortified fighting positions, and settled into a 4-phase daily routine. 6 hours standing post, 6 hours on the reaction force, 6 hours improving positions, and 6 hours of rest. The same day, Marines from MEU Service Support Group 26, MSSG 26, began running throughput operations into southern Afghanistan. With such a hectic schedule, there was little time to enjoy the cots, climate-controlled tents, exercise equipment, and morale tent with television that the other services had imported. On 5 December, the remaining Marines from Exercise Noble Shirley rejoined the Baton Arg at sea. Australian Special Air Service. The advance party of the Australian Special Air Service, ASAS, detachment, call sign Task Force 64, arrived at FOB Rhino in late November, followed by its main body on 4 December. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Peter Gilmore, The Australians served under the tactical control of Task Force 58 and enabled the Marines to bolster their combat power while remaining within the confines of Central Command's force cap. One small but significant advantage, particularly during the early days of the operation, was that they brought an initial supply of rations, ammunition, and fuel for their 13 long-range patrol vehicles, Land Rovers with extended beds. When Colonel Gilmore met with General Mattis the morning following his arrival, the Marine commander provided a broad overview of what was going on in southern Afghanistan and explained how he intended to employ the Australians as a long-range screening and reconnaissance force. Their first task would be to conduct a patrol covering a 15-mile swath around the forward operating base that would help map and clear the Marines' immediate operating area. As described by author Ian McPhedran, who chronicled the ASAS experience in Afghanistan, once the Australians had proved themselves to General Mattis and the coalition forces, the ASAS patrols began fanning out from Rhino in search of Taliban and al-Qaeda strongholds and training camps, weapons caches, supply routes, and a myriad of other tasks, which included getting to know the local tribal people. They patrolled extensively around Kandahar, which still lay in Taliban hands, and across into the Helmand Valley close to the Iranian border. The patrols were mostly covert, and troops would establish a hide, another name for an OP, and spend several days observing and reporting. These missions were likely similar to those conducted by the Force Reconnaissance Marines toward the Helmand River to the northwest and the British Special Air Service to the south. Lieutenant Colonel Bourne described them as small teams moving around looking for targets, watching the general flow of the population, trying to sort out who's who. The hardest part of the whole mission, he said, was determining who were the good guys, the bad guys, or anything in between. AH-1W helicopter mishap. Extreme operating conditions continued to challenge the aircrews and aircraft operating in Afghanistan, resulting in a series of aircraft mishaps beginning in early December. During a 5 December dawn patrol around 0620, an AH-1W Super Cobra from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 365, HMM 365, experienced a hard landing in a dry lake bed approximately 6 miles south of Fob Rhino. The aircraft remained in the field overnight, surrounded by security forces from BLT-36's Combined Anti-Armor Platoon, while mechanics waited for spare parts to arrive. The next day, pilots flew the damaged helicopter back to the forward operating base and then on to the Bataan for more substantial repairs. Special Operating Forces Medical Evacuation. Around 0930 on 5 December, as members of Operational Detachment Alpha 574, codenamed Texas 12, and Hamid Karzai's small band of southern Pashtun fighters were battling Taliban forces approximately 5 miles north of Kandahar, the attached Tactical Air Control Party requested support from a circling Boeing B-52 Stratofortress bomber as part of an ongoing air attack against several Taliban seen outside a nearby cave complex. Tragically, after an airman replaced the failed batteries in his portable lightweight global positioning system, GPS, receiver, the device initialized to transmit its current location, rather than the location of the designated target, and the Air Force Combat Controller inadvertently directed a 2,000-pound GBU-31 bomb to the coalition force's own position. Although Karzai was only slightly injured by glass shards from a shattered window, the errant bomb killed 3 American and 5 Afghan soldiers and wounded another 20 Americans and 18 Afghans. Later, another American and at least 1 additional Afghan soldier would die while receiving medical treatment. This unfortunate friendly fire incident produced the first American military fatalities of the war. Army Lieutenant Colonel David Fox, with Special Operations Command and Control Team 52 near Kandahar, and Army Colonel John Mulholland at Task Force Dagger's headquarters in Uzbekistan, each requested aerial medical evacuation support for their injured soldiers. Task Force 58 was the closest coalition force with suitable aircraft in Afghanistan, but conflicting initial reports indicated that the Special Forces had received hostile mortar fire and suffered between 4 and 40 casualties. Although sensitive to the team's plight, Marines were hesitant to rush helicopters headlong into an ongoing firefight occurring during daylight hours and located approximately 100 miles from their forward operating base without a confirmed report of the tactical situation. The delay in casualty evacuation, summarized several medical officers in an unofficial after-action report, was the result of the loss of communications with the ground personnel, the lack of security in the area, and aircraft mechanical delays. 2 Navy MH-53J rescue helicopters attached to the Joint Special Operations Task Force eventually responded to the request from Pakistan, filled their aircraft with dead and wounded soldiers, and headed toward Fob Rhino. After taking on fuel from an airborne Air Force Lockheed HC-130PN combat rescue tanker, the flight reached the Marine base around 1400. Meanwhile, as more information became available, it gradually became apparent that the explosion had involved errant air support. Colonel Waldhauser later remarked that there was initially a great deal of confusion regarding the state of friendly forces north of Kandahar. In order to find out what had really happened, he spoke personally with Colonel Mulholland on the telephone. After learning the casualties and augmentation requirements around 12:17, he consulted with Lieutenant Colonel James Levine, his Air Combat Element Commander, and made the decision to land a recovery force. He recalled, "This was difficult, but we had to do something. We just could not say no to this request." Around 1315, Colonel Levine launched 2 of Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163's, HMM 163's, Super Stallions, escorted by a section of Super Cobras. These Marine helicopters carried doctors, Air Force pararescue medics, Special Forces reinforcements from Operational Detachments 570 and 525, and Command and Control Element 540. After arriving at Helicopter Landing Zone Pelican around 1445, aircraft crews evacuated 7 wounded Afghans to Fob Rhino, returning to the base at approximately 1611 hours. Medical facilities at Fob Rhino were located in an abandoned warehouse within the walled compound at the south end of the runway. The Health and Service Support Detachment from 15th MU operated the traditional battalion aid station, manned by a medical officer, a medical service corps officer, and 14 corpsmen. They were augmented by the Shock Trauma Platoon from 1st Medical Battalion, which provided resuscitation and stabilization capabilities as well as an operating room section. The operating room, situated in a floored tent immediately adjacent to the warehouse, contained tables for 2 12-man surgical teams. Although the trauma platoon had just arrived the preceding evening, they had already conducted a mass casualty drill in preparation for the emergency they were about to face. At the end of the day, Navy and Marine helicopter crews evacuated 41 patients to Fob Rhino for triage and treatment. Shortly after their arrival around 1430, members of the Joint Medical Evacuation Aviation Unit immediately transferred 17 of the Americans to Air Force C-130s and flew them to the Air Force Hospital in Sib, Oman, which provided the theater's major surgical capability. Due to the current political situation, theater commanders decided that U.S. personnel would be transported to Sib and that Camp Rhino medical personnel would treat the Afghan nationals. Marines subsequently transported the remaining 2 Americans, 1 killed in action and the other mortally wounded, as well as the 20 Afghans to the medical area for initial attention. Although reporters were eager to learn details of the unfolding tragedy, Marines at Fob Rhino kept an increasingly frustrated media contingent at bay. This apparently resulted in complaints that reached the highest echelons at the Pentagon, for Secretary Rumsfeld addressed the issue at the beginning of the following day's news briefing. "I understand there is concern about the access that was afforded journalists in the vicinity of the incident. We are mindful of the sensitivities of families back home who may not know that an incident has occurred, and we prefer they not learn about something like that until they have been advised by the department. We do remain committed to the principle that the media should have access to both the good and bad in this effort. The people on the ground, in the Marine Corps, have acknowledged that they have not handled the matter perfectly, and they're in the process of reviewing their procedures. After medical personnel had stabilized the patients, around 21:15, Marine air crews from HMM 163 flew the Afghan fighters to amphibious ships off the Pakistani coast for follow-on care. The transfer took approximately 5 hours because the CH-53 helicopters needed to refuel en route and one of the aircraft experienced mechanical problems. In the latter case, quick-thinking pilots narrowly averted another tragedy when one of the helicopters sucked debris into its air intake shortly after takeoff. The aircraft steadily lost engine power while hovering over the airfield, compelling the pilots to jettison full drop tanks before conducting an emergency landing. Once safely back on the ground, the Marines quickly loaded the patients on board another CH-53 that departed immediately for the ships. Ground crews at FOB Rhino hastily cleaned up the crash site, preparing for the evening's continuing airlift of supplies and equipment. Adding to the confusion, at around 21:24, an Air Force C-130 transport departing the apron at the Marine base struck the rotor blade of a CH-53 helicopter parked nearby. After inspecting their slightly damaged wing, the C-130 crew determined that the aircraft was still flyable and continued with their mission. Unfortunately, the Marine helicopter sustained more extensive damage and was grounded for several days while mechanics completed the necessary repairs to bring it back online. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ongoing events continued. The USS Peleliu and Bataan each received 10 Afghan casualties. Both vessels functioned as casualty and treatment ships, maintaining 2 functional operating rooms augmented by a fleet surgical team. Within 60 hours of the patient's arrival, medical personnel logged more than 100 hours in the 4 operating rooms. Surgeons on board the Peleliu performed 36 limb-saving and life-saving procedures, while another group on board the Bataan performed 29. After witnessing the medical teams in action, Captain Jazierski remarked that this was the best medical evolution I have ever seen. On 11 December, 6 of the Afghan fighters were apparently transferred from the Bataan to the hospital in Sib-Oman for continued medical treatment, although other sources indicate that 3 remained aboard the ship and 5 were evacuated to Landstuhl, Germany. One unexpected issue developed due to cross-cultural misunderstanding on the first night of the evacuation. After one of the Afghan fighters died while being treated at FOB Rhino, Colonel Waldhauser made a pragmatic decision to transfer his body to the morgue on board the Peleliu until he could inquire how the Afghans wanted to handle the remains. Only later that evening, after updating General Mattis on the day's events, did he realize that the deceased were not supposed to leave Afghan soil. At Mattis's direction, Marines returned the body to FOB Rhino on 8 December, interred the soldier with military honors, and marked his grave with an appropriate headstone. Special Operating Forces subsequently informed the Afghan forces of the grave's location. On 1 February 2002, authorities exhumed the fighter's remains, which they flew to Kandahar and returned to his family. Later, Colonel Waldhauser remarked that evacuating the wounded Afghan was probably the right decision because medical facilities at the forward operating base were already strained. 2 of the 3 linguists attached only days earlier to Task Force 58 served as interpreters for medical staff and their patients on board the Peleliu. Corporal Christopor Budagian, originally a rifleman serving with the 1st Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, was of Armenian descent and spoke Dari. He had taken the language test prior to the global war on terrorism to qualify for extra monthly pay. Lance Corporal Athar Zulfikar, originally a rifleman serving with the 5th Marines, was of Pakistani descent and spoke Urdu. He was partially motivated to volunteer for the language program by the backlash of anti-Muslim sentiment he experienced following the terrorist attacks on 11 September. Neither of the young Marines was ready for the shock he received when the wounded were brought on board the ship, and both vividly described the disturbing scene. Here is how Corporal Zulfikar remembered it. We were waiting in the emergency room, and I was looking at about 30 medical staff, just standing around. I was imagining one guy walking in through the door, or maybe somebody with his hand messed up. The next thing, the doors open up and these 11 people were brought in with amputated arms or legs. I mean, a 16-year-old boy didn't even have an arm no more. And an old guy, he was missing a piece of the side of his head. There was no skin. And another old person who was brought in, he was about 40-something, and he had shrapnel toward his face, like when it blew up. And he had no teeth. He had no teeth in his mouth. I mean, it was a shock. I didn't expect that much, but I told myself to be strong and try to do the best I could. And here is Corporal Budagian's account. That was my first time seeing that kind of stuff. I mean, the guy had a piece of bone on his head. His ear was like falling down. Saw a lot of flesh and blood and just people peeing on themselves and shitting on their racks and stuff like that. It smelled pretty bad. I just wanted to help, so I didn't really care. Although most of the Afghan fighters spoke Pashto, several understood Dari, and there was enough overlap with Urdu for Corporal Budagian and Lance Corporal Zulfikar to communicate with them. They assisted the medical personnel by reassuring the patients, asking questions, and conveying requests. Hey, you're safe here. How do you feel? Or, he wants to see your hand. The interpreters continued to visit with the Afghans while they were recovering, striking up friendships and even praying with them on occasion. Zulfikar explained that the tribesmen had never seen a large body of water before and constantly asked, "Why does this house keep rocking?" They were both amazed and intimidated when the Marines took them up to the ship's hangar bay and showed them the ocean a week later. Although the fighters enjoyed their experience on board ship, as they recovered, each expressed a desire to return to Afghanistan. On 20 December, 9 of the soldiers were repatriated at Kandahar Airport during a ceremony presided over by Commander Sharzai. Night of the Camel. On 5 December, the same night as the medical evacuation and C-130 mishap, Marines at FOB Rhino received an unwelcome caller. As Company B staged its equipment and prepared to join a task force then heading north toward Highway 1, Captain Whitmer heard the sound of an M16 rifle being fired at a lone camel that had wandered into their perimeter. Although the animal presented no threat on its own, the Marines had learned that Afghan rebels had occasionally strapped explosives to donkeys or camels during the Soviet-Afghan War and sent them toward the Russian lines before detonation. Frightened by the gunfire, the camel ran toward Company C sector and received fire from that unit before returning to Company B's position. The entire base was on full alert by this time, with many trying to identify the source and nature of the threat. As the animal ran down the battalion's frontage, the number of Marines firing at the beast increased, raising the unwelcome possibility of a friendly fire incident. Fortunately, the camel eventually walked off into the desert and the firing ceased. Several Marines watching the animal depart through night vision goggles and thermal sights detected a heat signature and speculated that the animal was lying wounded forward of the front lines. However, patrols conducted the following day failed to discover anything but the animal's tracks. Maritime Interdiction Operations. On 4 December, Admiral Moore issued his planning guidance for operations designed to interdict the movement of Taliban and al-Qaeda leaders then believed to be operating in the North Arabian Sea. On the same day, the commander of Task Group 50.6 published his concept of operations for a visit, board, search, and seizure operation directed against the maritime vessel Kota Sejara, suspected of transporting al-Qaeda terrorists and illegal weapons. The next day, Task Group 50.6 assumed operational control of Navy and Marine Corps personnel on board the USS Shreveport, including members of BLT-36, Companies L and Headquarters, MSSG-26, and SEAL Team 8. The raid force seized the ship, which was steaming off the coast of Karachi, Pakistan, the following day, but subsequent searches failed to locate the suspected fighters or weapons. A Night to Remember. Around 1925 on 6 December, the 81mm mortar forward observer attached to Company C approached Captain Fallon, who was then walking the front lines and checking on his Marines. He informed the commander that he had seen lights flashing west of the company's position and north of the forward operating base. Fallon turned in that direction and saw the intermittent flashes, which looked to him like someone using a white lens flashlight to send signals every couple of minutes. Company B noticed lights in their sector around the same time that appeared to be communicating with those seen in Company C's area. After ordering his Marines to stand to, Captain Fallon headed down to the company command post and radioed a report of the sighting to battalion headquarters, providing an appropriate grid coordinate for the potential enemy location. Because Lieutenant Colonel Bourne was in the light armored reconnaissance and combined anti-armor teams' sectors at the time, Fallon spoke with Major James R. Parrington, Battalion Landing Team 11's executive officer, who had control of the Combat Operations Center. Parrington put the battalion on full alert while they attempted to determine the scope and nature of the unfolding events. Although no lights had been seen in Company A's sector, the radio watch woke Captain Putman, who listened intently to the dialogue between Captain Fallon and Major Parrington. After ordering his own unit to stand to and then waiting for the platoons to inform him when all their Marines were at 100% alert, he passed on what information he had gleaned from the conversation. Here's the situation. We got a fire team-sized force in front of Charlie Company potentially scouting their lines or scouting some sort of passage to get to the aircraft that are parked at Camp Rhino. Then he pulled in his observation posts and had the 60mm mortar section prepare to fire on targets in front of 3rd Platoon's position, which abutted Company C's left flank. Captain Fallon was now in radio contact with 15th MU headquarters, which asked what he wanted to do. After explaining that he had designated several pre-planned targets over the enemy's positions, they gave him permission to fire. Fallon then explained his intentions to the fire support team leader, who replied, "No problem, here's the target." The forward observer subsequently placed the call for fire with the 81mm mortar platoon, situated behind 3rd Platoon Company A, and followed that with a request for additional support from the company's organic 60mm mortar section. Adding to the confusion, at around 23:30, a UH-1N Huey helicopter, then launching to support interdiction operations to the north along Highway 1, crashed along the runway and burst into flames. By this time in the operation, Cobra and Huey crews from both the 15th and 26th MUs were flying daily reconnaissance missions in support of FOB Rhino, to include pre-dawn and post-dusk perimeter patrols. A combination of dust and darkness apparently disoriented the pilots while pulling away from the helipad. The accident was understandably disconcerting to those at FOB Rhino, who simultaneously worried about the safety of the aircrew and wondered if hostile forces had succeeded in downing one of their aircraft. Flames quickly engulfed the helicopter and ammunition began to explode as the Hulk burned down to a lump of molten metal. Fortunately, all 4 of the crew members survived with only minor injuries. This was due in no small part to the efforts of quick-thinking support personnel, who braved the fire to rescue their comrades and moved a parked fuel truck away from the crash site. Back on the front lines where the rifle companies were facing a potential attack, Captain Putman was concerned that the fire would distract his Marines and ruin their night vision. He recalled that he was constantly on the hook with his platoon commanders, telling them to get their platoons up and to make sure they were facing outboard. Once they received word that the aircrew was safe, the Marines' curiosity passed. Forward of the perimeter, the night remained pitch black. Although Captain Fallon was initially concerned that the darkness would impede the mortarmen's accuracy, the illumination and high explosive rounds hit their target. Before long, an orbiting Navy P-3 confirmed the enemy's presence. It provided a live video feed that enabled staff in the 15th MEU's Combat Operations Center to watch as approximately 10 individuals dismounted from a truck and began moving down a wash leading toward the south end of the runway. Fallon again spoke with Major Parrington, who said, "Hey, we're sending a section of CAT, Combined Anti-Armor, up to you." After breaking radio contact, Fallon called for a second fire mission, directing the 81mm mortars to fire on a grid coordinate provided by the P-3's crew. The section showed up at Company C's position shortly thereafter, led by First Lieutenant Gary K. Kuhn, the Combined Anti-Armor Platoon Commander from Weapons Company BLT-36. Captain Fallon directed the vehicles to a position along his perimeter and told the crews to observe the target area with their anti-tank missile sights. Meanwhile, he had the Javelin gunners observing the area with their weapons thermal sights from another target reference point. With the anti-armor gunners now in position, Fallon called for a third illumination mission from the 81mm mortar platoon, this time asking that they adjust their last shot. Then, he said, we launched the CAT to go reconnoiter what was out there. First Lieutenant William M. Lennon in BLT-36's Light Armored Reconnaissance Platoon, then refueling after returning from a 30-hour patrol to retrieve several disabled vehicles operating along Highway 1 to the north, also sent 3 light armored vehicles, carrying a 25mm cannon and both pintle and coaxial mounted 7.62 machine guns, forward that night to reconnoiter the area in front of the battalion's lines. Once the anti-armor teams were forward of the front lines with eyes on the area, Captain Fallon asked Lieutenant Kuhn if he wanted additional illumination from the company's 60mm mortars. The lieutenant responded affirmatively and radioed back a grid coordinate to target. Fallon passed the location to the 60mm crews and told them to fire for effect. Meanwhile, Company B requested 81mm mortar fire to illuminate movement they were observing in their sector. Kuhn called in 2 sequential adjust fire missions, each time correcting to the right in an effort to illuminate the opposing forces. At this point, Captain Fallon recalled, "I decided that things weren't working out. Let's skip the mortars and go with the direct fire weapons." The anti-armor section subsequently drove downrange and engaged the hostile forces, located approximately 1,500 meters outside friendly lines, with their Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. At this time, Fallon moved forward of the anti-armor platoon's position himself. Lieutenant Kuhn was now in radio contact with Weapons Company headquarters, who advised him to pull back because the Marines could no longer see anyone moving in the target area, and they were unable to continue firing under that status level. Captain Fallon requested that they check out the area one more time before departing, which they did, going as far forward as they felt comfortable before turning around and returning to friendly lines. Task Force 58 remained at a heightened state of alert throughout the night and canceled all flights scheduled into FOB Rhino. Events returned to normal between 0400 and 0500 the next morning, with the command standing down as the sun began to rise over the horizon. It had been a long, cold night for the Marines. Some got into their sleeping bags to catch up on sleep, while others attended an after-action brief at battalion headquarters. The 15th MEU responded to the probing by developing a more coordinated saturation patrol plan, which increased both the scope and intensity of coverage within a 12-mile radius of the forward operating base. Beginning at 1400 that afternoon, they raised the number of foot and mobile patrols at both ends of the runway, pushed other patrols farther out for longer periods, and forced the local inhabitants to skirt the forward operating base by approximately 15 to 18 miles when traveling through the area. Patrols went out to search the area the next morning. Although there was no physical sign of the enemy other than footprints, sandals, a water bottle, and an old blanket, days later the engineers discovered a hidden AK-47 assault rifle while assessing the area and in placing obstacles. In the aftermath of the evening's events, Lieutenant Colonel Olson recalled that the most remarkable thing was the matter-of-fact manner in which the Marines carried out their duties, as if these were common everyday occurrences. The first detainee. As one of their many subordinate missions, both land and maritime component commands had told the Marines to be prepared to provide temporary holding facilities and receive prisoners while they arranged for the detainees' transfer to more permanent facilities. On 6 December, Admiral Moore issued his formal planning guidance for detainee handling. John Walker Lind, the American Taliban, arrived at Fob Rhino a day later, earning the notorious distinction of being the first of many detainees eventually held by Task Force 58. Northern Alliance forces had captured the 19-year-old Californian at Kunduz with other al-Qaeda and Taliban troops following the negotiated surrender of the enemy's last major stronghold in northern Afghanistan on 23 November. After a long convoy trip to Mazar-e-Sharif the following day, Northern Alliance soldiers confined Lin and other prisoners in the old fortress at Kala-e-Jangi, situated 7 miles west of the city. On 25 November, approximately 300 of the prisoners revolted, seizing a large arsenal of weapons and ammunition that included mortars and rocket-propelled grenade launchers. During the takeover, they killed a Central Intelligence Agency officer and former Marine named Johnny Michael Spann, who had been interrogating the detainees, and a shot hit Lind in the upper right thigh. Over the next 4 days, a coalition force composed of an infantry platoon from the 10th Mountain Division, British and American Special Operating Forces, and Afghan militia gradually recaptured the fortress. The last holdouts, including Lind, surrendered on 29 November after their basement sanctuary was flooded with freezing water. The Afghans trucked Lind and the other wounded prisoners to Sheboygan, where hospital and prison facilities were located. Robert Y. Pelton, a correspondent for Cable News Network, CNN, was the first to learn of Lind's presence and informed the Special Forces of his discovery on 1 December. When they encountered the young terrorist, he was shoeless, covered in dirt, and lying in a hospital bed where he was recovering from wounds received in the prison battle. Concerned by his poor condition, 5th Special Forces Group personnel provided immediate medical attention. The next day, they drove him to the Turkish schoolhouse in Mazar-e-Sharif, which served as the headquarters for Forward Operating Base 53. On 7 December, after several days of interrogation, a handcuffed Lin, his eyes covered with a blindfold, was flown to Fob Rhino. By this time, General Mattis had tasked his communications officer, Major Scott Stebbins, with overseeing Lin's confinement, including conducting the initial transfer, providing necessary medical attention, and satisfying the prisoner's daily requirements. A detachment from the Force Reconnaissance Platoon rehearsed what to do when the prisoner arrived on 7 December, and later that evening, Stebbins, his driver, and the reconnaissance Marines drove their Humvee to a pre-designated transfer point under blackout conditions, where they waited for the arrival of a Special Operations Forces C-130. Once the aircraft landed, they quickly assumed control of Lind, further immobilized their prisoner by taping him to a stretcher, and then returned to the forward operating base. Upon reaching Fob Rhino, Task Force 58 personnel stripped Lind of his clothes, searched him for dangerous items that he could use to harm himself or others, and then provided medical treatment for the gunshot wound to his thigh, shrapnel wound to his shoulder, and general dehydration. Thereafter, Marines confined Lind to a metal shipping container located next to Task Force K-Bar's headquarters, where they placed him under a 24-hour guard. Military policemen from the 15th MU provided the prisoner with 2 meals ready to eat per day, later raised to 3, and all the water he wanted, and looked after his personal sanitation needs. Medical personnel also continued to evaluate his condition twice each day. With the exception of his guards and physicians, Lind's visitors were limited to General Mattis, Colonel Waldhauser, personnel from the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, who were brought in to collect photographs and fingerprints, and personnel from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who conducted several interviews. Although these conditions might seem harsh by some standards, Major Stebbins later emphasized that not only did they provide Lind with all the rights and privileges due a prisoner of war, but in some regards, his living conditions exceeded those encountered by Marines in the field. On 11 December, after Navcent directed them to develop a concept for handling the detainees at sea, members of the Task Force 58 staff on board the Peleliu prioritized the ability of Fifth Fleet's amphibious ships and aircraft carriers to house high-value prisoners. The next day, the Land Component Commander issued a fragmentary order directing Task Force 58 to transfer Lynn from FOB Rhino to a U.S. Navy vessel. On 14 December, after binding the prisoner to a stretcher for the second time, the Marines first flew him to Pasni, Pakistan, on board a C-130 and then on to the Peleliu on board a CH-46 helicopter. A day after he arrived, Navy surgeons operated on Lynn's wounds, recovering a bullet from his leg. They relocated him to the Bataan on 31 December, then to the American military base at Kandahar Airport on 22 January, and he finally left for the United States on 23 January. At his trial, Lynn pleaded guilty to supplying services to the Taliban and carrying weapons while fighting against the Northern Alliance on 15 July 2002. A federal judge sentenced him to 20 years without parole. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interdiction Operations. The campaign continues into southern Afghanistan. After the earlier victory at Tarnak, Hamid Karzai and Lieutenant Colonel David Fox led their combined Afghan-American force south. Following a 3-day engagement with the Taliban, they succeeded in capturing the town of Said Alim Khaleh on 4 December and occupying the north side of Arganda Bridge. Captain Clint C. Harris, an FA-18 Hornet pilot from Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 251, VMFA 251, provided Operational Detachment Alpha 574 with close air support during the battle. The Special Forces did not want the bridge damaged by bombs, so he strafed the enemy forces sheltered under the structure with his 20mm cannon. He later recalled the satisfaction he received when noting the blackened nose cowling after returning to the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Now within 15 miles of Kandahar, Karzai learned that delegates meeting at a United Nations-sponsored conference in Bonn, Germany, would soon name him interim leader of the Afghan government. On 5 December, he began to negotiate the surrender of the Taliban stronghold over his cellular phone. These efforts eventually resulted in a meeting between the Southern Pashtuns, referred to as the Southern Alliance, and Taliban leaders on 7 December. Afterward, Karzai announced to journalists that the Taliban have decided to surrender Kandahar, Helmand, and Zabul provinces to me, and in exchange, we have offered them amnesty and they can go home to their homes without trouble. This arrangement was not acceptable to the Bush administration, which wanted to dismantle the Taliban regime. At the same time to the south, Gul Agha Sharzai was also within striking distance of Kandahar. Although Captain Smith and his Special Forces team had favored enveloping the city from the west, Task Force Dagger advised them not to go in that direction because it would spread their forces too thin. When Smith responded, "Well, let's get the Marines into the fight," headquarters replied that the Marines were not at Objective Rhino for direct combat. Expressing concerns about the wisdom of entering Kandahar at that time, it advised that a better course of action would be to surround the city and continue to develop the tactical situation. During a press briefing that same day, Secretary Rumsfeld and General Myers made similar comments suggesting that the Marines were to play only a subsidiary role in any forthcoming battle. They explained to reporters that while the Marines had begun to interdict lines of communication around Kandahar, there were no plans for U.S. forces to join in the final assault, and the job of seizing the city would fall to the Southern Pashtun forces then encircling the stronghold. 2 days later, as the campaign to bring down the Taliban neared its climax, Admiral Moore issued a planning order for reconstitution of the Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group, indicating that Marine participation would not only be limited in scope but also in duration. On 7 December, the same day that Karzai announced his surrender agreement with the Taliban, Karzai's younger brother called from inside the city to say that Taliban forces had withdrawn from Kandahar. The Afghan commander quickly gathered 500 of his men, boarded trucks, and drove to his former residence at the governor's palace. Although Colonel Mulholland had told Captain Smith to remain outside the city limits, explaining that there were reports of looting and intramural fighting, the young team leader thought it best to accept Karzai's invitation to join in the liberation of Kandahar. Instead of encountering violence, as the Special Forces drove its vehicles along dusty streets crowded with thousands of Afghans, the people cheered, waved, and threw flowers. Back in Washington, General Franks told media representatives that although the Taliban forces were surrendering inside Kandahar, U.S. forces continued to engage them as they attempted to flee the city, and added that additional troops might soon be required in Afghanistan. Furthermore, Secretary Rumsfeld declared that the war effort had now entered a new phase, with the principal focus on finding bin Laden and his top lieutenants, stabilizing post-Taliban Afghanistan, and addressing humanitarian concerns in the war-ravaged country. The following day, Army General Paul Mikulášek congratulated Task Force 58 for a job well done and announced his intent to replace the 2 Marine Expeditionary units with an Army Brigade combat team. In Kandahar, Karzai was furious when he learned that Karzai had entered the city and reoccupied his former residence in the governor's mansion. In exchange for surrendering the Taliban military forces, Karzai had agreed to let Mullah Nagibullah become the governor of Kandahar. As a form of compromise, Nagibullah retained both the title of Mullah and his city home, while Karzai reclaimed his former position as the provincial governor. Several days later, Karzai left for Kabul to be sworn in as the interim president of Afghanistan. Highway Interdiction. Before returning to sea in mid-November, General Mattis had warned his subordinate commanders that they might be called on to interdict Taliban and al-Qaeda troops moving along Asian Highway Route 1, the principal 2-lane paved road linking the major cities in southern Afghanistan. Roughly a week later, just after Task Force 58 seized Objective Rhino, Secretary Rumsfeld confirmed to press representatives that one of the Marines' primary missions was to prevent Taliban and al-Qaeda forces from moving freely about the country. As the end of the month approached, the possibility of such operations taking place finally began to solidify when Central Command told its land component to begin planning for the isolation of Kandahar. On 30 November, the same day that Admiral Moore transferred operational control of Task Force 58 to General Mikulášek, the Marines received planning and fragmentary orders from both the land and maritime components, directing them to plan for and be prepared to interdict enemy lines of communication west of Kandahar. If answering to 2 component commands were not difficult enough, the Marines were issued contrary guidance from Central Command. On the same day Task Force 58 received a fragmentary order to raid Route 1, it was also informed that its sole mission was to seize a Forward Operating Base Rhino, FOB Rhino. General Mattis later commented on the situation. It just showed the inability of a displaced higher headquarters to coordinate mutually supporting ops. Essential misunderstandings reflected their lack of first-hand familiarity with the ground and with the Pakistanis and with the anti-Taliban force relationship. Had they understood those things, they could have done much better. There was a breakdown in the intelligence operations interface. There was very little awareness in Tampa that the enemy was escaping every day because of their operational view. Although General Mattis and the members of Task Force 58 wanted nothing more than an opportunity to engage the enemy, the force limit, levied 2 days earlier by Central Command, seriously undercut their ability to simultaneously defend the forward operating base and launch a sizable ground combat force to the north. Since the CAP's inception, Mattis and his staff had continued to argue against the restriction as best they could, forwarding requests for relief up both the maritime and land component chains of command. On 1 December, with Army Major General Warren C. Edwards, Deputy Commander of the Land Component, advocating on the task force's behalf, Central Command eventually conceded to raising the ceiling from 1,100 to 1,400 Marines and sailors in Afghanistan. This new figure allowed the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit to reinforce the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, already at Fob Rhino. The Aviation Combat Element, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin DeVore's Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 365, HMM 365, deployed 9 additional helicopters, 2 UH-1Ns, 3 AH-1Ws, and 4 CH-46Es, on 1 December, while the Ground Combat Element, Lieutenant Colonel Jerome M. Lyons Battalion Landing Team 36, BLT 36, inserted its light armored reconnaissance and combined anti-armor platoons the following day. The 2 platoons, led by First Lieutenants William Lennon and Gary Kuhn, respectively, had worked extensively together during their pre-deployment training and now combined to form Task Force Sledgehammer, with Lennon in command. Once ashore, both the air and ground elements conducted security patrols around the forward operating base through 6 December. The 15th MU's Crisis Action Team began to plan for the operation by considering the feasibility of sending a mobile raid force north to attack opposing positions along Highway 1. Over the next 12 to 24 hours, however, the mission evolved into interdicting enemy lines of communication between Kandahar and Lashkar Gah for 3 to 5 days. Lieutenant Colonel Olson explained that their job was to stop traffic, investigate who was there, seize weapons or other contraband, take prisoners, and if they resisted, kill them. To retain the element of surprise and minimize unnecessary risk, the Interdiction Force planned to travel cross-country, covering over 80 miles of desert, interspersed with sand dunes, streams, and mountains. The condition of the vehicles added another degree of difficulty. Many of the battalion's Humvees were more than a decade old and destined for salvage following the unit's return to Camp Pendleton. Colonel Waldhauser later recalled talking to one of his young Marines after he returned from this mission. When the MU commander asked how it went, the Marine replied, "I wasn't concerned about getting shot at by the enemy. I was more concerned whether my vehicle would start once we had to exit the area." On 2 December, both Central Command and its Land Component headquarters issued execute orders to interdict enemy lines of communication and isolate the city of Kandahar. Although General Mikulashek's original intent had been merely to block Taliban and al-Qaeda forces traveling along Route 1, his refined guidance was to deny the escape of Taliban and al-Qaeda from Afghanistan. General Mattis subsequently issued Fragmentary Order 002 the following day, directing elements of the 15th MU to isolate Kandahar and deny the Taliban forces a westward avenue of escape. At this time, he later recalled, there were approximately 6,000 enemy soldiers in Lashkar Gah and another 20,000 in Kandahar. After speaking with the 15th MU's intelligence officer on the same day that General Mattis released his fragmentary order, an embedded reporter wrote, "With Pashtun tribal militias intensifying pressure on Taliban forces, Major James B. Higgins Jr. said the war seems to be reaching a culmination point of some type." This prompted questions at a press briefing in Washington, D.C. later that day, when another reporter asked Rear Admiral John D. Stufflebeam if Pentagon officials shared the view of one of the Marine commanders at Forward Operations Base Rhino, quoted as saying that it appears the U.S. military operation is reaching a culmination. Revealing the administration's full scope of operations and perhaps an impending change in focus from Central Asia toward the Middle East, Stufflebeam replied, "I think you have to sort of put yourself in the position of an individual who sees the world from a different perspective. If I were a Marine at the forward operating base, surrounded by 1,000 of my red-blooded American fighters, I probably would feel that I'm pretty close to getting this thing to a conclusion. However, from a perspective above that altitude, and maybe even outside of Afghanistan, the Central Command, and certainly the National Command authorities, are prepared for a longer duration. I'm not sure that any of us have a sense or a feel for how soon before we will know that we have the senior leadership of the Taliban controlled or suppressed or killed or in possession, or the same for Al-Qaeda. As so, we're prepared to stay for as long as we have to do that, and don't have a sense of time on that. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Highway interdiction continued. North to the Anaconda River. Early on 3 December, Captain Treglia and his force reconnaissance platoon departed friendly lines and headed north toward the Anaconda River, which parallels Highway 1. Composed of 11 Marines and 1 Navy corpsman, the platoon rode in 2 of their own interim fast attack vehicles and 2 hard-backed Humvees that they had borrowed from the infantry battalion and service support group. One of the Humvees carried a .50 caliber machine gun, the other a mounted Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. The patrol traveled throughout the night, conducting route reconnaissance and serving as an advance guard for the main force. Unfortunately, several of their vehicles, 1 fast attack vehicle and 1 Humvee, broke down during the trip, forcing the group to split in the middle of the desert. While Treglia and half of the Marines stayed behind to provide security for the vehicles, Gunnery Sergeant John A. Daly forged ahead with the remainder of the platoon in search of a suitable patrol base and possible fording sites for the interdiction force. A day after the reconnaissance element had headed into the desert, Lieutenant Colonel Bourne, call sign Shaka, led the main body of the interdiction force northward in column. With a call sign of Grim Reaper, the force numbered approximately 45 vehicles and included Bourne's Jump Command Post, the Combined Anti-Armor Platoon, and the Light Armored Reconnaissance Company. While Major Impellitteri and First Lieutenant Donald M. Fall had conducted a visual reconnaissance flight in one of Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163's, HMM-163's, UH-1N helicopters over the area before departing, the convoy leader's only charts were aerial photographs, satellite imagery, and 1 to 100,000 scale maps that the 15th Muse Topographic Platoon had produced. The photographs and imagery, however, were difficult to interpret, while the maps were not always accurate. Planners had divided the tactical area of operations along Highway 1 into 3 east-west zones, labeled Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, and 2 north-south zones labeled 1 and 2. This enabled the Marines to coordinate operations quickly. Movement over rough terrain was more difficult and time-consuming than originally anticipated. One particularly frustrating obstacle was an east-west sand belt running across the convoy's route. Although the Marines had tentatively identified what appeared to be a 6-mile-wide stretch of hardpack suitable for traversing the barrier, a number of crews had to winch each other's mired vehicles from the sand. Then, after regrouping on the north side of the sand belt, they learned that only one of several trails shown on the map still existed. They located it only after sunrise. Making matters worse, they also contended with mechanical problems and had to tow several disabled vehicles during the advance. After laboring through the desert for approximately 19 hours, the column finally linked up with the reconnaissance team early on 5 December. Their first patrol base, codenamed Pentagon, was situated on a rocky rise cut by small draws, located approximately 4 miles south of the Anaconda River and 25 miles west of Kandahar. Lieutenant Colonel James Levine, commanding officer of HMM-163, led 6 CH-46 and CH-53 helicopters into Pentagon later that morning. In addition to bringing supplies for the interdiction force, they also carried Captain Whitmer and elements of Company B, 3rd Platoon reinforced by mortar and machine gun sections, to increase security around the patrol base. Anxiety among the Marines on board rose sharply when the helicopters descended toward the landing zone, located approximately a mile from the patrol base. Hearing the battalion's unexpected test firing of 50 caliber machine guns below, they thought the aircraft was receiving hostile fire. Once firmly on the ground, the infantry hiked to the patrol base, positioned themselves among the vehicles, and began to establish a standard 360-degree defensive perimeter by digging fighting positions, developing target lists, preparing fire plan sketches, and drafting patrol overlays. Although the plan had initially called for the Marines to establish their first roadblock along Highway 1 that evening, winding their way through the rugged terrain during the previous night had used far more fuel than originally estimated. While they had already halved the normal range of an LAV-25 traveling on an unimproved road from 400 to 200 miles per tank, after accounting for multiple vehicle recoveries, numerous route reversals, decreasing tire pressure to increase traction, and burning high-octane aviation fuel to simplify logistical requirements, their effective range was limited to around 140 miles. After arranging for a fuel resupply, Colonel Bourne sent several vehicular patrols out to reconnoiter the area. The same evening, one of Gunnery Sergeant Daly's 2 reconnaissance teams moved down to the river and evaluated tentative fording sites shown on the aerial photographs and satellite imagery, while the other investigated a possible Taliban radar site that surveillance aircraft had reported. The site apparently turned out to be a tree, while a multiple-launch rocket system also inspected proved unserviceable. At the same time, armored vehicle patrols scouted the area, locating roads, villages, and the river and identifying potential helicopter landing zones and future patrol bases. Although the Marines attempted to send out a small mobile force to block the highway and gain situational awareness later that night, they quickly ended the mission when several of the armored vehicles ran low on fuel within 4 kilometers of leaving the patrol base. The Interdiction force pulled into a temporary forward arming and refueling point early the next morning to receive supplies and take on fuel from 500-gallon bladders flown in by HMM-163. Later in the day, they shifted their patrol base to the reverse slope of a ridge located slightly toward the northwest, decreasing the length of the round trip from Patrol Base Pentagon to Highway 1. By this time, however, Higher Headquarters was growing frustrated by the operational delays and more than a little anxious to strike the enemy. Colonel Waldhauser and several others flew north to meet with Colonel Bourne and his commanders, and the 2 groups confirmed the game plan for the evening's interdiction operation. The idea was to go with a large force on the first mission and then scale back subsequent operations. As Bourne explained, I wanted them to win the first time. I wanted to be smoking, we won this one, and to build their confidence. Lieutenant Lennon and Task Force Sledgehammer returned to Rhino that evening after linking up with the Interdiction Force 80 miles north of the forward operating base and recovering all but one of their disabled vehicles. While the Marines had predicted a 10-hour trip, the round-trip cross-country journey to Patrol Base Pentagon actually took 30 hours to complete. Staff Sergeant Snyder, the detachment's platoon sergeant, later commented that the patrol was one of the toughest in his career. In addition to retrieving 3 Humvees and a fast attack vehicle, the 16-man force also had to tow one of its own LAV-25s back across the desert after it blew an engine while traversing the rugged landscape. Although a helicopter flew the remaining Humvee back to Rhino, Task Force 58 eventually abandoned the dilapidated vehicle in a shallow trench after mechanics determined that it was beyond repair. Checkpoint. Approximately 2 hours before sundown, Gunnery Sergeant Daly learned that his Marines were to fulfill both reconnaissance and direct action roles in the upcoming operation. Although Major Thomas J. Impelliteri's Light Armored Reconnaissance Company would establish a wire obstacle along the highway and provide mobile security and support for the checkpoint, Colonel Bourne decided that the Force Reconnaissance Marines' specialized training better prepared them to halt traffic and search vehicles. The detachment's corpsman, Petty Officer 2nd Class Rodney C. Talsma, had suggested the basic strategy for engaging vehicles along the highway before departing at Fob Rhino by asking lightheartedly, "Hey, why don't you just drop in and put a wire behind them and block them in and just carjack them?" As Gunnery Sergeant Daly later explained, while the concept may have sounded simple, ambiguous rules of engagement made execution a bit more complex. The rules of engagement were clear, but how we were going to apply them was rather unclear. We could not shoot someone possessing a weapon unless they were threatening us. Supposedly everyone here has weapons, so we were basically required to wait until they were getting ready to shoot at us before you shoot back. We were also sort of led to believe that the bulk of the traffic traveling out of Kandahar would be people fleeing. There's obviously issues with checking the women. They're not allowed to be touched. So a man dressed like a woman, who would know? Shortly after dusk, around 1900, 2 reconnaissance teams of 5 Marines, call sign Centurion, departed Patrol Base Pentagon for the Arghandab River. Traveling in their one remaining fast attack vehicle in a borrowed Humvee, Staff Sergeant Jack A. Kelly led Team 1 and Staff Sergeant Matthew A. Cole led Team 3 in search of suitable fording sites. Progress slowed when their vehicles became stuck and they encountered an unexpected encampment of Afghan pastoralists on the south side of the river. Meanwhile, Gunnery Sergeant Daly, who had remained behind, ironed out the final details of the impending operation with Major Impellitteri. The main body of the Interdiction Force, call sign Cossack, departed around 21:30, shortly after moonrise. It consisted of 8 light armored vehicles, including 1 command and control and 1 logistics variant, and 4 gun-mounted Humvees. The Armored Reconnaissance Company quickly caught up with the force reconnaissance teams and had little difficulty crossing the ankle-deep water. When they emerged on the north side of the river, however, they found themselves in the midst of a small village surrounded by irrigation ditches, dikes, and soggy paddies. Although the Humvees were capable of crossing the irrigation ditches that measured approximately 6 feet deep and 8 feet wide, the armored vehicles could not negotiate the obstacles. The convoy crept slowly forward, observing the area through their night vision sights and receiving constant updates from an overhead surveillance aircraft. Captain Michael D. Bryan, the force's forward air controller, call sign NEC, later listed the various resources at his disposal to maintain the Marine situational awareness. These included Navy P-3 Orion and Air Force E-8C Joint Star surveillance aircraft and a pair of Air Force General Dynamics F-16 Fighting Falcon fighters with forward-looking infrared devices. Despite the late hour, the Marines occasionally encountered unsuspecting civilians, although most of these were so surprised that they ran away in fright. Colonel Bourne recounted one humorous radio exchange that he overheard, in which the vehicle crewman described an Afghan man who had literally run out of his shoes. That guy looked like he was on the Olympic track team. At the same time, anxieties were running high among the Marines, who realized that any one of the civilians could turn out to be a Taliban soldier with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. For 30 minutes, the Marines searched unsuccessfully for a route through town. Turning in his seat, Major Impellitteri declared with determination, "I am not going back. We are doing this tonight." He then asked a Central Intelligence Agency liaison officer riding in the vehicle, "What do you think about dismounting the interpreter with some security and just start knocking on doors and ask for help?" The intelligence officer responded that it sounded like a good idea. Lance Corporal Ajmal Akekzai, although a cook by military occupational specialty, had been born in Afghanistan, spoke both Pashto and Farsi, and was now pressed into service. Just then, the surveillance aircraft warned Captain Bryan that a civilian vehicle was approaching the village. While the Marines waited patiently, parked alongside a small house for cover and concealment, for the situation to develop, the truck continued moving toward them and eventually halted on the opposite side of the building. 3 Afghan men climbed from their vehicle with AK-47 assault rifles in hand, rounded the structure, and abruptly came face to face with the LAV-25's heavy armament. Captain Bryan recalled with some humor, "As soon as they looked up and actually saw us there, they hadn't even realized we were in the town until that point. They took off running, and I don't think they quit until they were 4 or 5 miles away." Comments from excited Marines quickly filled the company's tactical communications net, but Major Impellitteri reassured his troops. "We're fine. We're going to dismount the interpreter. We're going to find a way through here, and we're going to go up there and do this thing." Miraculously, he reflected, everybody was quiet on the net and kind of calmed down. Lance Corporal Akeksai climbed down from his vehicle and started moving through town, accompanied by Major Impellitteri, the intelligence agency officer, and several Marines who provided security. After knocking on several doors, they arrived at the house of the village elder. The small patrol explained that they were Americans hunting al-Qaeda and Taliban soldiers, inquired if there were any of those in the village, and asked how to cross the man's irrigation ditch. After learning how to maneuver past the obstacle, Impellitteri asked what the elder had said. Akeksai replied, he said that there weren't any Taliban and al-Qaeda in their town, that they were very poor people and hated the Taliban. They have no food. The company commander then inquired if the villagers needed anything, to which the interpreter responded, they could use some water if we could spare some. Thereafter, when each of the vehicles passed the elder's house, Marines tossed out 2 bottles of water and, because they didn't want to offend the Muslims, several non-pork meals ready to eat. Before moving on, Major Impellitteri asked the elder to point out the quickest route to Highway 1. The old man reportedly hated the Taliban so much that he volunteered to guide the patrol to Kandahar to kill Omar himself and enthusiastically directed the Marines to an unimproved road that the locals used. The convoy was behind schedule by this time, and imparting his order to proceed with a sense of urgency, Impellitteri radioed, "Hey, we're moving, let's go, we've got to fly out there." Moving relatively quickly, the Interdiction force covered the few remaining kilometers along the unimproved dirt road to Highway 1 and established an objective rally point approximately 1,000 meters south of the highway. Gunnery Sergeant Daly, who had been riding in the company commander's LAV, now linked up with his 2 reconnaissance teams. The Marines quickly ran through the plan one more time, and Major Impellitteri asked, "Does everyone know what they need to do? Does anybody have any last-minute questions before we go and kick this thing off?" After the Marines responded, "No, sir, we're all good to go," he replied, "Roger, execute." The paved 2-lane highway, extending westward across the featureless desert floor, sat on a 6-foot-high earthen berm with steep banks. Although the elevated aspect surprised the Marines, who had used one-dimensional aerial photographs to plan the operation, it actually contributed to their goal by confining the flow of traffic to a main avenue of approach. Major Impellitteri positioned his 2 security teams along the eastern and western flanks of Highway 1, approximately 500 meters from the roadblock and adjacent to a small village to the east. Each of the teams consisted of 2 light armored vehicles and 2 Humvees, one commanded by First Lieutenant Donald M. Fall from the Armored Reconnaissance Company's 1st Platoon, the other by Gunnery Sergeant Robert J. Sundstrom from the Weapons Company's Anti-Armor Platoon. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Highway interdiction continued. Once the security teams were in place and surveillance aircraft had confirmed that the highway was temporarily clear of traffic, Master Sergeant Michael L. Holguin, the company's operations chief, led the support element forward from the rally point to establish a roadblock. Traveling in a logistical variant of the light armored vehicle, the 13-man detachment included scout snipers to provide covering fire, as well as combat cameramen to record the event. Staking double-stranded concertina wire to the macadam roadbed, they designed the obstacle to funnel westward traveling traffic toward a single decision point. They also hung chem lights from the wire to ensure that approaching drivers would spot the barrier and stop. Once they had constructed the obstacle, which took all of about 5 minutes to complete, Holguin pulled the support element 500 meters back to a position that allowed the snipers to observe the objective area and engage targets. Gunnery Sergeant Daly and the Force Reconnaissance Section, serving as the assault element for the ambush, had also moved forward in their 2 vehicles. The Humvee carried 7 members of the section. Staff Sergeant Stephen B. Pope drove with Daly in the assistant driver's seat. Behind them, Staff Sergeants David K. Lind and Roman C. Nowicki occupied the left and right passenger seats, followed by Staff Sergeants Kelly and Travis Clark and Petty Officer Talsma, who rode in the cargo area. In addition to the Marines' individual M4 carbines, the driver carried an M79 grenade launcher, and the vehicle had a mounted M240 Golf machine gun. The fast attack vehicle carried the remaining 4 members of the team, Staff Sergeant Matthew A. Cole and Sergeants Clayton J. Bell, Brian M. Lambert, and Glenn S. Cedarholm. In addition to their individual M4s, the driver's M79, and a .50 caliber sniper rifle, the vehicle had a mounted Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. Although the assault element experienced some initial anxiety, wondering if their Humvee could climb the steep bank when required, they conducted a quick test and the vehicle proved up to the challenge. They then withdrew to a position approximately 200 meters east of the obstacle and just south of the highway and began the waiting game. As Daly explained, "We assumed that 90% of the people that we stopped were going to be friendlies that we'd search, take a look at, and send them on their way. We were going to approach it like a policeman at a speed trap, let them drive past us, and give them a little lead-in time." Given the small size of the assault element, the Marines had decided to allow only 1 vehicle into the objective area at any given time, even if the security element had to move forward and block the highway to do it. According to the rules of engagement, although personnel in voluntarily halted vehicles would need to commit some type of hostile act against the Marines before they could open fire, drivers attempting to crash through the barrier would be considered to have displayed hostile intent. In the latter case, the small assault element would allow hostile vehicles to pass unmolested, allowing the security element to engage them with their enhanced firepower. By this time, the Interdiction force had been away from Patrol Base Pentagon for more than 6 hours. Waiting patiently in their assigned positions, they relied on Major Timothy J. Oliver, Task Force 58's Assistant Intelligence Officer, in an orbiting P-3 to inform them of approaching traffic. They first received reports of several vehicles traveling approximately 15 miles down the highway in either direction, but these turned off the road well before reaching the Marines' position. Around 04:20 in the morning on 7 December, the Interdiction force finally learned that several vehicles were heading toward their position from both directions. One group was located 20 miles east near Kandahar, the other 12 miles west near Lashkar. This raised the troublesome questions of which vehicles would arrive first and whether or not the Marines should just open the barricade and let the traffic pass. As the Marines prepared to turn around and reorient the direction of their roadblock, they received a subsequent update indicating that still others were now approaching from the east. The situation was fortunately resolved when the vehicles from the west exited the highway, leaving a single approaching target. Situated near the center of the objective where he could observe the operation from his command variant of the LAV-25, Major Impellitteri radioed, "All right, this is what we're going to take down. Everybody get set." Before long, the vehicle passed the flank security team, who radioed that they had spotted a dual-cab pickup with people in the back. As the pickup sped past the assault element's position, Gunnery Sergeant Daly told Staff Sergeant Pope to go ahead and punch it. The Humvee quickly climbed the steep bank onto the road, with the fast attack vehicle following to the side to provide fire support. The Marines observed 3 individuals wrapped in blankets in the truck bed. Although the middle passenger was clearly carrying an AK-47 assault rifle, none of the Afghans made any threatening gestures. The driver of the pickup, sitting on the right side of the truck, apparently saw the chemical lights and began to slow his vehicle, but then attempted to accelerate through the roadblock. After dragging the obstacle for 20 to 25 feet, and in the process wrapping wire around the axle and body, the tangled vehicle halted. As Staff Sergeant Pope pulled to within 5 feet of the pickup's tailgate, Gunnery Sergeant Daly leapt from the Humvee. Running as close as he could to the concertina wire, perhaps 10 feet from the pickup, he shone his flashlight on the Afghans and shouted in English for them to put your weapons down and put your hands on your head. Almost simultaneously, Staff Sergeants Kelly and Nowicki moved to Daly's right, while Staff Sergeants Lind and Clark moved to his left. At this point, the Marines were still unsure if they were dealing with friendly or hostile forces. Although the man sitting in the middle of the truck bed had his firing hand on his rifle, which was pointed in the general direction of the team, his second hand remained free and he did not appear overly aggressive. A man suddenly jumped from the left rear side door of the cab and began to raise his weapon at the Marines. Staff Sergeants Clark and Lind immediately opened fire on him, while Gunnery Sergeant Daly and Staff Sergeant Kelly engaged the 3 Afghans riding in the bed of the truck, who had also begun to raise their weapons menacingly. The men had apparently covered themselves with blankets to ward off the evening cold, and now those seated on the left and right sides of the bed struggled to extricate their rifles from beneath the covering. Because the men were propped up against supplies and equipment in the rear of the truck, they appeared to remain active and the Marines continued to fire at them. These rounds likely penetrated into the rear of the cab and killed any passengers seeking cover there. A 5th man had also emerged from the left side of the cab, and one of the scout snipers assigned to the support element had fired into the vehicle's windshield and side passenger door, killing the driver and other occupants. One individual was shot a second time as he attempted to flee. The brief engagement had lasted only 6 to 10 seconds, with each Marine firing 13 to 20 rounds. The assault element confirmed 7 dead without taking any casualties themselves. By this time, fuel in the truck had started to burn and Gunnery Sergeant Daly ordered his team to pull back from the rapidly spreading flames. Major Impellitteri began to pull the Interdiction force back to its objective rally point by echelon. First assault, then support, and finally the security element when everyone else was safe. After stopping briefly to change magazines, take a quick head count, and check their equipment, the assault element continued its withdrawal. As the Marines bounded backward to cover each other and the team's Humvee, AK-47 rounds began to cook off with increasing rapidity, followed by several rocket-propelled grenades, one flying toward a flank security team, and eventually larger explosions believed to be mortar rounds. While the roadblock was taking place, the orbiting P-3 aircraft and Eastern security teams each reported the approach of several more vehicles from the direction of Kandahar, a minibus and truck followed by approximately 4 other vehicles at a greater distance. Initially, only the lead vehicle was running with headlights, but as they approached the roadblock, the second driver turned on his as well. While they likely intended to illuminate the objective area to see what was taking place at the site, they also revealed their position to the Marines. The drivers then turned off their lights, stopped short of the objective area, and dismounted between 15 to 30 troops along both shoulders of the road. These actions led the Marines to conclude that they had hit the advance guard of a Taliban column moving west toward Lashkar because the drivers appeared to be in communication with each other and shared standard operating procedures. As Colonel Bourne explained, their tactics were very, very loose. They'd extend intervals for their convoys so it would look like 6 single vehicles spread out for 20 miles. As the one-sided firefight ensued, the Afghan convoy attempted to maneuver around the roadblock, reinforcing the Marines' suspicions that they were facing the Taliban. While observing through thermal sights and other night vision devices, they watched as the troops reboarded their vehicles, now apparently joined by the 4 other trucks, headed approximately a kilometer north through the desert to a dirt road that paralleled the highway, and dismounted a second time. Overhead in the P-3, Major Oliver observed approximately 40 individuals form a skirmishers' line and begin to move slowly westward alongside their vehicles toward the roadblock point. He later commented, they were maneuvering like infantry that was reasonably well disciplined and drilled, and he at first thought they might be another Marine element. Major Impellitteri continued to discreetly pull his force back from the highway while this was occurring because the night's limited objective had been to stop and search 1 or 2 isolated vehicles rather than attack an enemy convoy. As the returning Interdiction forces regrouped at their objective rally point, Captain Bryan asked Major Impellitteri what he wanted to do. After the company commander responded, "Let's run some air on them," the forward air controller informed him that it would take about 15 minutes to initiate the attack. Sensitive to the fact that the burning vehicle and exploding ammunition would have drawn the attention of any other forces in the area, Impellitteri responded, "Wait for what? I'm not sitting here out in the open for 15 minutes. Bryan explained, "I've got to get approval from higher headquarters. Before we can engage targets with close air support, they need to be identified as hostile." Until this time, the company commander was unaware that the Combined Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia had to approve all requests for the employment of fixed-wing aviation assets in Afghanistan, raising the Marines' level of frustration. Major Impellitteri acknowledged the requirement but commented, "Look, these guys all have weapons and they're acting like any kind of military would. These guys are definitely hostile. There's no way they're not." Bryan understood Impellitteri's frustration, but later added that the Marines had not yet completed their withdrawal and explained, "I can't start dropping bombs until I know my people are clear." Colonel Bourne later described the complexity of the problem. "You can't tell these guys apart. It's a truckload of guys with guns. Good guys, bad guys, don't know. Yet it could have been a convoy. It could have been that we screwed up and hit friendlies this time. It's really tough to sort them out. They couldn't just drop bombs on them at that point." As a Marine forward air controller, Captain Bryan coordinated air operations over the immediate area. Orbiting aircraft checked in with him on arrival, reporting what type of ordnance they were carrying and how long they could remain overhead. He in turn stacked the aircraft according to which pilots had the shortest time on station and assigned targets as they became available. On this particular occasion, the stack included 2 Navy F-14s, 2 Air Force F-16s, and 2 Marine Corps FA-18s. Captains Michael J. Coletta and Clint Harris piloted the Hornet flights from VMFA 251 on board the Theodore Roosevelt. With the burning pickup truck serving as a reference point, the pilot's attention quickly focused on the convoy moving toward the Interdiction force. Captain Coletta described radioing the forward air controller. "Hey, I have vehicles moving north here. Do you have them?" When Captain Bryan responded that he did, Coletta asked, "Am I clear to engage these guys?" According to Coletta, although Bryan wanted to give a verbal thumbs up to go ahead with the attack, he replied, "Just to get further clarification, let's try to get it from one more agency." Coletta subsequently changed his radio frequency and contacted Bossman, the Air Force Airborne Warning and Control System. Bossman then relayed the request to KMART, the Combined Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia, over the Air Control 1 network. Bryan, conversely, says that he submitted the request to the Air Operations Center through the orbiting E-8 J-STARS, Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System, aircraft. After higher headquarters checked with the local Afghan militia to confirm that there were no friendly vehicles traveling along that portion of Highway 1, Captain Bryan received permission for Captain Coletta and his wingman, Captain Clint Harris, to begin the attack. He's cleared to engage. By this time, the interdicting force had consolidated approximately a kilometer south of the objective area, and while some Marines provided local security around the rally point, others prepared to tow a disabled LAV-25 that had limped back from the roadblock. North of the highway, having walked half a kilometer or more alongside their trucks, the Taliban remounted their vehicles. Bryan released the aircraft after he obtained a head count from the ground forces and knew that the Marines were safe. The first 4 fighters descended from approximately 22,000 feet and dropped 6 bombs at 30-second intervals, shattering whatever sense of security the Taliban might have gleaned from the surrounding darkness. Captain Bryan later remembered that the F-14s came in first, dropping 2 1,000-pound laser-guided bombs on the 2 lead vehicles, each of which carried 20 to 30 personnel. Then the F-16s came in, dropping 4 500-pound laser-guided bombs. Major Impellitteri reflected, "I literally sat back just watching the light show because those guys didn't have to rely upon us specifically to mark targets for them." Colonel Bourne recalled, "They struck all 5 or 6 of the vehicles in a row, boom, 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 and took them all out." After a brief pause, during which the P-3C surveyed the wreckage, the F-18s dropped 2 more 500-pound laser-guided bombs on the burning pickup truck. The last attack was intended to disguise the roadblock as a random bombing so the Interdiction force could repeat the tactic the following night. Conservative battle damage estimates suggested that as many as 50 Taliban were killed in the attack, although local Afghans later claimed that they had recovered between 120 to 150 bodies from the wreckage for immediate burial, as is the Muslim custom. Captain Coletta thought that the forward air controller's voice sounded familiar, like that of a fellow F-18 pilot he had met while attending a service school on the West Coast, as he was listening to the sequence of radio exchanges occurring that evening. Following the air attack, he asked, "Is this Neck from the Red Devils?" Brian replied, "Sure is. Who's this?" Coletta responded, "Joey from the T-Bolts." Coletta later recalled, "It was almost like, 'Hey, how's it going?' Just in that quick 5-6 seconds. I can't believe it's you, and I can't believe it's you down there. And we kind of did our hellos." End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 4 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Highway Interdiction continued. As dawn approached, the Interdiction force headed south toward Patrol Base Pentagon. Although they returned by the same route they had taken the previous evening, crossing back over the irrigation ditch proved more difficult this time around as they were towing a disabled vehicle. After positioning security around the village, it took approximately 30 to 45 minutes to develop a workable plan for passing the agricultural obstruction. By this time, the sun had risen and the villagers had begun to emerge from their homes to view the spectacle, piquing both curiosity and concern for force protection among the Marines. Major Impellitteri later described the scene. "The chieftain came out and the people started to come out. Kids are everywhere. People were kind of nervous, but they were curious. They wanted to know what was going on. Kids were running all around the vehicles, people coming out to say hello. Americans are here. They were happy, they were waving, and we gave them more food, more water. Marines were throwing candy out, articles of clothing. It literally broke your heart to look at these people walking around. It was freezing. I'm wearing warm gloves, got a hat on, and you look at these kids, they're walking around in bare feet and it just breaks your heart. People were throwing articles of clothing. I had just gotten a brand new pair of warm wool socks, like the dive socks. I gave those to the old guy that was there. We like to think that we're all big, tough, unemotional individuals, but they're looking at these kids and they're like, this is incredible. How can they not have shoes?" Several nights later, to show their appreciation for the villagers' help, Task Force 58 arranged for approximately 17,000 humanitarian assistance rations to be airdropped in the area. After returning to the patrol base, the Marines debriefed the previous night's mission. Although everyone wanted to go out again that evening, they all agreed that it was not necessary to get into close-quarters gunfights on the roadway. Major Impellitteri reasoned that if they were going to travel in convoys, they should set up observation posts or forward air control teams about 1,000 meters from the road so that they could safely identify everyone that was hostile and run close air support. This idea fit with Colonel Bourne's original notion of scaling back the size of the force after the first mission. That evening, the battalion's reconnaissance platoon commander, Captain Eric C. Dill, a forward air control team, and a platoon of 4 light armored vehicles established 2 observation posts approximately 1,000 meters south of Highway 1. To the Marines' surprise, perhaps even disappointment, not one vehicle passed their position. It appeared that they had succeeded in halting the flow of traffic between Kandahar and Lashkar with just one air-ground interdiction. As Major Impellitteri succinctly phrased it, the word had somehow spread through the local population that the Americans were there, and if you moved on Highway 1, you were going to die. Meanwhile, back at Patrol Base Pentagon, the remainder of the force packed up their equipment and supplies and relocated several miles away. 2 Afghan shepherds had stumbled upon the patrol base earlier in the day, and they did not want to expose themselves to unnecessary pot shots from enemy rocket-propelled grenades. Another patrol went forward on the evening of 8 to 9 December, while a platoon from the Armored Reconnaissance Company identified additional forwarding sites and potential locations for future patrol bases. Setting up near the previous roadblock, they used the same force configuration that they had successfully employed just 2 nights earlier. Orbiting aircraft identified several vehicles traveling farther down the highway, but these turned off the road long before reaching the Marines' location. Although their usual tactic was to head back across the river before dawn, the patrol remained in position until well after sunrise, hoping to engage Mullah Omar and senior Taliban leaders reportedly fleeing west following the surrender of Kandahar. When the targets failed to materialize, Major Impellitteri recommended that they pack up and move, and the patrol headed south through a different village with another disabled Humvee in tow. Not wanting to give the patrol base's location away, they first moved to a resupply point and then made their way back to Patrol Base Pentagon. Meanwhile, back at FOB Rhino, Task Force 58 directed BLT-36's Light Armored Reconnaissance Platoon and elements of the Australian Special Air Service Detachment to conduct additional interdiction patrols along the Helmand River, while Lieutenant Kuhn's Combined Anti-Armor Platoon remained at the forward operating base to run local security patrols. Lieutenant Lennon recalled that when he received the assignment from General Mattis, he and an Australian officer were sitting in the office. Mattis looked at them and said, "I want to link you 2 gents up, send you west, go kill bad guys." They responded, "Roger." He pointed at a spot on the map where he wanted them to go, and that was the only guidance they received. After linking up 40 miles west of Rhino the following day, Lennon's platoon in Task Force 64 continued to screen the Marine operating base from hostile forces in the area until 12 December. They stopped 7 civilian vehicles during this period, and on 11 December, Task Force 64 destroyed a refueling site located northwest of Rhino. On the same day, other Special Air Service elements destroyed a weapons cache discovered northeast of the forward operating base. Shifting priorities. A day prior to the surrender of Kandahar, Task Force 58 had told the 15th MU to plan to shift its interdiction force closer to the Taliban spiritual center. By increasing pressure against the Taliban, coalition leaders hoped to improve the patrol's chances for contact, demonstrate America's willingness to employ conventional ground forces, and encourage the anti-Taliban militias to continue their advance. By 9 December, as control of Kandahar passed from Taliban to the Southern Alliance, the Interdiction Force's mission began to move in that direction. Rather than continue to operate discreetly from isolated patrol bases south of the Arghandab River, the new scheme was to maintain a full-time presence along the highway and engage opposing forces attempting to flee west from the capital city. As they were preparing to send out yet another patrol later that evening, they learned that plans had changed once again and they were no longer required to interdict the remote section of highway, midway between Kandahar and Lashkar. Colonel Bourne assembled his subordinate commanders around 0530 the next morning. Major Parrington, the battalion's executive officer, explained that Task Force 58 was going to conduct a movement to contact toward the outskirts of Kandahar where it would establish a blocking position, interdict Taliban forces fleeing west, and stand by to link up with anti-Taliban forces. Departing just prior to sunrise, the vehicular portion of the force crossed the river, passed through the now familiar villages to reach Highway 1, and then headed east toward Kandahar. Traffic packed the roadway, with some drivers trying to pass the armed convoy. On several occasions, the Marines fired their 25mm cannons harmlessly into the desert as a warning for the civilians to clear the road. On others, they directed their Cobra helicopter escorts to chase down and inspect several vehicles that fled when they spotted the approaching convoy. While traveling through two successive built-up areas near Maiwand Garrison, they received a mixture of friendly waves, indifferent glances, and hostile glares from the Afghan villagers. Several miles east of the second town, the convoy pulled off to the north side of the road and occupied a small scree-covered hill that Major Impellitteri had selected. The terrain was defensible, with eastern and western flanks protected by Soviet-era minefields, and had several suitable landing zones nearby. As the Marines received critically needed food, water, and fuel that the squadron had flown in, Captain Whitmer and Company B arrived on two CH-53 helicopters. Lieutenant Fick later wrote that this spot was much more exposed than their previous sites. It was in plain view of the highway and dominated by a mountain towering above them several miles to the north. The Interdiction force positioned its vehicles and infantry to overlook the highway, directing the Marines to shoot everything driving by their position. While conducting the resupply, however, Colonel Bourne received word that they were no longer required to block the highway. The Marines now watched passively as a variety of vehicles streamed past their location without stopping. First Sergeant Wheelbacher described the scene, looking down from trenches set along the hillside. It wasn't just one vehicle every 10 minutes. It was like one vehicle every 5 seconds. Vehicle after vehicle just kept running by our position. Large trucks, small trucks, oil rigs, farm trucks, pickup trucks. A recently arrived reporter informed Major Impellitteri that Kandahar had just fallen, and it now appeared that Highway 1 was open to a wide range of civilian traffic. Despite the turn of events, the Interdiction force was well aware that it remained in the midst of hostile territory. Intelligence sources reported Taliban in a town to the southeast and Al-Qaeda hiding to the northeast. The Marines also suspected that there were hostile forces in the town they had passed to west, which they dubbed the Evil Village. In addition to the presence of an old Soviet ZSU-23 anti-aircraft gun, many of the men carried AK-47 rifles and wore black turbans characteristic of the Taliban, and some possessed new Motorola radios. Not only were the locals coming out to investigate, the Signals Intelligence Detachment could hear them conversing about the Marines' arrival over their radios. "Hey, we see them. They're at the base of the mountains." At the same time, the Marines could not respond offensively because the Afghans had not threatened them in any way. It was possible that they were merely curious, that the weapons were for local defense, and the turbans represented seniority among the clan membership. In one case, villagers had waved a homemade American flag, albeit with too few stars and stripes, from a ridge as the convoy passed, and their intent certainly did not appear threatening. Approximately 2 hours after sundown, Colonel Bourne decided to displace the patrol base to a location around 5 miles away on the other side of the highway. Although the Marines experienced no overt signs of an impending attack, Bourne realized that Taliban were mostly likely in the area. The villagers knew where the convoy had stopped, and they were now intercepting more aggressive radio traffic. He also figured that any Taliban attack would likely come from the direction of what appeared to be a large refugee encampment that was situated between the Marines and the village. If they returned fire, he reasoned, the Marines could endanger non-combatant civilians. While preparing for the move, Major Impellitteri explained to several Marines that radio traffic indicated at least 2 groups of fighters know where we are and are moving into position to ambush us with rocket-propelled grenades. That was fine with the Marines. A small security force would remain to counter any would-be attackers. After a 3-hour march, the force re-established its 360-degree defensive perimeter on flat ground where they could easily observe any approaching enemy through their various night vision devices. The move had been more than an inconvenience, particularly for the Foot Mobile Rifle Company. Some weapons crews labored beneath 200-pound packs, who struggled in the dark to keep pace with the vehicles, but the night passed without further incident. Adding to their discomfort, once the sweating Marines halted, they encountered winds blowing down from the northern mountains and one of the coldest nights they experienced in Afghanistan. The Marines waited for further orders for the next 2 days, cleaning, zeroing, and test firing their weapons in preparation for the possibility of entering Kandahar. When the word finally arrived on 12 December, Major Impellitteri and his light armored reconnaissance company were told to remain in place to execute the movement into the city, augmented by Lieutenant Lennon and Task Force Sledgehammer from BLT-36. Captain Whitmer and Company B subsequently flew back to Fob Rhino that same day, riding on board CH-53s. Departing before sunrise the following day, Colonel Bourne led the small command element, Force Reconnaissance Detachment, and Anti-Armor Platoon back to the forward operating base. This time, rather than conduct another cross-country trip, they took the highway west through Lashkar, then south towards Safar Calais, and finally east across 30 miles of desert to reach Fob Rhino just after sunset on 13 December. End of Chapter 9, Part 4. Chapter 10, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Occupation and Exploitation Operations. Securing the Kabul Embassy. The American embassy in Kabul had closed on 30 January 1989 due to growing security concerns following the withdrawal of Soviet forces from Afghanistan. Confronted by the imminent fall of Kandahar, demise of the Taliban, and establishment of democracy in Afghanistan 12 years later, State Department officials began hasty plans for reopening the diplomatic compound and normalizing relations with Hamid Karzai's fledgling administration. On 6 December, Army Lieutenant General Paul Mikulashek, the theater's land component commander, warned Task Force 58 to prepare to assist that effort. A day later, General Franks issued Fragmentary Order 2-27, formally directing the Marines to support the State Department's mission to Kabul. While U.S. Marine Forces Central Command immediately requested support from the resurrected 4th Marine Expeditionary Brigade, anti-terrorism, Task Force 58 prepared to deploy an interim force to secure the embassy compound and reinforce a survey team then headed to Kabul. Meanwhile, Colonel John F. Mulholland, U.S. Army, commander of Task Force Dagger, had entered Afghanistan following the surrender of Kandahar. One of his first missions was to assist Department of State personnel in evaluating conditions at the U.S. Embassy and estimating when they could reopen the facility. Two Special Forces teams, Operational Detachments Alpha 550 and 575, escorted the survey team. On board the USS Bataan, the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MU, convened a crisis action team around 0800 on 8 December after receiving a fragmentary order to reinforce the American embassy. They quickly decided to send Captain James P. McDonough III with a reinforced platoon from Battery K 10th Marines to secure the compound and explosive ordnance personnel from MU Service Support Group 26, MSSG 26, to sweep the buildings of mines and ordnance. On one hand, this plan made sense because the battery had worked with Department of State personnel during the embassy reinforcement portion of their pre-deployment training, the Special Operations Capable Qualification exercise, and the Marines had received instruction in the use of non-lethal force. On the other hand, however, First Lieutenant Stephen Grimm, the battery's executive officer, and half the Marines were already serving as provisional infantry in Shamsi, Pakistan, where they had assumed responsibility for guarding the airfield at Forward Operating Base Impala on 4 December. Adding a second mission would eliminate the battery's ability to provide artillery support to the forces ashore at Forward Operating Base Rhino, Fob Rhino. On board the USS Whidbey Island later that morning, a page over the ship's loudspeaker called Captain McDonough to the Tactical Logistics Center where the Expeditionary Unit staff informed him by radio of the impending mission. Approximately 15 minutes later, he summoned the battery's officers and staff non-commissioned officers to the center and told them to begin preparations for their immediate departure for Kabul. 2 hours later, while Lieutenant Charles J. Bloom, the acting executive officer, and senior enlisted personnel continued to ready the battery for movement, McDonough and First Lieutenant Eric V. Orient, his fire direction officer, headed to the baton on board a small boat for the confirmation brief. Although McDonough remained behind to continue planning, Orient returned to the Whidbey Island 3 hours later with 22 members of the battery. By the time McDonough rejoined his battery at around 2200 that evening, his Marines were ready to go. Arriving by air cushion landing craft from 3 different vessels, the Marine Security Force assembled in Pasni, Pakistan, late that evening. McDonough had identified specific force requirements based on lessons learned during the pre-deployment training exercise at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, but these were limited by another externally imposed force cap. He planned to bring 20 others in addition to the battery's approximately 67 personnel, including 6 explosive ordnance disposal technicians, 4 scout snipers, 3 signals intelligence specialists, 2 human intelligence exploitation specialists, 2 radio operators, 1 public affairs specialist, 1 linguist, and 1 corpsman. Major Ray White, the senior Marine on the expedition, served as 26 MEU's liaison officer and forward air controller. Although McDonough left 15 Marines behind to service equipment, they joined the rest of the battery ashore approximately a week later to reinforce the security detachment in preparation for the opening ceremony at the embassy. Once ashore, Battery K drove to Pasni Airfield in 5-ton trucks and then caught some well-deserved sleep on the floor of a concrete hangar. After the staff non-commissioned officer sounded reveille on the morning of 9 December, the battery sergeants got to work building a detailed terrain model of the American embassy in Kabul. When they were finished, Captain McDonough and Lieutenant Orient briefed the plan, focusing on the elements that they expected to remain unchanged. Orient emphasized, no matter what happens, EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, sweeps the building, snipers get on the roof, and the squad set up 360-degree security. An hour later, after receiving the operations order, the Marines ran machine gun drills, conducted squad attacks, and practiced room-clearing procedures. At that time, the Expeditionary Unit recalled 4 of the 6 explosive ordnance disposal technicians back to the ship to support an impending occupation of Kandahar Airport. That afternoon, Battery K boarded 3 Air Force C-130 transports and headed toward Bagram Air Base. American and British Special Operations Forces and a small contingent of soldiers from the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division were working in the area, and Air Force personnel had recently opened the airfield to coalition aircraft. After arriving around 1800 that evening, the Marines were introduced to a U.S. Army Brigadier General in charge of Task Force Bagram and then passed an uneventful evening in a vacant hangar. Waking early the morning of 10 December, Captain McDonough and the first 2 of 3 squads loaded their gear onto a small truck and boarded 3 colorful old Mercedes-Benz buses with the curtains drawn for security. Around 0600, after Lieutenant Orient and Marines traveling on one of the Muppet vans repaired an inopportune flat tire and then push-started their vehicle, the convoy began the 20-mile trip to Kabul. Although Task Force Bagram considered the environment permissive, Captain McDonough cautiously delivered a convoy order that contained immediate action drills in case they were attacked. His apprehension was not eased when the Special Forces escorts decided to take an alternate route not shown on his map. The first load of Marines reached the embassy around 0730, while the second, led by Lieutenant Bloom, arrived that afternoon. Although the local Afghans initially showed little interest in their arrival, Captain McDonough commented that the press had known they were coming. The Chicago Tribune had published a story about the Marines' mission before they went ashore, and Stars and Stripes reporters had preceded them at the embassy. The Marines quickly established perimeter security around the compound, emplacing automatic weapons and positioning snipers on the 4 corners of the embassy building, hardening defensive positions, laying concertina wire, and linking the posts with phone lines. Master Sergeant Kelly and Staff Sergeant Klein, the explosive ordnance disposal technicians from MSSG 26, also began to sweep the 34-year-old concrete, brick, and marble structure for booby traps and unexploded ordnance. They inspected all the rooms, buildings, and even the sewer system beneath the embassy, destroyed weapons, and disposed of 750 ordnance items and 8,000 rounds of ammunition. Frustratingly, the unexpected recall of the 4 other technicians back in Pozny had reduced manpower and extended the clearing operations from 12 to 96 hours. Most of the battery took up residence inside the embassy, the exception being 4 snipers who lived on the roof but slept inside during the day. The effects of time were evident. Thick black dust covered the buildings, water and electricity were non-existent, and anti-American protesters had vandalized the premises. Vandals had removed the national seal from the embassy entrance, burned the guardhouse, shattered windows and doors, and fired weapons indiscriminately through the buildings. Fortunately, the battery brought its own generators and floodlights and was able to rewire the building from 220 to 100 volts. Living without water in a confined urban setting was more of a problem, and the Marines had to establish heads in the compound and do their own washing. In other ways, the offices remained untouched and the passage of time seemed almost immaterial. Although the State Department had vacated the facility in 1989, approximately 45 foreign nationals continued to work full-time to secure the compound during the Americans' absence. A State Department flag was left standing in the ambassador's office, and official papers and correspondence lie scattered on his desktop, wrote Marine Combat Correspondent Sergeant Andrew D. Pomykal. The Special Forces soldiers noticed a Super Bowl 1979 poster tacked to the wall, copies of the old embassy phone directory in desk drawers, and a fleet of well-preserved 1979 Volkswagen Jettas in the basement garage. Captain McDonough recalled the standard Marine uniform prints on the walls, old Sports Illustrated magazines on the tables, and comments written on the Marine Security Guard Detachment's desktop day planners. An entry for 30 January 1989, the day the security detachment had planned to leave the embassy, read, "History is made. We leave now. Okay, ta-ta." On 31 January, the day the Marines actually departed, someone had penned, "One more time," and "Hello, new detachment from the old detachment." Even more sobering, they found a flag and letter that Gunnery Sergeant James M. Blake had left for his successor. Dated 31 January 1989, it read, "Marines, this was the last flag that flew over the Charge d'Affaires residence prior to the evacuation on 31 January 1989. It was taken down and brought to the Chancery by Corporal Johnny P. Smith on 30 January 1989. Take care of it. For those of us that were here, it means a lot. For those of you yet to enter Kabul, it could mean a lot to you too. Semper Fi, we Kabul Marines, 12 July 88 to 31 Jan 89, endure it as I'm sure you will. Think of us as often as needed." By 12 December, the Marines had established a sound defense and posted an interior guard. The squad leaders, Sergeants Brenton T. Conover, Grady L. Richardson, and Norman Perkins, organized a 3-phase watch rotation based on a 6-hour tour of duty. While one squad stood watch, a second served as a quick reaction force, and the third took care of personal needs or slept. When the shifts changed, the new squad leader reported to the watch officer in the battery's Combat Operations Center and then proceeded to carry out his duties as Sergeant of the Guard. The battery also maintained a one-man logistics liaison cell in Bagram, alternately filled by First Sergeant James L. Dalgarn and Staff Sergeants William H. Kelly and William P. Garrine III. The Marines remained armed and alert, wearing helmets and flak jackets while on post. Corporal Budagian, one of the 3 interpreters who had been helping to provide medical treatment to wounded Afghans on board the Bataan and Peleliu only days earlier, now bridged the gap between Battery K and the residents of Kabul. Although the guards were never targeted, the night of 15 December was particularly nerve-wracking, as local Afghans shot a variety of different-sized weapons into the air to celebrate the end of Ramadan. Captain McDonough reflected that the guards sometimes felt like animals in a zoo, the Marines watching the Afghans and the Afghans watching the Marines. They enjoyed working with the ever-helpful Northern Alliance, however, as well as with the foreign National Guards, once they learned to trust each other. They also got along with the diplomatic security forces, who were often former Marines themselves. The Marines' relationship with the Foreign Service personnel was less predictable, however. Some of the embassy staff made no effort to be gracious and polite, while others simply ignored the Marines' presence. Regardless of the social climate, the Marines endeavored to persevere. As Sergeant David J. Wood remarked, "I think that this is war, the war on terrorism, is the first war since World War II that truly is America's war. I am very proud to be here, to represent my country, and to represent the people in New York who paid so very much. We all share their pain, and we're here for them." The media remained a constant distraction and were the biggest problem faced by the Marines. They approached the guards repeatedly throughout the day, asking for additional information until the Marines established a set time for releasing daily updates to the press. Although a public affairs sergeant and State Department media representative helped McDonough handle the media, he added that they were part of the establishment themselves and had their own agendas to pursue. He recalled the State Department representative occasionally granting access to guests without notifying the Marines in advance, and he reflected that a definitive media plan would have been a big help. State Department personnel held a ceremonial reopening of the American Embassy in Kabul on 17 December. James F. Dobbins, the U.S. Special Envoy to Afghanistan, presided over the brief event that was attended by more than 400 guests and media representatives. In support of the event, Master Sergeant Kelly and Staff Sergeant Klein screened approximately 200 media personnel. A number of government and military dignitaries were on hand, including Karzai and his cabinet, General Fahim, commander of the Northern Alliance, Colonel Mulholland, head of Task Force Dagger, and several German, British, and Spanish diplomats. Speaking to the 26th Mews Public Affairs Officer prior to the event, Colonel Andrew Frick explained the significance of the flag raising to Marines. Unfortunately, when an embassy shuts down, the Marine security guards and the U.S. ambassador are always among the last to leave because they have the responsibility to lower the American flag from sovereign U.S. soil before the ambassador leaves. I think that it's only fitting that Marines, America's 911 force, who arrived in this theater poised and ready to support not only the assembled task force, but also the U.S. Central Command and the will of America, be the ones to stand with the new U.S. ambassador as he raises the flag over sovereign American soil. It is a fitting and poignant moment, and we're happy to be a part of it. As first call sounded, Lieutenant Orient assumed the adjutant's traditional post and called the command to attention. Staff Sergeant John C. Eatman, bearing the Marine Corps colors, then marched the four-man color guard down the front steps of the embassy building, where they rested the old American flag and Gunnery Sergeant Blake's letter on an easel for viewers to see. Members of the color guard included Sergeant Vernon H. Pitts, Corporal Christopher P. Broussard, and Lance Corporals Daniel T. Dallin and David Vega. With the Star-Spangled Banner playing in the background, the artillerymen then raised a new American flag that Orient had carried to Kabul in his pack. Dobbins read a portion of Blake's letter and remarked to the crowd, "The U.S. returns as part of an international coalition committed to rooting out terrorism and those who support it and assisting in the reconstruction of Afghanistan." At the end of the ceremony, Mulholland, as the senior American military officer present, remarked on the honor it had been to fight alongside his Afghan comrades. Yet the flag raised by the Marines during the ceremony was not the first to fly over the embassy since 1989. A week earlier, on 10 December 2001, Colonel Mulholland had assembled the survey group and the A-teams in the crisp pre-dawn air in front of the embassy for a brief ceremony before the U.S. Marines arrived to assume their traditional mission. Standing at attention, the soldiers saluted as the 5th Special Forces Group's battle pennant was raised over the embassy grounds. Then they observed a moment of silence for fallen comrades, listened to a heartfelt eulogy delivered by the leader of Task Force Dagger, and observed a final moment of silence for fallen comrades. Mulholland spoke once again, and the flag was lowered so the Marines could later raise the official embassy flag. The Marines continued to provide security at the American Embassy until the end of the month, breaking up the monotony of guard duty as best they could. Within days of arriving, they had learned of an inbound advance party from 4th Marine Expeditionary Brigade, which was tentatively scheduled to take over the security mission by mid-December. This fit well with other rumors suggesting that Battery K might support ongoing operations in the nearby mountains of Tora Bora. Yet the advance party's arrival was delayed several weeks, and the possibility of combat action began to wane as the Christmas holiday approached. Inauguration of the new Afghan government on 22 December was also cause for excitement. Before the ceremony, General Franks' pilot had dodged a rocket-propelled grenade fired at the aircraft as he descended toward a helicopter landing zone adjacent to the embassy grounds. Following the historic ceremony, which one of the Marine officers characterized as 3 hours of people talking in a language I didn't understand, the head of Central Command spoke to the Marines. He assured them that they were making a difference and that America would win its war against terrorism. In return, the Marines gave Franks a flag that had flown over the embassy. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Occupying Kandahar Airport. Task Force 58 had been considering the feasibility of seizing Kandahar International Airport since mid-November. As early as 10 December, staff planners had been busy finalizing the concept of operations, and by 11 December, Central Command had issued a warning order directing them to coordinate with local anti-Taliban forces and secure the facility to prepare for the introduction of follow-on forces and humanitarian assets into southern Afghanistan. Although Colonel Frick and the 26th MEU would occupy the airport as originally planned, the situation had evolved so rapidly that General Mattis directed Colonel Waldhauser and the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MEU, to execute the initial seizure instead. While Battalion Landing Team 11's, BLT-11's, Interdiction Force awaited further orders at Patrol Base Pentagon on 12 December, Major Impellitteri learned of the evolving plan to seize Kandahar Airfield and was ordered to FOB Rhino. After arriving by helicopter, he headed to the 15th MEU's Combat Operations Center, where Lieutenant Colonel Greg Olson, the unit's operations officer, and others briefed him on the developing situation. They explained that although Lieutenant Colonel Bourne would be returning to Rhino with the remainder of the Interdiction Force, Impellitteri was going to lead a mobile assault convoy to secure the airfield for follow-on forces. In addition to his own light armored reconnaissance company, he would link up with a Special Forces detachment and Task Force Sledgehammer, which contributed 6 additional light armored and 14 anti-armor vehicles from the 26th MEU to the convoy. Lieutenant Lennon learned of the mission the same day, while engaged in interdiction operations west of FOB Rhino with Task Force 64. Planners had identified 2 ways to reach the airport, approximately 12 miles southeast of Kandahar. The main route passed east through the built-up area on Highway 1 before turning south onto Highway 4 toward the border city of Spin Boldak. Because the tactical situation in Kandahar remained uncertain, however, they decided it would be safer to take a longer, less prominent secondary road that skirted the city. After delivery of the confirmation brief, Major Impellitteri flew back to the patrol base to ready his Marines for the movement. He returned to Pentagon with a 12-man detachment from Task Force Dagger, call sign Python. The soldiers who had recently replaced the Texas 12 team following the errant bomb strike outside Kandahar a week earlier, see Chapter 8, were now working with Hamid Karzai and would facilitate coordination between the Marine and Afghan forces. Gunnery Sergeant Edgar L. Martz, an explosive ordnance technician from MSS G-26, also accompanied Impellitteri on the return flight. Arriving at Highway 1, Martz immediately linked up with technicians from the 15th MU, and they began discussing plans for clearing Kandahar Airport of munitions. Meanwhile, preceded by the deployment of his forward control element, Colonel Frick arrived with 26 MU's Tactical Command Post on 12 December and began flowing the remainder of his forces into Fob Rhino to support the occupation of Kandahar Airfield and establishment of a second forward operating base. Although the force cap had precluded the wholesale deployment of Frick's unit into Afghanistan, he was able to facilitate the rapid expansion of Task Force 58's combat power by staging as many forces ashore in Pakistan as possible once the restriction diminished. Later that evening, General Mattis flew to Kandahar to coordinate the impending operation with opposition leaders Hamid Karzai and Gul Agha Sharzai and their Special Forces counterparts. Traveling on board 3 Air Force Special Operations MH-53J helicopters, he was accompanied by Colonel Olson, 15th MU's Operations Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Gary R. Oles, 26th MU's Executive Officer, Captain Robert Harward, U.S. Navy, Commander of Task Force K-Bar, and an assortment of other interested parties. The aircraft descended into a compound on the outskirts of the city, unfortunately injuring a British soldier when mistakenly landing atop a Land Rover. While the soldier was immediately evacuated for medical treatment, the travelers boarded vehicles and drove quietly through darkened city streets to Mullah Omar's former residence. Colonel Olson likened the compound to a motel with many small rooms surrounding a courtyard. For approximately an hour before the meeting began, General Mattis and his staff conversed with Task Force Dagger personnel who had worked with Karzai and Sharzai. After the Afghan commanders arrived around 22:30, the principal leaders discussed the operation beneath the white light of a Coleman lantern. The remainder of the Special Forces and Marine staff officers stood on the veranda and listened to the exchange through a window. Mattis later had the following thoughts on the meeting. There were tough hombres in that room. I still remember one guy talking about being tortured and hearing the screams of the women being tortured in the prison in Kandahar where he'd been held for a year. The old man looked to be about 90. I was told he was 40. We found that even though we didn't speak the same language, we had very much a common cause, and that was to see how many Taliban and Afghan al-Qaeda we could hunt down and kill. Watching the exchange as an observer, Colonel Olson added his perspective of the meeting. Karzai's English was exceptional. He was a tall guy, really bore himself quite well, although he dressed in the same thing that everybody else was in, a kind of Afghan blanket around his shoulders. Significantly, he was not armed. Most of the folks traveling with him were. Sharzai was shorter, spoke hardly any English. Karzai would translate for Sharzai, and Sharzai would nod in assent of pretty much everything that Karzai said. Karzai was extremely gentlemanly, very decisive. He was polite, but very direct about what would pose the least threat to U.S. forces and how to best accomplish the mission with the least likelihood of bumping into somebody by accident and having a fight that we didn't need to have. Sharzai, on the other hand, seemed to be more military-oriented, a lot less polished on the exterior than Karzai. This was General Mattis's first encounter with the new Afghan president, and Karzai was happy to meet with the delegation from Fob Rhino. The main issue was when and where the convoy would pass through Kandahar. As Mattis later recalled, the basic points were Karzai wanted to come in during daytime, make a triumphant entry through the city. We wanted to go at night and go around the city and seize the airfield. And once we built up combat power, about 10 miles outside of town, then move against Kandahar itself and the environs around it. Karzai agreed with me and we had a very good talk. The Americans coordinated the routes, timelines, link-up points, recognition signals, and convoy procedures that they would use during the movement and subsequent occupation of Kandahar Airport. The Afghans described where minefields were located around the city, what infrastructure was available at the airfield, and which buildings were booby-trapped. Those present agreed that the Afghans would team up with the Marines. When the Americans inquired about the number of Marines that the Afghans would allow to operate from the airport, because this seemed to be a constant concern at higher headquarters, the local leaders encouraged a large coalition presence in the region. Before leaving Kandahar, General Mattis spoke privately with Karzai in the remains of Mullah Omar's garden. When the general apologized for any problems that his earlier statement to the media about Marines owning a piece of Afghanistan might have caused the future president, Karzai replied, "Oh no, when I read that in my electronic version of the New York Times, I went out and told my people, we won, the Marines own southern Afghanistan." Karzai also confided, "Twice my country has needed you, first against the Soviets and now against the terrorists. Both times you were here." The Marines boarded the MH-53J helicopters and returned to Fob Rhino late that evening. After landing, they conducted a debrief and finalized their plan. Senior leaders warned their subordinates of possible dangers in Kandahar, including snipers and suicide bombers. Colonel Frick advised that since it was near the end of Ramadan, the Marines should expect fireworks and to make sure the fire was directed at them before returning it. General Mattis explained that although half the men on the streets of Kandahar may be armed, that did not necessarily make them enemies. A person on the road with a weapon is not hostile. A person on the road with a weapon who is shooting at you is hostile. If it's just some young Taliban, take his gun, send him home, and tell him the war's over. Afterward, the staff transmitted highlights from the meetings and a fragmentary order for the following day to Major Impellitteri, then situated 90 miles north at Patrol Base Pentagon. It described the link-up plan, specified which special forces team he would meet west of the city, and provided the recognition signals necessary to pass through the opposition forces' roadblocks. The assault force gradually assembled near Patrol Base Pentagon, located approximately 800 meters south of Highway 1 and 40 miles west of Kandahar, on 13 December. Task Force Sledgehammer was the first to arrive after executing an en route resupply and completing a 160-mile movement through Lashkar. General Mattis flew in shortly thereafter by helicopter, accompanied by his aide, Lieutenant Warren Cook. As evening approached, the Marines linked up with soldiers from Texas 17, the Special Forces detachment that had been working with Sharzai's opposition forces south of the city. The Python team leader approached Major Impellitteri with bad news. Texas 17 had reconnoitered the planned route and discovered that it was littered with Soviet-era mines and unsafe to travel. Impellitteri hastily reassembled his subordinate leaders and told them during a 45-minute briefing, only hours before departing, that they would now be traveling directly through the city. After briefing the new plan, he added a note of caution. "Look, guys, the only thing you can do to stop Johnny Taliban that comes from around the corner with a rocket-propelled grenade is to be vigilant, see him first, and pull the trigger before he does." Around 0300 in the morning, after Task Force K-Bar had completed its reconnaissance of the proposed route, 44 vehicles comprising the Mobile Raid Force pulled onto Highway 1 and began their 3-hour, 25-mile trip to the airport. Overhead, surveillance aircraft monitored the route and provided the convoy with advance warning of potential danger areas, confirming the identity of possible threats through the Afghan authorities. Several AH-1W Cobras and AV-8B Harriers from the Bataan and other coalition aircraft were also on hand to provide immediate close air support if the situation turned sour. Back at Fob Rhino, Major James B. Higgins, 15th Muse intelligence officer, explained the basic tactical concept to anxious reporters. "Keep the convoy moving. We have mobility on our side. We have firepower on our side. We've got to keep the momentum going." In Kuwait, General Mikulashek and his land component staff watched the operation unfold by a real-time video feed from an unmanned Predator aircraft. The convoy slowed once it reached the city's limits. Guided by the Afghan fighters and special forces, the Marines maneuvered around bomb craters, over rubble, among burned-out cars, and through checkpoints. Sergeant Joseph Chinelli, a combat correspondent accompanying the convoy, later described the night passage. A distinct aroma of Afghan cooking drifted past the vigilant Marines who sat atop the vehicles carefully watching for any sign of trouble. Flashing neon signs lit their stern faces. A frigid wind nipped at any exposed skin, swelling bare fingers wrapped around their M16s. The Kandaharis who bothered to look up from the fires in their yards and alongside the roads waved their guns in the most cordial way possible. Shouts of "Welcome Americans" were heard from crowds gathering on the corners. Anti-Taliban forces manned intersections waving the Marines through. The American service members exchanged salutes with the militias that flushed out the terrorist organizations just days earlier. Noting that this was the most eerie movement he had ever conducted, Major Impellitteri later recalled that it was zero illumination that night. Kandahar was not very well lit, and everywhere you looked on every side of the street, everybody was armed. AK-47, AK-74, RPG, rocket-propelled grenade, RPK, Soviet light machine gun. Not once did anybody ever raise a rifle or point it at us. They were Sharzai and Karzai's guys. They had established a curfew and nobody was allowed to be carrying a weapon that was not part of the local police force. But how do you tell the difference between these guys and the Taliban? You can't, so you're pretty much on your toes the whole time. The Marines eventually exited from the eastern side of the city and headed south. Even after their arrival at the airfield, the situation remained tenuous. There was no illumination, the facility contained numerous buildings, and Soviet-era mines blanketed the surrounding countryside. Major Impellitteri quickly linked up with the other half of Texas 17 and began coordinating with the team's leader. He provided a rough sketch map of the area, identifying known minefields, and advised which locations the Marines should avoid. Impellitteri adjusted his plan according to the mine threat, deciding that although he would retain the same basic configuration, he would not push his forces as far forward as he had initially intended. After Major Impellitteri briefed the new scheme to his subordinate leaders, they occupied their assigned positions, forming a defensive perimeter around the airfield. As the sun began to rise, Impellitteri passed the radio code word indicating that the Marines had secured Kandahar Airport. Before departing, members of the Special Forces Detachment had painted Texas 17 in bold letters on the airport's control tower so that subsequent media images of the Marine base would discreetly reveal the radio call sign of the Green Berets who had fought their way north into Kandahar alongside Sharzai's anti-Taliban militia. Major Wesley L. Fate and Marines from Company I, Battalion Landing Team 36, BLT-36, landed on the eastern portion of the airfield around 0600, accompanied by First Lieutenant Craig M. Rowan and a squad of combat engineers from MSSG-26. They arrived on 3 CH-53s, escorted by 2 AH-1Ws, all from Lieutenant Colonel Kevin DeVore's Blue Knights, Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 365, HMM 365. Although the helicopters had drawn ineffective small arms fire while passing over their ingress point, the reinforcements reached Kandahar unscathed. When Fate emerged from the aircraft and approached Major Impellitteri, the men recognized each other, as they had attended the basic school and infantry officers course in Quantico, Virginia together as young second lieutenants. Lieutenant Colonel Jerome Lyons soon arrived with BLT-36's Foot Mobile Jump Command Post, flying on 2 CH-53s, escorted by 2 AH-1Ws, all from Lieutenant Colonel James Levine's Ridge Runners, Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163, HMM 163. Once on the ground, he assumed tactical command of the airfield occupation, including operational control over Major Impellitteri's Light Armored Reconnaissance Company and Task Force Sledgehammer. Lyons quickly arranged the initial defensive posture at Kandahar by integrating the air and ground maneuver elements in a perimeter around the runway, receiving and positioning follow-on forces and establishing communications between all U.S. forces at the airfield and with higher headquarters at Fob Rhino. Reinforcements arriving on the first waves of aircraft into Kandahar also included a variety of service support personnel, emergency medicine physicians, an arrival departure control group, and 4 additional explosive ordnance disposal teams from MSSG 26. Around 0730, the technicians began operations to clear the main terminal building and a narrow 100-meter-wide strip of runway of explosive hazards, preparing the way for the arrival of follow-on forces from the 26th MEU. Back at FOB Rhino, Major Christopher W. Hughes, Task Force 58's public affairs officer, made a point of emphasizing to anxious media representatives that they were there to return the country to the Afghan people and were not a conquering army. On the same day Marines secured the airfield, Stephen L. Myers, a reporter for the New York Times, cited anonymous Pentagon officials who claimed to have already begun plans for the deployment of Army troops to guard FOB Rhino as the Marines relocated most of their combat forces to Kandahar. He summarized the subtle change in the Marines' mission. The largest American ground force has now shifted its focus from pressuring the Taliban's last political and military stronghold to continuing the search for the Taliban's leader, Mullah Mohammed Omar, and helping to restore civil order with the fledgling government there. Every Marine unit on patrol now carries photographs of the most wanted. Meanwhile, the Maritime Special Purpose Force from BLT-36 had deployed to the USS Shreveport. Led by First Lieutenant Serge P. Morozov, the Mike platoon was composed of fire teams drawn from each of the battalion's 9 organic rifle platoons, augmented by more experienced Marines to fill leadership billets at the squad and platoon levels, and assigned to headquarters and service company. On 14 December, the same day Task Force 58 seized Kandahar International Airport, the Special Purpose Force provided security for SEAL Team 8 during a maritime interdiction operation, where they were likely searching for fleeing Taliban and al-Qaeda forces. After being relieved of this mission near the end of the month, the platoon would rejoin its battalion in Kandahar. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sensitive Site Exploitation, Tarnak Farms and Dewalak. In anticipation of the Taliban's impending defeat at Kandahar, some special operations forces began to shift their focus toward the identification and elimination of future terrorist threats. General Franks issued Fragmentary Order 2-23 on 2 December, alerting his component commands to the need for gathering human intelligence and assessing the potential for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapons of mass destruction. General Mikulášek subsequently issued a directive for the planning of human intelligence gathering operations the following day. A week later, on 10 December, Franks issued another planning order for the exploitation of information from abandoned al-Qaeda and Taliban camps. Mikulášek again followed this the next day with Fragmentary Order 2-6 to Operations Order 2-12, directing coalition forces to begin conducting special reconnaissance against sensitive sites in the operations area. For its part, Task Force 58 was to support the exploitation of suspected chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear targets near Kandahar. On 13 December, General Mikulášek directed Task Force 58 to coordinate the assessment near Dewalak, one of 8 farming hamlets located southwest of Lashkar along a tributary of the Helmand River. Intelligence analysts suspected that terrorists might have cached weapons of mass destruction or chemical and biological research materials in the area. This belief was likely strengthened by the presence of a uranium mine located approximately 20 miles south of the village cluster. Given the potential presence of chemical and biological materials, Central Command flew a chemical biological intelligence support team into FOB Rhino to assist with the search. On the night of the team's arrival, Task Force 58 learned of another large site located only 4 miles south of Kandahar Airport. Engineers had created this agricultural area, known as Tarnak Farms, around 1960 by diverting water from Tarnak River to irrigate surrounding fields. Following the Soviets' arrival in 1979, the area was turned into a military training base successively occupied by the Afghan National Army, Mujahideen Taliban and Al-Qaeda, and now coalition forces. The location was already familiar to some American military and intelligence organizations, as President William J. Clinton had launched cruise missiles at the site in 1998 and Osama bin Laden had taped portions of his notorious recruitment video at the camp in 2001. Elements of the inspection support team immediately left FOB Rhino and spent the next several days exploring the camp, which contained approximately 75 small buildings surrounded by a 10-foot wall constructed of mud brick and heavily damaged by more than 2 decades of fighting. Weapons and information discovered on the day Task Force 58 occupied the airport included 89 Aphid missiles, a Stinger missile tube, training documents, and personal computers containing emails. 2 days later, while traveling to meet with American troops in Bagram, Secretary Rumsfeld acknowledged that Tarnak Farms was one of 25 or 30 sensitive sites that the coalition had been systematically reviewing and told reporters that searchers had gathered up a good deal of material and documentation and items to be tested for chemical, biological, and radiation. While the inspection team focused on Tarnak Farms, Marines at FOB Rhino continued to plan for their impending mission to Dewalak. Acknowledging the Force Reconnaissance Platoon's advanced training and experience in close-quarters battle, 15th MEU built the task force around its Maritime Special Purpose Force, which included additional snipers and security forces from BLT-11. Captain Philip J. Treglia, the Force Reconnaissance Platoon commander, later recalled the satisfaction he felt when Colonel Waldhauser pulled him aside and said, "Phil, you've got this mission. Whatever you need, you have it. You're the focus." Soldiers from Lieutenant Colonel Gilmore's Australian Special Air Service Detachment also played an important role in this mission. On 14 December, after the Australians had spent several days familiarizing themselves with the Expeditionary Unit's standard operating procedures and coordinating mission requirements, pilots from HMM 163 inserted Task Force 64, its vehicles, and its equipment into the Dewalak region. The following day, as the Chemical and Biological Intelligence Support Team concluded operations at Tarnak Farms, 15th MEU confirmed its plan to exploit sites near Dewalak and began to consider follow-on search missions in the region. After receiving intelligence updates from Task Force 64 on 16 December, the Expeditionary Unit modified its plan one final time and prepared to execute the operation the next day. Shortly after sunrise on the morning of 17 December, pilots from HMM 163 inserted the assault force into a landing zone located near one of several villages in the objective area. It arrived in 4 CH-53s, escorted by 2 AH-1Ws and 2 UH-1Ns. Fixed-wing aircraft were also on station overhead in case close air support was required during the operation. The search force contained most of the Force Reconnaissance Platoon, several members of the Chemical and Biological Intelligence Support Team, and 2 interpreters. One of the interpreters was Lieutenant Colonel Asad A. Khan, a member of Central Command's liaison cell at the American Embassy in Pakistan, with whom Task Force 58 had already worked on several occasions. Captain Treglia brought 4 fast attack vehicles to Dewalak, providing enough transportation for the force to ride between the villages, which were scattered along a 2-mile by 5-mile objective area. Although Gunnery Sergeant John Daly anticipated that they would be kicking down doors and throwing people out on the lawn, Lieutenant Colonel Olson described the situation as uncertain but not likely to be unfriendly. He explained, "We'd had surveillance on the villages. There were children playing, there were animals being fed, there were armed men, but of course there are armed men everywhere in southern Afghanistan." He also added the caveat that although Dewalak may have gone from being a very uncertain threat to being more of a benign environment, that didn't mean that we weren't going to go in there with the kind of force posture that indicated that we were there for business. Under the cover of ground security forces, including fast attack vehicles and helicopter gunships, Marine and Afghan forces approached the village compound in a non-threatening manner and requested to speak to the village elder. While conversing with the elder and handing out cigarettes, candy, pens, pencils, and paper, the Marines requested permission to conduct an escorted walk through the village compound. Regardless of any preconceived apprehensions, Gunnery Sergeant Daly noted that the bulk of them were friendly as can be. Throughout the day, crowds of curious onlookers followed the Marines and watched. As Daly recalled, we ended up with probably 200 to 300 kids, males, and then young men following us as we trekked probably 8 kilometers through these villages and stopped to check each one. The children were so interested in the writing materials that were being handed out that the patrol ran short and had to request an emergency resupply from Fob Rhino. Colonel Olson laughed as he remembered that they rounded up ballpoint pens, other writing instruments, pads of paper, yellow sticky notes, bags of rubber bands, all kinds of office and administrative supplies, and sent them out in a helicopter-borne resupply. The Marines distributed the items to the elders, who distributed them to their people, and they then took a less aggressive posture. People were happy and waving, and it certainly diffused tensions. Although the Marines methodically inspected every village, they failed to uncover any contraband weapons or significant information and finished the patrol earlier than originally expected. Still followed by a throng of Afghan villagers, they had to direct the rotor wash of the escort aircraft at the crowd and encourage them to move back from the landing zone before they could land the CH-53s and board them for the return trip to Fob Rhino. Colonel Olson later remarked that their biggest problem was exiting the landing zone without accidentally landing a helicopter on top of an 8-year-old Afghan who simply wanted to see what was going on. The following day, pilots from HMM-163 returned to Dewalak and extracted Task Force 64. End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Chapter 11, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concurrent and distributed operations at Kandahar. Establishing a second forward operating base. On the evening of 14 December, less than 24 hours following Task Force 58's initial seizure of Kandahar International Airport, elements of the 26th Marine Expeditionary Units, 26 MEUs, Tactical Command Post and MEU Service Support Group 26's, MSSG 26's, quartering party arrived at the airfield. After falling in on Battalion Landing Team 36's, BLT 36's, Jump Command Post, located in the terminal building, they commenced a 2-week buildup of combat forces at the forward operating base. Meanwhile, back at Forward Operating Base Rhino, Fob Rhino, Captain Todd S. Tomko and Company K had arrived to augment security at the base and provide a temporary quick reaction force. Before the Marines could occupy the airport facilities in Kandahar or expand outward from the airfield, they first had to clear the area of myriad hazardous explosive materials. This was a difficult and dangerous task, requiring that explosive ordnance personnel from MSSG 26 search more than 50 buildings consisting of hundreds of individual rooms as well as open ground within the battalion's security perimeter. They recovered approximately 5,800 ordnance items during the next 2.5 weeks, including landmines, hand grenades, a variety of shoulder-fired, barrage-type, and aircraft-launched rockets, and a wide range of ammunition for rifles, machine guns, anti-aircraft cannons, mortars, and artillery pieces. The technicians continued to clear the area as the operation progressed, in one case destroying landmines laid along a road used by coalition forces, and eventually removed more than 12,000 ordnance items. Although Central Command assigned yet another force cap to Task Force 58, tentatively limiting the number of Marines and sailors that General Mattis could send north, he needed all of the combat forces at his disposal and eventually chose to ignore the limitation. While the cap was never formally rescinded, higher headquarters refrained from mentioning it again, and the 26 MEU began flowing forces into Kandahar. As a widening range of joint, coalition, and Marine forces began to arrive at the airport, the population quickly rose to 2,700 personnel by the end of December 2001. Each of the organizations occupied assigned administrative space in the terminal, securing their respective areas with a variety of integrated rooftop observation posts, blocked passageways, sandbag positions, and concrete roadblocks. Outside the terminal, the infantry maintained positions along the battalion's oval-shaped defensive perimeter that surrounded the airfield. Vaguely marked Soviet minefields, located southwest of the terminal and airfield, augmented the defenses but also presented additional dangers to the Marines. The remainder of the forward command element, as well as the Marine Air Traffic Control Squadron Mobile Team, members of the Air Force Special Tactics Squadron, 2 squads of combat engineers, and a detachment of military police arrived on 15 December. This enhanced the Expeditionary Unit's ability to orchestrate sustained aviation operations at the airport, clear the area of hazardous materials, and begin construction of a short-term detainment facility. The first Marine KC-130 aircraft landed later that day, after Marines and sailors from the 26 MEU had completed the onerous task of clearing the runway of debris. Although small arms fire had temporarily delayed the aircraft's arrival, operations quickly resumed once the Marines realized the gunfire merely marked the end of Ramadan. The 26 MEU subordinate commands began to arrive in earnest on 16 December. Reinforced by the tail end of Company I and lead elements of Company K, Lieutenant Colonel lines began expanding BLT-36's perimeter beyond several concealed avenues of approach that came alarmingly near the airport facilities. During the next 2 weeks, the battalion's perimeter would eventually grow to measure 2 kilometers in length, vary from 300 to 800 meters in width, and contain 3 distinct battle positions. The northern position was manned by 2 provisional rifle platoons from Captain Jeffrey S. McCormick's Headquarters and Service Company, and a 3rd from Captain Lloyd D. Freeman's Company L. Interspersed sections of fast attack and combined anti-armor vehicles armed with heavy machine guns from Captain Brian M. Howlett's Weapons Company supported them, and a provisional rifle platoon from Battery K was situated to their southeast. Major Wesley Fate and Company I manned the southern battle position, with a section of 81mm mortars and the Combat Engineer Platoon occupying the space between it and Battery K to the east. Captain Tomko and Company K manned the southwestern battle position, with a second section of 81mm mortars on its western flank. The majority of MSSG-26 personnel reached Kandahar on 16 December after spending the previous night transiting through Jacobabad, Pakistan. They brought a variety of equipment including an MRC-130 radio, expeditionary refueling system, forward area water purification system, reverse osmosis water purification unit, and 2 floodlights, 4 pieces of heavy equipment, 5 generators, and 7 trucks. After linking up with his quartering party, Lieutenant Colonel William M. Faulkner quickly established a Combat Service Support Operations Center, and within 24 hours, MSSG-26 was supporting an increasing number of coalition forces at Kandahar. It provided a wide range of services from its Combat Service Support area, which was divided into several sections according to function. These included a water purification and storage point, bulk fuel storage and distribution point, supply storage and distribution point, ammunition holding area, shower facilities, and workspace for engineers, medical shock trauma platoon, and arrival and departure control group. The engineers also constructed 55 heads and 52 urinals, each with a hand-washing station, which improved hygiene and morale. Task Force 58 suffered its first 3 casualties on 16 December, attesting to the fact that securing the airport and expanding the perimeter was dangerous business. As Captain Michael D. Bryan remarked, "The whole place was a huge weapons cache. There were just tons of munitions everywhere. Had to be really careful where you step." He happened to be accompanying a small detachment of MSSG-26 engineers on that fateful day as they cleared a building near the end of the runway, located approximately 2 miles from the airport terminal. Although the engineers had visited the site earlier in the day, they returned briefly to headquarters to get Bryant's help in identifying some surface-to-air munitions they had discovered. 8 Marines from Battalion Landing Team 11's, BLT-11's, Armored Reconnaissance Company provided security for the patrol as well, because they had previously observed unidentified personnel moving about the area. The Marines proceeded down a dirt road that led to the airport building, traveling carefully in a column of twos. It appeared that a vehicle had recently driven down the road, so they made an effort to walk within the visible tire tracks. Captain Bryan remembered that he was on the right-hand side of the path, with Sergeant Felcher walking ahead of him and Sergeant Adrian Aranda, Corporal Christopher T. Chandler, and Lance Corporal Nicholas J. Sovereign behind him. Although Felcher and Bryan apparently stepped over the aging explosive device, Chandler detonated a landmine at around 11:45. Captain Bryan recalled that Sergeant Aranda was the first person they saw after the explosion, lying on the ground with his left hand bleeding. Approximately 30 seconds after that, they noticed Chandler, lying silently under some nearby barbed wire where he had been blown by the explosion. Bryan remembered that he was neither talking nor moving and did not respond to questions until they had moved to his side. His hearing had been impaired by the blast. Upon examination, they realized that Chandler had lost his left foot from the ankle down and received shrapnel wounds to his other foot, both thighs, and left hand. Nearby, Lance Corporal Sovereign was able to function but had suffered a ruptured eardrum. Corporal Chandler remembered that the world had moved in slow motion. He had first noticed a puff of black smoke and then his ankle buckled beneath him. Although he tried to crawl to Sergeant Aranda, who was then lying face down in the dirt, Chandler could not get up. Realizing that he had injuries to his hand and lost a foot, he then rolled over and called to the rest of his fire team. Uncertain of where the mines were located, the Marines began to probe the ground and clear a path to Corporal Chandler's position, first using pocket knives and then their K-bar fighting knives. It was a tedious procedure, taking almost an hour, but they eventually reached the wounded Marine and hastily dragged him and his equipment to safety. They radioed for a casualty evacuation and, after nearly another hour, the 3 casualties flew to Fob Rhino on board a Huey helicopter from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 365, HMM 365, for triage and medical care. Chandler was immediately flown to the Air Force Hospital in Oman, then to Germany, and finally to Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., for treatment, while Lance Corporal Sovereign and Sergeant Aranda were treated in Afghanistan before continuing on to Oman. When the 2 less seriously injured Marines reached Fob Rhino, Sovereign with a bandage on his hand and Aranda with an intravenous bottle attached to his arm, they were met by dozens of their comrades who stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a cordon to the warehouse where the doctors treated the 2. After the 26 MEU opened a small arms range at the southern end of the runway on New Year's Day, Colonel Frick dedicated it to Corporal Chandler during a small ceremony on 3 January. Approximately a year later, Sergeant Chandler not only became the first active-duty service member to graduate from the U.S. Army Basic Airborne Course with a prosthetic limb, but the class also chose him as their non-commissioned officer honor graduate. As the 26 MEU staff transformed their tactical command post into the organization's main headquarters, the remainder of Company K, 2nd and 3rd Platoon respectively, reached Kandahar on 17 and 18 December. A squad-sized detachment of Seabees also arrived on the 17th, while the Expeditionary Unit's Maritime Special Purpose Force and a section of BLT-36's 81mm mortar platoon arrived on the 18th. Like the ground forces, HMM 365 gradually increased its presence in Afghanistan during the Marines' first week at Kandahar, eventually re-establishing their headquarters at the airport and bringing 1 Huey, 3 Super Cobras, 4 Super Stallions, and 10 Sea Knights. A clear sign of the steady progress made by Task Force 58 and other coalition forces in Afghanistan occurred at 1200 on 18 December, when General Mattis and Colonel Frick presided over the raising of an American flag at the airport. The brief ceremony, intended to honor the country and pay tribute to the victims of the 9/11 attacks, was particularly meaningful to the Marines and sailors. New York firefighters had previously flown the ensign over the devastated landscape where the former World Trade Center had once stood. Moreover, family and friends of the victims, as well as rescue workers at the site, had signed the flag. On 23 December, while explosive ordnance technicians continued to dispose of hazardous materials around the airfield, Companies I and K worked to harden their defensive positions. Captain Tomko remembered the diversity of Company K's frontage, noting that 1st Platoon faced an urban environment, Alamo, 2nd Platoon faced an open expanse of desert, Cax, and 3rd Platoon faced a stand of trees, Bellow Wood. Meanwhile, Task Force Sledgehammer began to conduct mounted combat patrols outside the base. Major Impellitteri recalled that once BLT-36 had established the perimeter, General Mattis decided that they could leave the confines of the airfield and that they would start running local security patrols. He also remembered running daily platoon-sized patrols in each cardinal direction, working to develop an intelligence picture for the area in and around the airfield. Captain Lloyd D. Freeman arrived in Kandahar with Company L on the 24th, following a 5-day stop at Fob Rhino where they had temporarily served as a quick reaction force and facilitated the 15th MEU's impending retrograde to the Peleliu Ready Group off the Pakistani coast. On Christmas Day, having familiarized themselves with the area, they assumed their position in the southeastern portion of the perimeter. Company I and Task Force Sledgehammer assumed external quick reaction force duties the next day, while the remainder of the Joint, Coalition, and Marine units conducted base defensive drills at Kandahar Airport. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Establishing a second forward operating base continued. Sustainment at Kandahar. As Task Force 58 expanded its scope of operations, Marines from MSSG-26 continued to maintain the critical flow of supplies and equipment from southern Pakistan to the forward deployed units in Afghanistan. This was no small task, requiring near-continuous logistics operations, often conducted under blackout conditions due to the ongoing surface-to-air threat. A typical daily resupply began at sundown, with ground transportation, shore party, and security personnel moving from the Posni, Pakistan airfield to Chur Beach. After meeting landing craft from the amphibious ships, Navy and Marine Corps personnel unloaded the cargo onto trucks and convoyed back to the airfield. Here the supplies were put on pallets and transferred to waiting KC-130s for flights into Kandahar and several intermediate support bases. After landing, other MSSG-26 Marines would unload the aircraft and distribute the supplies and equipment to Task Force 58 and coalition forces. Food, water, and fuel were the three top sustainment priorities at Kandahar. The 26 MEU initially pulled meals ready to eat, MREs, from their landing force operational reserve material on board the Bataan Amphibious Ready Group, as well as from exercise stock staged in Sigonella, Italy to support the wide range of Joint, Coalition, and Marine Corps forces operating from the airfield. After depleting their on-hand stores, the Expeditionary Unit found it difficult to acquire additional MREs because U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT, was not structured to replenish forces operating ashore. Moreover, Marine Forces Pacific affirmed that business-as-usual procedures remained in effect, and none of the four component commands had initiated plans for pushing additional meals forward. Left to their own devices, the Marines subsisted on 2 meals per day, and the 26 MEU requisitioned additional supplies from the United States. Although the land component began to push combat rations toward Kandahar, its intent was to stockpile a 15-day supply of meals to support Task Force Rakhisan, the U.S. Army force scheduled to relieve Task Force 58 in Afghanistan. Since the Marines were not supposed to violate these supplies unless absolutely necessary, Majors Daniel B. Conley and Terry M. Dresbach from the Task Force 58 and NAVCENT logistics staffs resolved the problem by coordinating a loan through the air component for supplies from the Air Force's War Reserve stocks. Regarding fuel supplies, despite being able to use JP-4 jet propellant as a short-term multi-purpose fuel source, Task Force 58 soon realized that, over the long term, the propellant would damage the engines of most of the ground equipment it had brought to Afghanistan. Although continuous KC-130 flights provided enough diesel fuel to sustain joint and coalition forces at FOB Rhino and Kandahar, transportation in 500-gallon blivets precluded the buildup of fuel stocks beyond those required to meet immediate operational needs. Reliance on 6 Marine KC-130 transports as the sole means for delivering fuel to the 2 forward operating bases was cause for concern and required the aviation and logistics planners to continuously monitor fuel status and closely integrate airlift schedules to support operational priorities. The 26 MEU's logistics officer, Major Andrew N. Killian, coordinated daily air delivery of ground and aviation fuel from Jacobabad Air Base, and in the case of diesel fuel, from local civilian sources through a U.S. Army contingency contractor. Although arrival of the Army Relief Force in Kandahar threatened to destabilize the tenuous balance between operational requirements and logistical resources, Task Force 58 convinced the air component to draw from theater stocks to establish a 100,000-gallon storage capability at Jacobabad, facilitating the delivery of JP-4 fuel to coalition forces at Rhino, Kandahar, and Bagram. It also coordinated with Central Command and the Defense Logistics Agency for the ground delivery of multi-purpose fuel from Pakistan. By working together, Task Force 58 and the other commands established an increased supply in sufficient time to support Task Force Rakhisan without maintaining a KC-130 presence in Jacobabad. Airfield maintenance at Kandahar. Now responsible for maintaining separate airfields, Seabees from Navy Mobile Construction Battalion 133 divided their detachment into 2 sections. On 17 December, while Navy Lieutenants Joel K. Sensenig and Clifford A. Smith remained behind to continue operations at FOB Rhino, Lieutenant Commander Cook went north with 10 Seabees to evaluate and organize repair and maintenance efforts at Kandahar International Airport. Over the years, fighting had left 18 craters, ranging from 6 to 18 feet in diameter and 6 to 8 feet in depth, scattered along the 10,000-foot runway and taxiway. Although the Marine KC-130 detachments were able to fly in and out of Kandahar, a particularly troublesome crater at the 4,000-foot mark reduced the amount of usable runway and precluded the use of larger intra-theater aircraft. Rubble, trash, and wreckage fragments also littered the runway and impeded aviation operations at Kandahar. If sucked into a jet engine's intake, debris could seriously damage the whirling turbine blades, subsequently grounding the aircraft or even worse, causing an accident during takeoff. At the behest of Task Force 58, which had submitted its request shortly after occupying the airfield, the Air Force was pursuing a sweeper truck in Oman to eliminate this danger. Unfortunately, contracting difficulties and airlift constraints delayed the vehicle's arrival for almost 2 weeks. In the meantime, Marines walked the runway each day picking up the potentially deadly debris. The Seabees soon alleviated this tedious requirement when, after finding an abandoned Russian sweeper truck in the airfield junkyard and cannibalizing parts from junk vehicles and making field-expedient repairs to the truck, their mechanics were able to get it running. According to an article in the Wall Street Journal, the Seabees' first priority was to restore the water system, both for sanitation and to mix concrete to patch the runway. Task Force 58 planned to hire local contractors to help repair the airfield, both as a means to reduce its own labor requirements and to build rapport within the community by contributing to its struggling economy. With Major Killian serving as the executive agent, Army Master Sergeant Perry A. Toomer, the contingency contractor assigned to the 26 MEU, was the point man in this portion of the civil affairs campaign. His first purchase was 2 Honda water pumps obtained from Commander Goulet, a member of the anti-Taliban militia who led the Seabees on a guided tour of the airport's wells and water distribution system. The Afghans installed the pump in a rose garden in front of the airport terminal the following day, where the Marines had pragmatically established an open-air urinal. By the third week in December, Master Sergeant Toomer had begun hiring Afghan laborers, paying each $6.50 a day plus transportation to and from Kandahar and the cost of lunch. Although General Mattis acknowledged that their hard-working people if given the opportunity, Lieutenant Commander Cook had already realized that local contractors lacked the equipment needed to meet Task Force 58's fast-paced operational requirements. He now switched his attention to identifying the types of equipment and numbers of Seabees needed to effect expedient solutions and then more permanent repairs. General Mattis contacted Lieutenant Smith at Rhino, expressing the need for additional Seabee support at Kandahar. Since the heavy equipment currently in Afghanistan was necessary for maintaining the deteriorating airfield at FOB Rhino, Smith coordinated with the Navy Mobile Construction Battalion 133 Detachment in Bahrain to procure an additional grader, roller, and front-end loader for Task Force 58. The Seabees began repairs as soon as they hit the deck at Kandahar, dumping fill into the craters and then rolling a top layer of soil to provide stability. They repaired the problem crater within 6 hours of arriving and extended the usable runway space by 2,000 feet. One of 5 Air Force survey teams visiting the airport observed the construction crews as they completed the work and reportedly assessed the airfield as being ready for C-17 aircraft. Task Force 58's command chronology indicates that the first Globemaster arrived in Kandahar on the evening of 18 December, although other sources indicate the Air Component Command had not declared the airfield C-17 capable until a day or so later. After the 26 MU expanded the range and frequency of its air and ground patrols around the airfield, the first daylight C-17 landing occurred around 10:15 on 30 December. The Seabees continued to make permanent repairs to the airfield during the following 3 weeks. Special Type 3 cement received early in January greatly facilitated this effort. After capping the craters with the new composite mixture, the Air Force declared the runway capable of supporting Lockheed C-141 Starlifters on 10 January, and the first C-141 arrived the following day. Detention operations. Concurrent with establishing a second forward operating base at Kandahar, Task Force 58 also constructed a detainment facility at the airport to hold prisoners. This facility was urgently needed to handle not only those captured during previous operations but also future prisoners of an anticipated coalition victory over Taliban and al-Qaeda forces who had withdrawn to the mountains of northeastern Afghanistan. On 9 December, General Franks had issued Fragmentary Order 02-029, providing guidance on detainment handling requirements in the Joint Operations Area. Admiral Moore followed with his own guidance to the maritime component the same day, addressing detainee handling procedures and the use of brig space on board Fifth Fleet ships, while General Mikulášek issued Fragmentary Order 6 to Operations Order 02-006 on 10 December, providing his guidance to the land component on detainee handling procedures and holding facilities. Task Force 58's mission was to establish a facility capable of temporarily holding up to 500 individuals. Although the 15th MU had already established a short-term detainment facility at FOB Rhino using shipping containers and canvas tents, the remote desert outpost ultimately proved too austere for housing Taliban and al-Qaeda prisoners. Higher Headquarters' concern for the detainees' welfare was a source of both amusement and pride for the Marines, who huddled against the cold and shallow fighting holes and continued to subsist on bottled water and reduced combat rations. As Task Force Sledgehammer prepared to move on Kandahar around 12 December, General Mattis issued a draft order transferring responsibility for detainee security from the 15th to the 26th MU and directed Colonel Frick to establish a short-term detainment facility once his Marines had occupied the airport. While officials at the highest levels debated the detainees' legal status, General Mattis directed that the Marines would treat them in accordance with the Geneva Convention's rules for the treatment of prisoners of war. He emphasized at the same time that Task Force 58 would not provide its prisoners with an opportunity to revolt and that guards were to shoot those attempting to escape. While this order might seem harsh to some, it was justified by two violent jailbreaks that had recently taken place, one occurring in the prison outside Mazar-e-Sharif during late November and another involving a 4-bus convoy in Pakistan in mid-December. In each case, Taliban and al-Qaeda prisoners had overpowered their guards and initiated deadly gun battles before coalition forces killed or recaptured the escapees. Events occurring in Kandahar on 22 December would later justify General Mattis's caution when the arrival of a particular al-Qaeda detainee at the airport sparked a rebellion among wounded prisoners being treated at a nearby hospital. After a bloody firefight 5 days later, 8 al-Qaeda members remained holed up in the hospital loaded with munitions, vowing not to be taken alive or surrender to U.S. forces. Anticipating the eventual arrival of up to 300 prisoners, engineers and infantry who had arrived during BLT-36's initial assault quickly got to work and within 15 hours had established a rudimentary 100-person detention facility near the airport terminal. They chose a junk-littered dirt yard measuring 200 meters by 250 meters as the site. Enclosed by a 6-foot adobe wall, the location contained 2 dilapidated metal buildings near the center of the compound and 2 smaller buildings standing off in one corner. The engineer selected one of the larger buildings, which measured 20 meters by 50 meters and retained its metal siding, to house the detainees. After clearing the floor of debris, they divided the shed into 2 sections by driving a line of metal stakes across the middle and attaching metal sheeting. One side would house the ordinary Taliban prisoners, while the other could be used to confine hard cases and members of al-Qaeda. Concertina wire was then placed atop the divider and along the inside walls to prevent climbing, while the outside was reinforced with wire, steel beams, concrete blocks, and more metal siding to prevent digging. As a final measure, they placed mobile stairways for deplaning aircraft at each end of the building, enabling the guards to observe the detainees. They also cleared the 2 smaller buildings for medical screening or detainee interrogation, discovering several booby-trap grenades in the process, and constructed a short-term holding pen of concertina wire in the compound. Additional combat engineers and military police from MSSG-26 arrived at the airfield on 15 December, the same day Admiral Moore issued an execute order for the transfer of prisoners captured at Tora Bora to Kandahar. Although the police detachment had not received orders to build a short-term detention facility until the previous day, Sergeants D.E. Jones and J.T. Green had anticipated the mission while on board ship and presented the command with plans for establishing a light 100-person, medium 250-person, or heavy 500-person capability. The Expeditionary Unit chose to begin with the first option and, given the space constraints presented by Soviet-era minefields and potentially booby-trap buildings, decided to continue using the compound for detention purposes. Sergeant Teeter and a squad of engineers began establishing a more permanent facility on 18 December, assisted by members of the CB detachment who were now beginning to arrive in Kandahar. Lacking published manuals or practical experience in building detention facilities, the engineers questioned several intelligence organizations about basic structural requirements and took a common-sense approach toward the project design. They decided to improve the facility in sections, thus enabling the military police to receive detainees within the existing structure at the same time the engineers worked to expand it, gradually increasing the capacity from 120 to 400 persons. They accomplished this by enclosing the frame of the second large building, which locals had previously stripped of its siding, with concertina wire and then constructing compartments that limited detainee interaction to groups of 20. The initial building now became the maximum security area for holding suspected al-Qaeda members, while the compound area housed the common Taliban prisoners. The engineers compensated for material shortages by scavenging items from around the airport. In an impressive display of ingenuity, they used an iron gate from a nearby storage lot to secure the compound entrance, turned old Soviet rotor blades into light poles, and even cut their own logs to build guard towers. On 16 December, the Land Component Commander issued Operations Order 02-25, which provided guidance concerning the transfer of custody and transportation of detainees from Sheberghan Prison near Mazar-e-Sharif to Kandahar. The airport detainment facility was ready for sustained operations the following day, and the first 24 detainees arrived on 18 December. However, the main influx of prisoners did not begin until a week later, after senior leaders and their staffs ironed out movement and handling procedures. A steady flow of prisoners into the airport thus began, with an average of 15 detainees arriving each day until the prisoner population eventually swelled to 351 individuals by 9 January 2002. While most of the detainees residing at Kandahar were low-level Taliban fighters from locations throughout Afghanistan and Pakistan, Task Force 58 kept several suspected Taliban leaders and/or potential al-Qaeda terrorists on board ship for safekeeping. The Marines initially confined 8 high-value detainees on board the USS Peleliu. They were eventually transferred to the USS Bataan as the 15th MEU conducted its retrograde from Afghanistan to Kuwait during January 2002. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Detention operations continued. Augmented by infantry from Company K, military police from the 15th and 26th MEUs worked together to operate the detention facility. Sergeant Jones was in charge of flightline operations, where he received the detainees after their arrival on C-130 military transport aircraft. After ensuring their ankle and wrist restraints were in place and blindfolding them, he directed the new prisoners, lashed together, across the runway apron to a large green receiving tent. The prisoners were processed 2 at a time, and as part of the process, guards removed the prisoners' clothes with surgical scissors, searched them for weapons, and then took fingerprints, photographs, and blood and hair samples before affixing an identification bracelet with a tracking number to each detainee's right wrist. Medical personnel evaluated the prisoner's physical condition and provided immediate treatment for any injury or illness. The Marines provided each detainee with a blue jumpsuit and laceless shoes, as well as a space blanket and heavy comforter that Master Sergeant Toomer had purchased off the local market. After accessioning the prisoners, guards placed sandbags over their heads and marched them in circles on the way to the detainment facility to ensure their disorientation should they attempt to escape. Concertina wire, green engineer stakes, and locks separated the holding cells from one another. Inside, hygiene and restroom amenities were located on opposite sides of the cell, with a space blanket covering the floor. Marines fed the prisoners bottled water and MREs 3 times a day, providing vegetarian meals for those prohibited from eating certain types of meat, emptied their waste containers, buckets, regularly, and allowed them to pray uninterrupted. Overhead floodlights illuminated the detainment facility 24 hours a day. While 2 guards stood watch in each of the 5 towers situated around the compound's adobe walls, other Marines ran frequent roving patrols throughout the area. For security purposes, the detainees were not allowed to gather in groups larger than 2 or afforded privacy while relieving themselves. Enhanced security measures for a handful of high-value detainees involved housing them in a shed placed in the center of the compound. In case unrest did break out, each guard shift conducted drills to maintain their readiness. Military police practiced riot control procedures daily, and a quick reaction force stood by at all times. Task Force 58 invited Mr. Roland Nobbs, who was leading a delegation from the International Committee of the Red Cross, to inspect the short-term holding facility and ensure that the Marines were in full compliance with Geneva Convention guidelines. Thereafter, Red Cross representatives met routinely with General Mattis and visited the prisoners frequently, providing additional blankets and facilitating the delivery of mail. While the conditions in Kandahar may have been primitive, they were contrasted favorably with the prison at Shebourgan by reporters from the New York Times. The conditions at Shebourgan are harsh. Prisoners are crammed 50 to a room, with only room to sit. At night, many have to sleep in cold, damp corridors, which are barred at the end where they open onto a central outdoor courtyard. Prisoners complain that they only received 1 meal a day of bread and rice. Some are without shoes and dressed in clothes inadequate for winter. The conditions at the Marines' prison camp are austere, but evidently an improvement on those at Shebourgan. General Mattis provided access to a variety of U.S. government and coalition agencies who were interested in speaking with prisoners. Some of these included Marine interrogation and translation teams, personnel from the Army's 202nd Military Intelligence Battalion, teams from the Central Intelligence Agency and Federal Bureau of Investigation, and even members of the British Secret Service. In return, he demanded that they immediately share any actionable intelligence that they might uncover regarding the enemy's intent toward Task Force 58, threatening to expel anyone who chose to withhold such information. The interrogators continuously questioned the detainees for information up to 10 times a day. Colonel Faulkner explained to reporters, "We have experts here who want to know anything they can about the affiliations of these individuals, who they're tied in with, what other information they may know about training facilities, anything." Lieutenant Colonel Mike Saxton, commander of the 202nd Military Intelligence Battalion, explained that the information the battalion collected could be used as evidence in a court trial. He continued, "We've had 300 major reports generated out here. We've had over 400 detainees, and the stuff that we've captured will raise the hair on any American, on the back of his neck, because this place is full of bad guys. One day the story will come out, who was here, who was interviewed by a young specialist or a young sergeant who sat in front of a Taliban or Al-Qaeda guy, face to face, and got him to talk about what it was that they did here and what they did to the Americans. And a lot of things didn't happen, and a lot of things aren't going to happen because of the efforts that are going on with this task force." Following a foiled Al-Qaeda prison break in Pakistan during mid-December, a member of Central Command's Pakistan liaison team informed the Land Component Commander's Provost Marshal that a secure holding facility needed to be established for detainees. This was likely the impetus behind a flurry of message traffic in mid-December discussing the movement of prisoners from Pakistan to Kandahar. At a Pentagon briefing on 27 December, after the flow of prisoners into the Marine short-term facility had begun, Secretary Rumsfeld announced that captured Taliban and Al-Qaeda fighters would be transferred to Camp X-Ray, a long-term holding facility established at the U.S. Navy base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Approximately a week later, the Pentagon directed coalition forces to begin the transfer of prisoners to Cuba. Central Command and its land component relayed this order to Task Force 58, which transferred the first 30 prisoners on 10 January. 10 of these were high-value detainees who traveled from the Bataan, while another 20 boarded a C-17 aircraft in Kandahar. Despite a temporary interruption of the flights to permit Guantanamo to better prepare for the detainees' arrival, the transfer would continue during the next week and a half, during which time Task Force 58 also repatriated some 60 detainees to Pakistan. Task Force 58 struggled with balancing a myriad of mission requirements other than just operating the detainment facility, including supporting special operations forces and providing airfield security. Fortunately, back on 22 December, Central Command had issued Deployment Order 98, which provided additional forces to help administer the short-term holding facility. 36 soldiers from the U.S. Army's 65th Military Police Company arrived in Kandahar on New Year's Day, followed by the advance echelon of the 108th Military Police Company the next day. Although Marines remained on hand to help the Army for several weeks, by mid-January they had turned the facility over to Lieutenant Colonel Paul K. Warman and soldiers from the Army's 519th Military Police Battalion. Major Alves Alvaretti, the battalion operations officer, praised the Marines, noting that their ability to maintain and deliver security with the techniques and procedures that are trained in was one of the keys of success in the operation early on. He also explained that the Army Military Police brought with them the sufficient numbers to pick up where the Marines had left off, and he thought that the Marines did a very good job going from the role of superior to subordinate in that function. Sergeant Green agreed that the Army and Marine Military Police had quickly established a good working relationship, but acknowledged minor difficulties during the initial turnover, adding that he believed the soldiers sacrificed control over the prisoners to meet the detainees' needs. Visitors, holiday celebrations, and continued conflict. As combat operations subsided and the holiday season approached, a number of personalities began cycling their way through Task Force 58's area of operations. General James Jones, Commandant of the Marine Corps, and Sergeant Major Alfred McMichael, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, visited with Marines and sailors at Fob Rhino and Kandahar Airport on 19 December, accompanied by General Hagee. Ignoring the cold and wind, the Commandant and Sergeant Major toured both the 15th and 26th MEU's defensive perimeters, surprising Marines on watch with their unexpected presence. Jones said that he wanted a first-hand account of the Marines' condition and morale before speaking with their families at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, during the next few days. He also remarked, "This is very impressive. We spend a lot of time in Washington banging our heads off the wall saying, 'We can do this.' We are doing it." Before departing the windswept field at Rhino, Jones pulled a black fleece jacket from his bag and handed it to Colonel Waldhauser, adding, "It looks like you could use this." The next day, the trio visited the Peleliu and Bataan amphibious ready groups. On 21 December, after visiting with troops in Jacobabad, General Franks arrived at Fob Rhino on board an Air Force C-17. To Task Force 58's delight, he brought along a contingent from the United Service Organization, USO. The Marines and sailors gathered in the abandoned warehouse that served as their billeting area, where Wayne Newton, Drew Carey, Neil McCoy, and 2 Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders regaled them for an hour. The Marines and sailors were thrilled to see all the celebrities, although the cheerleaders were most popular. One Seabee gave his camouflage blouse with the name tape McCoy on it to country singer Neil McCoy. Mr. McCoy put the blouse on and wore it throughout the evening. Franks and the entertainers next traveled to Kandahar, Pozny, and finally the amphibious ready groups on 22 December, repeating their performance and raising spirits. Marines at Kandahar enthusiastically received their first bulk mail delivery on Christmas Eve, bringing a cornucopia of letters, cards, and gift boxes from home. Marines were afforded an opportunity to send email messages or make phone calls to friends and family, and BLT-36 produced its own holiday greeting card, modeled after an original designed by the 6th Marines while stationed in Reykjavik, Iceland during 1941. Depicting a Marine standing his post during inclement weather, it was a thoroughly appropriate representation for those now manning the perimeter at Kandahar. Rear Admiral Louis V. Iasiello, U.S. Navy, chaplain of the Marine Corps, also spent time with Task Force 58 over the holidays. He visited the Peleliu Ready Group on 22 December, Fob Rhino on the 24th, and Kandahar International Airport on the 25th of December. Navy chaplains from the 26th MEU and BLT-36 led observations of Christmas Eve at Kandahar, with Commander Joseph A. Scordo, U.S. Navy, holding Catholic services and Lieutenant Chuck Hodges, U.S. Navy, holding Protestant services. Not all celebrations were that formal. Major Fate jokingly remarked that on Christmas Day his Marines had erected an aluminum pole for a tree, opened gifts sent from home, aired grievances, and demonstrated feats of strength. This referred to the mock holiday of Festivus made famous by the popular television comedy Seinfeld. Although Central Command re-emphasized the necessity for vigilance to all its forces on Christmas Day and Marines in Afghanistan raised their level of security, the holiday proved relatively uneventful for Task Force 58. Thanks to Admiral Moore's initiative, Navy Morale, Welfare, and Recreation, MWR, in Bahrain prepared holiday care packages for his forces ashore and afloat in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the North Arabian Sea. Although the distance prevented the delivery of hot meals, the ready groups prepared non-perishable food and treats, which the joint and coalition forces received with enthusiasm. Lieutenant Colonel Lyons also recalled a surprise visit from Lieutenant Colonel Drew Watson. Watson was an old friend, then serving as a liaison officer with the Special Forces, who arrived with a pack full of chewing tobacco and snuff to hand out to the Marines positioned along the perimeter. Major Robert Charette Jr., Task Force 58's air officer, coordinated an air show for the Marines to celebrate Christmas Day. 2 Fa-18 Hornets and 2 F-14 Tomcats from the USS Theodore Roosevelt spent 20 minutes in the sky over Fob Rhino, performing complex and impressive aerial maneuvers. When the show was over, the aircraft proceeded to their refueling rendezvous point and then continued to their assigned target in northern Afghanistan. Additionally, President Bush called Marines and sailors serving in Afghanistan, and Sergeant Arturo E. Romero from the 15th MEU was one of the lucky Marines to speak with the Commander-in-Chief. The following day, General Mikolashek visited Kandahar. In Kabul, the Marines of Battery K also celebrated Christmas. They had a tree cut from the embassy grounds that was topped with an angel crafted from a toilet paper roll. Christopher J. Chivers, a New York Times reporter who had previously served as a Marine infantry officer, brought local food to the embassy on Christmas Eve and sponsored a brief party. Staff Sergeant John C. Eatman contributed to the event by mixing mashed banana, powdered milk, water, and spice into a poor substitute for eggnog. With 1980s-era rock music blaring in the background, they reflected on their experiences in Afghanistan and remembered better times back home. After finishing the hot meal, the first in 3 days, they returned to their posts. Battery K personnel in Shamsi also experienced a Christmas to remember. As a sign of friendship, the Pakistani military forces brought them 3 live goats to roast in honor of the holiday. This required that Captain Fred C. Galvin, as senior Marine, slaughter one of the animals. Afterward, the Pakistanis skinned and cooked the goats. Although the roasting meat smelled good to the hungry Marines, who had been subsiding solely on prepackaged combat rations since their arrival, they remained wary of the local fare. On New Year's Day, the Pakistanis returned with chicken, which the Marines found more appealing. By this time, Captain Farrell J. Sullivan had arrived in Kabul with an advance party from Company L, 8th Marines. After the rest of his Marines arrived, the 2 units conducted a brief turnover and the Rifle Company assumed responsibility for guarding the embassy on 29 and 30 December. Battery K subsequently flew from Bagram to Kandahar on board an Air Force C-17 transport on New Year's Eve, and within several hours of landing, they incorporated themselves within BLT-36's defensive perimeter around the airfield. Although the media's thirst for information may have occasionally aggravated Task Force 58 personnel, they were aware that the presence of reporters was also beneficial. On one hand, media coverage provided them with a means to inform the public about the conditions they were facing, the operations they were conducting, and the fact that they were winning. Equally important, the individual sailors and Marines interpreted the media's presence as an indication of America's continued interest in the campaign, that their efforts to fight terrorism and liberate Afghanistan were important and appreciated, and that they had not been forgotten. A crew from Cable News Network, CNN, arrived in Kandahar on Christmas Eve. They provided continuous coverage from the airport for almost a month, extending their stay for several weeks because broadcasts from Kandahar were achieving such high ratings. CNN reporter William G. Hemmer was particularly popular with the command. He made a conscious effort to interview individual service personnel about their experiences and allowed many of them to use his equipment to send greetings to their families and friends. A crowd of 50 or more Marines, soldiers, sailors, and airmen often gathered near the inner courtyard of the airport at night, waiting anxiously to send a message to loved ones at home with CNN's help. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Chapter 12, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tora Bora. As the Northern Alliance continued to push south in mid-November, senior U.S. officials acknowledged that they suspected Osama bin Laden and his al-Qaeda followers were hiding in one of three areas: the mountainous central Afghan province of Uruzgan, a cave-riddled region east of Kandahar near Pakistan, or caves in the Tora Bora region. A week later, intelligence reports indicated that the terrorist leader had probably fled with as many as 1,200 followers into the White Mountains near the town of Tora Bora. Located 35 miles southwest of Jalalabad in the Spingar mountain range of Nangarhar province, the extensive complex was reported to encompass more than 200 caves, some allegedly containing deep, wide tunnels that were ventilated, heated, and electrified. In addition to being heavily fortified and situated on excellent defensive terrain, the location offered numerous escape routes across the porous border into Pakistan. While speaking with Washington Post reporter Pamela Constable in Jalalabad at the end of November, General Hazrat Ali, the security chief in northeastern Afghanistan, commented on al-Qaeda and Taliban morale. "They are armed, experienced, disciplined, and suicidal. If they wanted to leave or give up fighting, they would have gone by now. But they have one slogan: to keep Tora Bora or be killed." As the fall of Kandahar became increasingly imminent, it was apparent to commanders at all levels that the Tora Bora region was the next logical military search objective. According to Pamela Constable, officials of the new Afghan regional government, an alliance of 3 anti-Taliban militia groups, say that their men are experienced enough in mountain warfare to attack Tora Bora, but that they need far more firepower to make a successful assault against the desperate and dedicated Arab fighters. General DeLong, the deputy commander-in-chief at Central Command, later explained that the type and quantity of such support proved highly controversial. There was never any question that Tora Bora would see combat. The only question was if we would put troops on the ground or rely on an extensive bombing campaign and the Northern Alliance troops. We chose the latter, and have since been criticized for that decision by many pundits. But the simple fact is, we couldn't put a large number of our troops on the ground. The mountains of Tora Bora are situated deep in territory controlled by tribes hostile to the United States and any outsiders. The reality was, if we put our troops in there, we would inevitably end up fighting the Afghan villagers, creating bad will at a sensitive time, which was the last thing we wanted to do. So, instead, using the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, our Special Forces troops, and friendly Pashtun generals, we created Eastern Alliance forces. The plan was to force al-Qaeda and the Taliban from the high ground of the mountains and into the caves, and then bomb the hell out of the caves. When the producers of PBS's Frontline questioned General Franks about the same matter, he gave the following reply. The Afghans themselves wanted to get into Tora Bora. They wanted to do it very quickly. At that time, our Special Forces troopers were not yet in large numbers. I made a pretty good determination to provide support to the operation and to work with the Pakistanis along the Pakistani border to bring it to a conclusion. A view from the front. Gary Burnson, the CIA's regional operational commander, played the opening gambit in the battle for Tora Bora by deploying an 8-man jawbreaker team to Jalalabad on 18 November. Consisting of 4 agency officers, 3 Joint Special Operations soldiers, and a Special Forces medic, the team's job was to support and encourage General Hazrat Ali and his followers to pursue Osama bin Laden. Commanders Haji Zaman and Haji Zahir also contributed their militias to the fight, raising the total number of participating Southern Pashtun opposition group fighters to around 1,500. Although opposition groups to the north and south had been eager to drive the Taliban and al-Qaeda from their cities and take control, the eastern militia groups' interests clearly diverged from those of the United States. As Pamela Constable reported, most regional officials are opposed to having Western troops enter the area and wish the Arabs would simply leave. The Jawbreaker team redeployed to the base of the White Mountains around the 26th of November after the non-stop bombing of cave-related targets at Tora had begun. After splitting the team in two, half went forward to pin the enemy with their backs against the mountains to the south. Setting up on a promontory overlooking an al-Qaeda camp in Miliwa 3 days later, the forward element began directing repetitive airstrikes against the encampment. With bin Laden and his men retreating further into the White Mountains, Burnson asked Colonel Mulholland for permission to employ special forces, who were then in Kabul, at Tora Bora. On 3 December, Burnson also asked General Del L. Daly, U.S. Army, for a battalion of Army Rangers to seal off the border and prevent the enemy's escape into Pakistan. Despite repeated inquiries about the status of his request, the Rangers never arrived, although Daly did send a 6-man Joint Special Operations Advance team to Tora Bora. Later, according to Burnson, General Daly said that he was against introducing U.S. troops for fear of alienating our Afghan allies. While the request for a Ranger battalion was not acted on, there was no denying that the Jawbreaker element was very small and the operatives needed assistance. Although Task Force Dagger had already committed most of its forces elsewhere in Afghanistan, and Colonel Mulholland had misgivings about sending a lightly armed force against a strongly defended stronghold, he ordered Operational Detachment Alpha 572, ODA 572, to Tora Bora on 2 December. The team linked up with General Ali 2 days later, and shortly afterward, the Afghan leader surprised American advisors by announcing his intent to begin the attack. Intending to recycle the plan that had worked so well in northern Afghanistan and was now achieving similar results in the south, ODA 572 offered to provide tactical advice and air support from the safety of observation posts while the Eastern Alliance advanced up a mountain canyon and assaulted the fortified tunnel complex. General Ali did not favor this idea, arguing that the close air support team should accompany his forward troops during the attack. Returning from a brief coordination trip to Jalalabad, ODA 572 rejoined General Ali's forces near Pachirwa Agam on 6 December and established Observation Post Cobra 25A on the eastern side of the canyon the following day. Now supported by the Special Forces, the Afghan militiamen began to work their way into the mountains. However, the fighting halted unexpectedly for 8 hours as al-Qaeda representatives attempted to negotiate with their Afghan brethren. Although those efforts apparently proved fruitless, the delay further convinced Burnson that soldiers were needed on the ground to do the fighting and to block a possible al-Qaeda escape into Pakistan. Adding to his frustration, an Afghan delivering food and water to the al-Qaeda forces had possibly spotted Osama bin Laden and his deputy, Ayman al-Zawahiri. ODA 572 pushed forward on 8 December, establishing observation post Cobra 25B on the northwestern side of the canyon, while on the same day, Central Command deployed a 50-man detachment from Task Force Sword to Tora Bora, which assumed command and took control of the battle. Able to operate with greater freedom than the Army Special Forces, the American and British Joint Special Operating Forces intended to maintain a quick reaction force at the Afghan headquarters, augment the A-Team's 2 forward observation posts, and then maneuver additional observation posts forward in concert with Ali's advancing front lines. Yet during his initial reconnaissance of the area, the task force commander realized that the Afghans had split into clusters of troops scattered randomly throughout the Panjshir-Wa Agam Valley. The next day, the Air Force dropped a 15,000-pound Blue 52 Daisy Cutter bomb, followed by several B-52 bomber strikes, on the fortifications where bin Laden had supposedly been spotted, hitting the target and achieving effect. The day of 10 December almost proved to be a serendipitous turning point in the battle for Tora Bora. Around 1600, while Task Force Sword prepared to deploy additional observation posts farther forward, the Afghans had reported that they had surrounded Osama bin Laden and requested immediate support. When the Special Operating Forces moved forward 90 minutes later, however, General Ali's forces were withdrawing to the rear for the evening, empty-handed. Meanwhile, opposing forces had engaged several soldiers who had initially gone forward with Ali and now blocked their egress routes. Special operating forces at Cobra 25A had, fortunately, closely monitored the events and identified several of the enemy's crew-served weapons positions, which the Air Force bombed for 11 hours that evening. As the Eastern Alliance forces closed in on bin Laden's location, less positive news began to surface at the Pentagon. During a press conference, Deputy Press Secretary of Defense Paul D. Wolfowitz admitted that the enemy was already withdrawing to the south. He added that Pakistan's government was working to catch forces attempting to cross its borders, and coalition naval vessels were ready to search ships for fugitives who might have made it past the soldiers to the coast. Secretary Rumsfeld was even less optimistic during a news briefing the following day. While reiterating that Pakistani military forces were attempting to close the border and thwart the enemy's escape, he explained, "This is a very difficult thing to do. It is a porous border. It is a long border. It is a very complicated area to try to seal, and there's just simply no way you can put a perfect cork in the bottle." At yet another press briefing less than 2 hours later, Marine General Peter Pace, Deputy Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, provided additional clarification. "We do not know who is escaping and who is not. It is reasonable to expect that some could get out of the mountain complex. I don't know if you've seen the relief maps of the area, but it's a very mountainous area. There are multiple routes of ingress and egress, so it's certainly conceivable that groups of 2, 3, 15, 20 could, walking out of there, in fact get out." Although the prolonged bombing of their positions had forced the al-Qaeda elements to withdraw from the canyon, enabling the Afghan militia to move forward and occupy key terrain around bin Laden's suspected location on 11 December, Commander Haji Mohammed Zaman unexpectedly halted the advance that afternoon and began to negotiate for the enemy's conditional surrender. During a Pentagon briefing around the same time, reporters asked Secretary Rumsfeld what outcome he was working toward in Tora Bora and if he was interested in reaching a negotiated settlement of some kind. Rumsfeld responded, "As you understand, we're not in control of every aspect of this because the larger number of forces are the Afghan forces themselves. Our interest remains exactly the same. It is to capture or kill all the al-Qaeda and prevent them from escaping into other countries or other locations in Afghanistan where they can continue their terrorist activities. It is to capture or kill the senior Taliban leadership. It is to disarm, have the opposition forces disarm the remaining Taliban, and then they will decide what will happen to the lower-level Taliban Afghan forces who live in that country and undoubtedly will stay." During another press briefing 2 days later, reporters again asked Secretary Rumsfeld if, in your mind, perhaps the administration's, that killing al-Qaeda is preferable to their surrender, and did the United States in any way veto or nix some sort of surrender arrangement. Rumsfeld replied, "The first choice is clearly surrender. It ends faster, it's less expensive, and we can encourage people to surrender. Now, there's a lot of misinformation floating around about somebody that, they'll surrender if we'll let them turn themselves into the United Nations, or if you'll let us keep our weapons, or if you'll let us go back and become governor of Kandahar or something. I mean, this is not a drill where we're making deals. This is the purpose of this activity. The reason we're doing this is to defend the United States of America and our friends and allies. And that means you have to go after the terrorists. And we want to get the terrorists. Without question, we want to. And the fastest way to do that is if they all surrender, come in with a white flag, turn themselves in, and we could just deal with them. That would be wonderful. To my knowledge, the United States did not nix or stop or put the kibosh on anything. I do not even know if anything was really offered." During the same briefing, General Myers clarified, "There has been no surrender by al-Qaeda, offered or accepted, nor has there been any ceasefire in this effort. Our mission to eliminate the al-Qaeda, its network, and the Taliban in Afghanistan remains the same as it has from the beginning." Following the unintended operational pause on 11 December, Task Force Sword's commander decided to bring more of his forces forward, partly to motivate the Afghans to continue the offensive and partly to compensate for the quick reaction forces' inability to advance rapidly enough over the rugged terrain to be useful during an emergency, such as another sighting of Osama bin Laden. They directed effective fire against the enemy's positions for 3 days, gradually moving 2 forward observation posts up both sides of the canyon, each backed up by a mission support site that followed behind. The Afghan forces also continued to advance slowly up the canyons, although they stopped occasionally during the day to observe Ramadan and then withdrew at night for food and shelter. Task Force Sword maintained pressure on the opposing forces during the militiamen's absence by observing their campfires through thermal imaging devices and calling in additional close air support. Encouraged onward by the Special Operating Forces, the Afghan militias began to remain in the field overnight and gradually reduce the remaining pockets of resistance. Back in Tampa, General Franks told reporters that coalition forces were in the midst of a pitched battle against 300 to 1,000 enemy fighters. He described the terrain as 2 north-south running valleys south of Jalalabad and explained that while some opposition forces occupied the eastern and western sides, others were moving north and south in a hammer and anvil formation. While speaking in Ireland on 14 December, Secretary Rumsfeld remarked optimistically that coalition forces had advanced more than a mile closer to the cave complex and 50 al-Qaeda fighters had surrendered. Meanwhile, 7 Pakistani battalions, approximately 4,000 soldiers, blocked al-Qaeda and Taliban routes of escape at the southern ends of the valleys. Although Central Command would have preferred to use army forces along the border, restless tribes occupying this remote portion of Pakistan were sympathetic to bin Laden's cause and would only abide the presence of local frontier forces that were already stationed there. General Franks nevertheless told reporters that the opposition leaders believed they had the majority of al-Qaeda contained. On 15 December, members of the Jawbreaker team who were listening to a captured al-Qaeda radio apparently overheard Osama bin Laden's farewell speech, during which he apologized for leading his men into a trap. Speaking to reporters while en route to Afghanistan the next day, Secretary Rumsfeld confirmed that the fighting in the Tora region had subsided. He said that coalition forces had captured 11 and killed 200 al-Qaeda fighters, while 2,000 others continued to flee the area. Although General Ali declared victory a day after that, back in Washington, Admiral John Stufflebeam cautioned that there were still isolated pockets of al-Qaeda fighting in the area, and that many of them were on the run. He had reports of them leaving the area and some reports, none of which had been confirmed, that they had left the area. On 19 December, after reaching a general consensus that the surviving al-Qaeda forces had either fled to Pakistan or melted into the local population, Task Force Sword withdrew from the battlefield. During a news briefing that afternoon, Secretary Rumsfeld told reporters, "The Pakistani army is doing a good job along the border of Afghanistan. They have captured a very large number, hundreds, of people who were fleeing over the border. And we have people that are communicating with them and doing everything humanly possible to avoid having the people that we're pressing in Afghanistan from moving into neighboring countries, where they could cause damage in terrorist acts there. Our goal is to stop them, not to simply move the problem from one nation to another." At the same time, other news sources reported that General Franks had proposed that United States Marines or Army troops be deployed to comb the wild terrain of Tora Bora to try to determine the fate of al-Qaeda leaders. Secretary Rumsfeld's summary of the current state of affairs in that region helps to put Franks's request into context. The pitched battle that was going on for some period of time, is not taking place at the moment. That does not mean it will not start up again. A good many of the caves and the tunnels have been closed, bombed, damaged, blown up. A good many have not been. There are an enormous number of caves and tunnels. So what's taking place is, since there is no longer a large physical resistance, the people that are there are moving into the open, still open tunnels and caves, and looking around, gathering intelligence information, seeing who's there and proceeding kind of systematically with that. There are still anti-Taliban forces in the area. There are still U.S. forces in the area. There are still airplanes that are available to do whatever they are called upon to do, and at the moment, it's in just a slightly different phase than it had been. On 20 December, Task Force Dagger deployed Operational Detachment Alpha 561, ODA 561, to Tora Bora to assist ODA 572 as it searched caves and tunnels for intelligence documents, any indication of bin Laden's presence, and to take DNA samples from dead enemy bodies. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A base too far. While General Mattis's suggestion of employing Marines at Tora Bora may have been initially rejected, as the battle neared conclusion, Task Force 58 found itself serving in a quasi-reserve status to support continued operations in the region. Mattis first learned around 14 December that General Franks was considering the possibility of using Marines to encourage the opposition groups to continue fighting, as Special Operating Forces urged the Eastern Alliance to complete its attack against the cave complex. 3 days later, as General Ali proclaimed victory over al-Qaeda and the Taliban, Task Force 58 began to modify its three-part plan for collapsing the Marine footprint in Afghanistan to a main operating base. The 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26 MU, would close the intermediate operating base at Shamsi while retaining forces at Pozny, Fob Rhino, and Kandahar. Meanwhile, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, would shift to Kandahar, while Company L subsequently closed Fob Rhino and eventually rejoined Battalion Landing Team 36 at the airport. At the same time, Task Forces 64, Australian Special Air Service, and K-Bar, Navy SEALs, would link up with the 15th MU and establish a small, temporary operating base near Tora Bora. That General Mattis issued Fragmentary Order 4 on 18 December, directing reconstitution of the amphibious forces in time for the 15th MU to depart 5th Fleet's area of responsibility 1 month later, is evidence of the tentative nature of the reinforcement mission. However, General Mikulášek issued both warning and operations orders, Op Ord 2-26, to Task Force 58 that same day, directing Mattis to begin planning for an on-order attack to clear Tora Bora of hostile forces. During an 18 December news brief at the Pentagon, General Pace explained the deliberate nature of that mission. This is really very, very difficult. First of all, you have several valleys in the Tora Bora complex. Each of them is several miles long. In each of those valleys, you have several hundred caves, and you want to go through very methodically, one by one, and if it's been closed by bombs, determine whether or not you want to open it up to see what's in there. And if it's not been closed by bombs, you have to determine whether or not it's worth going in. So it's going to be a step-by-step, cave-by-cave, and to put a time limit on that would be imprudent right now. Placing the issue of redeployment on hold, General Mattis and his staff began to consider their options in earnest. While the Marines would close Fob Rhino as planned, 15th MU would become Task Force 58's point of main effort, deploying 2 rifle companies and 2 artillery batteries to Jalalabad by C-130. The advance party would go forward no earlier than the evening of 20 December with the intention of establishing a 3rd forward operating base at Jalalabad within 5 days of receiving an execute order and conducting combat operations in Tora Bora within 6 days. This would be no small task. Although anti-Taliban forces held the airfield, the Soviets had heavily mined the surrounding area, and the runway was in poor condition. Moreover, winter was rapidly closing in and flying conditions at 7,000 feet were hazardous at best. On 19 December, as Task Force Sword departed Tora Bora, General Franks issued an execute order for operations in Tora Bora. General Mattis subsequently issued a supplement to the previous day's redeployment order, directing the 15th MEU to begin planning for a movement into northeastern Afghanistan. Reflecting several years later on receipt of the mission, Colonel Waldhauser explained, "After a while, we were almost like victims of our own success. You guys can do anything." Then they start talking about going to Tora Bora, which was another 400 miles from Fob Rhino. You go, wow. I mean, at what point do we kind of say, even we can't do this? Around this time, stories describing the impending operation began to surface in the press. An article appearing in the New York Times reported that General Franks had proposed that the United States deploy several hundred conventional forces to comb the wild terrain of Tora Bora to try to determine the fate of al-Qaeda leaders. It was less clear, however, who would carry out the mission. The article suggested that, in addition to the Marines at Kandahar, troops might be drawn from the 10th Mountain Division in Uzbekistan or even the 101st Airborne Division back in the United States. Between 19 and 24 December, the 15th MEU staff shifted slightly from planning for combat ops in the vicinity of Tora Bora to planning for a movement to Jalalabad and combat operations in the vicinity of Tora Bora. Lieutenant Colonel Olson, the Expeditionary Unit's operations officer, described the sequence from his perspective. The initial taskers were to support the Special Forces efforts up there with up to 2 rifle companies to go and actually take cave complexes that we thought were still occupied by as many as 1,000 al-Qaeda, Chechen, Arab, and hardcore Taliban fighters. Over the course of 3 nights of planning, as we watched the campfires move closer to the Pakistan border, it was clear that people were leaving these cave complexes and moving across these 12 to 14,000 foot mountain passes in the dead of winter. General Mikulášek decided it was time to put boots on the ground and go exploit these other sites. So we made plans to move enough combat power to hold Jalalabad Airfield and actually conduct movements to contact up these valleys into the cave area. As Task Force 58's planners began to identify their logistical requirements, it became apparent that while the Marines might be able to endure cold nights at Fob Rhino wearing lightweight utilities and desert boots, they were ill-equipped for winter warfare in the mountains. Lieutenant Colonel Broadmeadow in the logistics section developed an extensive list of cold weather gear that they would need to fight in Tora Bora. Some of these items included polypropylene underwear, fleece undergarments, socks, and vapor barrier boots with Thinsulate inserts, gaiters, balaclavas, squad stoves, and cold weather lubricant for their weapons. They also considered the possibility of locating mountain warfare instructors to help conduct cold weather training. The 15th MEU had similar concerns. Colonel Waldhauser and his staff emphasized the need to build a logistics capability prior to establishing the combat force, highlighting such issues as force sustainment, fuel, cold weather gear, aircraft and airfield maintenance, and base security. Beyond that, they envisioned being operational by 25 December, with Battalion Landing Team 1-1 providing 800 Marines who could form 6 to 10 interdiction teams of 15 or 30 personnel. To this, the 26th MEU would also contribute additional force reconnaissance assets, mortars, artillery, forward air controllers, and a tactical air control party. Rather than conducting an arduous road march from Fob Rhino to Kandahar, Task Force 58 intended to fly its assault force to Bagram on 4 C-130s, 2 Marine and 2 Special Operations aircraft, and then move on Jalalabad. Cognizant that the rough terrain would influence their tactics, once on the ground they planned to form 1 aviation combat element, fold Task Force 64 under the 15th MEU, maintain multiple quick reaction forces, and conduct mutually supporting combat patrols and observation patrols. Around 20 December, as potential courses of action were starting to solidify into a concrete plan, Task Force 58 received what must have been disappointing insight into higher headquarters' intent. From Central Command's perspective, the main purposes of the operation were to motivate General Ali and the Afghan forces to continue fighting and to check the caves for al-Qaeda and intelligence. Moreover, General Franks did not want to employ the Marines. but instead preferred to use Ali or deploy additional Special Forces detachments to Tora Bora. Yet, just in case those options did not work, the Marines needed to be ready to deploy a command group and 2 rifle companies north to Bagram within 48 hours. Central Command also emphasized that it never intended for Task Force 58 to operate independently and there would be no blocking force mission for the Marines. While they could bring their mortars to Bagram, the artillery batteries would have to remain behind, and the Air Force would provide necessary fire support. General DeLong's priorities were reiterated as the destruction of al-Qaeda and the Taliban and the exploitation of cave sites near Khost. Adapting to the new guidance, Task Force 58 modified its original plan to reflect the scaled-back mission. The abbreviated advance party would now be limited to 7 personnel: General Mattis and his aide, the CIA liaison, 2 radio operators, and 2 shooters. They would be followed by the main assault force, an infantry battalion minus, composed of 2 rifle companies supported by 81mm mortars and Cobra gunships. After analyzing the commander's intent, General Mattis concluded that the force composition was poorly suited for the mission at hand and that the Marines were intended as a demonstration force only. Newspapers contain more stories about the Tora Bora mission on 21 December, most reporting on a news briefing that Secretary Rumsfeld and General Pace had held at the Pentagon. While denying that constrained rules of engagement had allowed the enemy to escape, Rumsfeld emphasized, "The campaign to deal with the terrorist problems in Afghanistan continues. It continues without pause, although in a somewhat different phase. There's still much to do. There are still pockets of resistance throughout the country. The President intends to see the campaign through until the al-Qaeda and the Taliban forces have been rooted out and dealt with." Later, he added, "What you have is a bunch of caves. They're being triaged and put in a priority order. Then the Afghan forces and coalition forces are going into those caves and looking for information and evidence and people and weapons and trying to determine what we can do to deal with terrorists all across the globe." When one reporter inquired if the troops that were being sent there were U.S. Marines, Rumsfeld responded, "We're not going to get into it." Another newspaper reported that Rumsfeld had said that scores of American troops and British Special Forces were already operating in the region, and he had approved the deployment of a substantial number of American troops to search the caves of Tora Bora for die-hard terrorists. Perhaps most telling, one account said that, although military officials were leaning toward the use of Marines already acclimated to operations in Afghanistan, they were concerned about the effect the operation might have on security at the Kandahar Airfield and the detainment center. The other option they were considering was the use of soldiers trained in cold weather combat already stationed in Uzbekistan. General Mikolashek issued Fragmentary Order 1 to Operations Order 2-26, which addressed operations to attack and clear Tora Bora, on the same day as this latest flurry of newspaper accounts. While there is little indication what the order specifically meant to the Marines, it apparently remained unclear whether higher headquarters intended to actually deploy the battalion landing team or merely have it ready to go north on short notice. Revealing his frustration over the abbreviated timeline, Lieutenant Colonel Lethen wrote in his notebook, "CFAC, Combined Forces Air Component Command, must deploy forces to Jalalabad. It's time to step up to the plate. Marines need help now." This likely referred to the fact that the Marines, in the course of their planning, determined that C-17 support for force movement would require an airbase far from the actual fight and that in order to move all of the forces, KC-130 support would require a week. That was not the only source of frustration for the Marines. Captain Treglia, who had recently returned to Fob Rhino following a long-range reconnaissance patrol, remembered hearing Colonel Waldhauser state, "I'm not going to send someone up to do something that doesn't make sense. When we get the gear, we'll go." Treglia observed that General Mattis felt much the same way and had told Waldhauser, "We don't half jump into something. If you want to go push through valleys in Afghanistan, yeah, we'll go, but first we'll make sure that we have everything that we need to do it. These and other issues may have contributed to a dispute reported to have occurred around this time, which apparently led to a memorandum of understanding stipulating that Central Command would only employ Marine Corps forces in their traditional air-ground task force configuration. As Task Force 58 continued to stand by for orders, a sense of resolution was reached on 23 December. As Central Command granted conditional approval for Lieutenant General Mikulashek's concept of operations in Tora Bora and issued Fragmentary Order 2-45 to Lieutenant General T. Michael Mosley, U.S. Air Force, regarding airfield survey operations at Jalalabad, it also issued an execute order for reconstitution of both the 15th and 26th MEUs. General Mikulashek subsequently issued Operations Order 2-32 the following day. Although it authorized the 15th MEU to begin reconstituting itself on board vessels of the Peleliu Ready Group, it also required that Task Force 58 remain ready to deploy a portion of its remaining forces to Tora Bora if that became necessary. General Mattis thus ordered Colonel Waldhauser to begin his retrograde as originally planned, and the subordinate commands started their gradual withdrawal to Pozny, Kuwait, and then the west coast of the United States. Before long, newspapers started carrying stories that were increasingly pessimistic about the Tora Bora campaign and bin Laden's fate. One report on Christmas Day quoted General Franks as stating that there were really only 3 possibilities. He could be dead in the area of Tora Bora, he could still be alive somewhere else in Afghanistan, or he may have gotten into Pakistan. He added, "Right now we don't know which of these 3 categories he's in." At a news briefing the following day, Secretary Rumsfeld explained that even if the United States did capture bin Laden, the problem of global terrorism would not go away because someone else in the organization would take over. The same day, reporting from Jalalabad, other journalists wrote that the United States was now offering incentives to the Afghan forces to search for Osama bin Laden and foreign al-Qaeda fighters, and if that option did not work, they would resort to employing additional special operating forces rather than conventional Army and Marine troops. When questioned about the development during a Department of Defense news briefing on 27 December, General Myers responded, "We are using Afghan opposition groups to assist us in the Tora Bora region. We also have U.S. Special Forces with them. So both those factions are working. Obviously, there are many ways to incentivize the opposition groups, and it may be that cold weather clothing is more important than money and so forth. But all that is being worked to solicit their cooperation in this endeavor. As to the Marines, we reserve the right to use any part of our military force as we see fit, and right now they are not in the Tora Bora region. That does not mean in the future they couldn't be." When asked if he and the Secretary considered it too dangerous for U.S. forces to go into the caves in numbers, Secretary Rumsfeld interrupted, "Absolutely not. Look, from the very beginning we said that we were going to have the Afghan forces that were in that region work the problem. To the extent they needed additional help, we would try to get Afghan forces from other regions of the country. And to the extent they needed additional help, we would use U.S. forces. There are U.S. forces currently with the Afghan forces doing that job. That is exactly the way it's always been. The stuff you're reading about in the paper, that there was a decision to send in 500 Marines and a decision not to send in 400 Marines, that's all newspaper talk, just flat out. We have been consistent from the very beginning that we would have the number of people doing that job that we felt was appropriate, and that is exactly what we've been doing in the priority order that I indicated." Wrapping up. By the end of the offensive portion of the operation, Afghan and Special Operations Forces had killed roughly 250 al-Qaeda and Taliban fighters in and around Tora Bora, while Pakistani military forces captured another 90 or so on the opposite side of the border. Osama bin Laden was likely present between 9 and 14 December, but the small contingent of Special Operating Forces proved insufficient to block southern routes into Pakistan, and the Eastern Alliance proved more interested in looting abandoned caves or accepting bribes to let al-Qaeda escape than in capturing them. According to Gary Bernstein, bin Laden split his force in two. One group, numbering 135 men, headed east into Pakistan. A number of al-Qaeda detainees later confirmed that bin Laden escaped with another group of 200 Saudis and Yemenis by a more difficult eastern route over difficult, snow-covered passes into the Pashtun tribal area of Parachinar, Pakistan. Following the battle, ODAs 561 and 572 began searching the area for information. Although they found ammunition, weapons, paper and electronic documents, and videotapes, they soon realized that local Afghans had already pillaged many of the caves and that the likelihood of discovering intact intelligence was limited. With the need to reinforce search operations in the eastern mountains now greatly diminished, Central Command finally released the Marines from their on-call mission on 9 January. This action appears as almost an afterthought, for by this time Colonel Waldhauser and the 15th MU had already left the country, and Colonel Frick and the 26th MU had become heavily engaged in a series of exploitation missions elsewhere. Back at Tora Bora, after policing the battlefield, Operational Detachment Alpha 527 departed on 17 January, followed by ODA 561 on 22 January. In retrospect, there appeared to be a number of contributing factors that limited Marine participation in the Tora Bora campaign to operational planning. General Franks and Secretary Rumsfeld may have preferred to use indigenous or special operating forces, and the mission faded once the Afghan militias returned to the battlefield. The lack of airlift necessary to transport the Marines to Jalalabad in a timely fashion, the absence of cold weather equipment necessary to outfit the infantry, or the realization that Osama bin Laden was either dead or hiding elsewhere could have played roles as well. It is also possible that Central Command always intended to use the threat of Marine involvement as a tool to motivate the Eastern Alliance. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel D. Yu, 26 MU's operations officer, later reflected that an information campaign was going on. Putting in conventional ground forces, especially Marines, would be enough to change a lot of people's thinking or cause them to react. Sidebar. A plan from the past. During the first week in December, around the time Hamid Karzai was negotiating the surrender of Kandahar and Hazrat Ali was beginning his assault into the White Mountains, General Mattis proposed deploying Marines along the Afghan border to prevent the escape of Taliban and al-Qaeda forces into Pakistan. He later explained that they were obviously tracking Osama bin Laden and that as they focused more and more on Tora Bora, he believed they could pursue and capture bin Laden. He didn't think the Northern Alliance would fight well in what was basically a foreign area for them. Although reticent to deploy forces directly from Forward Operating Base Rhino, FOB Rhino, while the Taliban still controlled Kandahar, General Mattis believed that once the stronghold was secure, seaborne elements from Task Force 58 could fly to Kandahar in KC-130 transports and then continue on to Tora Bora in CH-53 helicopters, reaching their objective within 2 to 4 days. Inspired by the U.S. Army's use of heliographs, devices that use mirrors to communicate over distances by reflecting light from the sun in code, during its 1886 campaign to capture the renegade Apache leader Geronimo, General Mattis wanted to airlift reinforced fire support teams onto ridgetop landing zones overlooking the mountain passes leading from Tora Bora into Pakistan that had been identified by the Marine Corps intelligence activity in Quantico, Virginia. And on each of these positions, he later explained, would be a platoon with a sniper team, a 60 or 81 millimeter mortar, a forward air controller, an artillery forward observer, an independent corpsman, and 5 days of supplies. Situated within sight of one another, somewhat like the Crusader ports in Syria, he added, these positions would serve as the anvil. Then, using the Australian Special Air Service and SEALs, the Marines from down below would bring in artillery from the 2 Marine Expeditionary units and start pushing up into the mountains. The forward observers, snipers, and mortar teams, calling in close air and artillery support, would flush the enemy toward the Pakistan border. Ultimately, someone in Task Force 58's chain of command dismissed the idea. Although General Mattis did not know who rejected the plan or why, he lamented the enemy's escape at Tora Bora several months after the operation. We missed a lot of fleeting opportunities. In defense of CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, it may have been they were willing to let 100 enemy get away so that one innocent person was not killed, because if we lost the moral or strategic high ground, that might have been more costly than allowing some of these people to get away. I had to look at it through a narrower prism while respecting that, because I knew we could have killed a lot more enemy. That's not to be a criticism of them. It was based on where I was and what I saw. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sensitive Site Exploitation and Security Missions. Central Command established a list of sensitive locations that required assessment by coalition forces in Afghanistan, directing Task Force 58 to conduct or support exploitation missions in the Kandahar region. Often working in conjunction with Task Force K-Bar, the Marines and sailors developed an aggressive schedule in which the supporting and supported relationship changed according to site location, asset availability, and information sensitivity. During many of the operations, Task Force 58 provided helicopter assault support or served as a quick reaction force while exploitation teams inspected the site. In addition to Army Special Forces and Navy SEALs, these teams involved Canadian, Dutch, German, and New Zealand Special Operating Forces who did not possess their own aviation assets. Captain Robert Harward, U.S. Navy, Task Force K-Bar's commander, acknowledged his reliance on the flexibility and responsiveness provided by Task Force 58 helicopter crews, commenting in his situation report, "By all accounts, this Navy Marine Corps team swiftly gelled into a potent fighting force and distinguished itself on the battlefield." Garmabak Ghar Training Camp. One of the first exploitation missions conducted by the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MU, and one of the last to involve elements of the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, took place in Garmabak Ghar. Situated in mountainous terrain approximately 50 miles northwest of Kandahar, the site was rumored to be a former Taliban training base and cave complex. Task Force 58 had planned the operation in conjunction with local anti-Taliban forces, interagency assets, and special operating forces. On 28 December, a flight of 4 aircraft from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 365, HMM 365, flew members of Task Force 64, the Australian Special Air Service, ASAS, unit attached to Task Force 58, into the mountains north of Garmabak Ghar to establish surveillance and reconnaissance over the target area. The flight included a Super Cobra, a Huey, and 2 Sea Knight helicopters. Due to the rough terrain, the Australians fast-roped onto a pinnacle landing zone, the first insert of its kind for marine aviation in Afghanistan. The following evening, another flight of 13 aircraft, including 1 Huey, 3 Super Cobra, 3 Sea Stallion, and 6 Sea Knight helicopters, airlifted Task Force 64's assault force and associated patrol vehicles onto the objective. Unfortunately, one of the CH-53 Sea Stallions experienced a hard landing during the insert, damaging its front landing gear. Although no personnel were hurt in the crash, the aircraft's nose gear was driven back into the cockpit and it was no longer airworthy. While Lieutenant William Lennon and a platoon of light armored vehicles, LAV-25s, originally assigned to support Task Force 64 secured the crash site, the Chemical Biological Intelligence Support Team and Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, officers conducted a thorough search of the area. There was no resistance, Lennon recalled, but there was a lot of information. Tactical recovery operations commenced that same evening. First Lieutenant John S. DeForest arrived with a squad of Marines from Battalion Landing Team 36s, BLT 36s, 81mm mortar platoon, and 5 mechanics from HMM 365, while First Lieutenant Michael J. Hendrickson brought 4 vehicles from Battalion Landing Team 11's, BLT 11's, Light Armored Reconnaissance Company. The next morning, the Marines discovered that the helicopter pilots had landed their aircraft on top of a finger with an 11-degree pitch. Working under the supervision of Master Sergeant Michael L. Holguin, they pivoted the fuselage to face down the long axis of the slope and then used their retriever vehicle, LAVR, to tow the aircraft to flat ground at the base of the hill. At this point, 2nd Lieutenant Jason D. Roach arrived with a squad from 2nd Platoon Company I to relieve BLT 36's mortarmen. The following day, they were augmented by a 2nd squad from 2nd Platoon. The mechanics from HMM 365 used a jack to raise the front fuselage and replace the aircraft's nose wheel, enabling it to be flown back to Kandahar under its own power. After the helicopter reached the airfield on 2 January, mechanics then disassembled it for shipment to the United States for further repair. Maiwand Garrison. At 23:30 on the evening of 31 December, a second raid force assembled near the tarmac at Kandahar International Airport. Its target for the following morning was an enemy military facility, AQ-24, in the village of Maiwand, located approximately 40 miles northwest of the airport and 3 miles north of Highway 1. The base had been a training camp for Taliban and al-Qaeda forces before the war, and intelligence sources now indicated that 50 to 75 of their troops were still operating near the objective. Some of the Marines were familiar with the area since it was situated just north of the evil village that BLT 11's Interdiction force had passed through while moving toward Kandahar 3 weeks earlier. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Jerome Lines, the raid force consisted of BLT 36's Tactical Command Group, 26 MEU's Force Reconnaissance Platoon, led by First Lieutenant Wahid U. Khan, BLT 11's Light Armored Reconnaissance Company, and BLT 36's Light Armored Reconnaissance Platoon, led by Major Impellitteri, and elements of Company K, led by Captain Todd S. Tomko. While operating under tactical control of BLT 36 at the time, Impellitteri was responsible for navigation during the movement, and his company served as the raid force's security element. Due to the distances involved in the operation, the raid force relied on tactical satellite radios to maintain communication with higher headquarters. Colonel Lines later learned that personnel as far away as the U.S. European Command Center had monitored his progress. The Marines departed at 0030 on 1 January 2002, heading north on Highway 4 in a column of 8 Humvees and 15 light armored vehicles. Upon reaching the southern entrance to Kandahar, they stopped at an Afghan military checkpoint and linked up with 15 of Sharzai's militiamen who would accompany them on the raid. They also linked up with a CIA officer and several Special Forces soldiers from Operational Detachment Alpha 583. Major Impellitteri had met Sadiqullah, the Afghan leader, earlier, remembering that he had fought as a member of the Mujahideen as a teenager and had the eyes of a stone-cold professional soldier. He also noted that the Afghans, lacking tactical vehicles, rode in yellow Datsun station wagon taxis. After tucking the civilian vehicles into the military convoy, the Marines headed west on Highway 1 for approximately an hour, toward an objective rally point located approximately 6 miles from the target. Meanwhile, Impellitteri contacted the 2 armored reconnaissance platoon commanders in Garmabak Ghar by radio, briefly explained the concept of operations, and directed them to join the raid force as it proceeded west. He later recalled, "I told them the positions that I wanted them to operate in, but by this time, you don't have to give a 5-paragraph order anymore. It's actually a waste of time because everybody knows what they need to do. They just need to be given a specific task." The raid force reached its rally point and linked up with the 7 LAV-25s from Garmabak Ghar early that morning. While maintaining blackout conditions and remaining alert to any threat, the Marines made final preparations for the assault. Working under the low illumination of chemical lights with maps and aerial photographs spread across the front of his Humvee, Colonel Lyons explained the scheme of maneuver to an interpreter, who then translated the information for Sadiqullah. One last-minute change was to have the militiamen form the assault element rather than the force reconnaissance platoon, as originally planned. The advantage of having the Afghan fighters participate in the search was that they could quickly differentiate innocent civilians from the Taliban. The raid force stepped off at 0400 after completing its back briefs, rehearsals, and weapons checks. During its movement toward the objective, it received reports from a Navy P-3 Orion flying overhead that personnel were moving about the complex. After coming within a kilometer of the garrison, Major Impellitteri split off with his light armored reconnaissance company to secure an outer cordon around the garrison. As the armored vehicles were pulling into position, the dismounted troops approached the first of 14 separate walled compounds. Flying overhead, a Huey and 2 Cobra helicopters and 2 Harrier jets stood ready to provide close air support. By 0530, Captain Tomko and Company K had established a second inner cordon, and the assault force was poised to enter the compound at its pre-designated location. In the pre-dawn light, as part of a coordinated diversion, a Cobra helicopter flew over the 14-foot adobe walls and confirmed activity within the enclosure. Marines would later learn that their raid had coincided with the villagers' call to prayer, perhaps contributing to their ability to approach the objective undetected. Colonel Lyons gave the command to begin the assault, and the coalition force quickly entered the gated compound with their weapons raised. A loud verbal exchange ensued between the Afghan militiamen and village elders, although after several minutes, the locals signaled their willingness to cooperate. Assisted by an interpreter, Marines from Company K escorted the male Afghans into a temporary holding area outside the compound, while a guarded elder sequestered the women and children in an enclosed location in order to adhere to sensitivities of local customs. Augmented by explosive ordnance personnel, the raid force then swept the compound, clearing each room. During the next 6 hours, the combined American-Afghan force repeated the process at each of the remaining compounds. Major Impellitteri recalled, "For a while, the main compound itself had been empty, and then all of a sudden there were 30 people, then there were 40 people, then there were 50 or 60 people. What it turned out to be was that the locals had taken control of the garrison because it was nice for them to own, because they lived there. And when the Taliban were gone, they scavenged everything they possibly could, and they took possession of whatever was there." After searching the last compound, the raid force collapsed the outer cordon and retired to their objective rally point, shifting its location several kilometers to avoid revealing their position. The Marines waited patiently until 2300 before starting back to Kandahar, hoping to decrease the chance of an inadvertent incident by passing through the city late at night. They finally returned to the airport at 0500 on 2 January, just 36 hours after departing the Marine base. Reports of the results varied from one account that stated, "The mission was a total success with a large weapons cache and countless intelligence documents recovered," to another that said, "The site was unmanned and no significant numbers of weapons or communications equipment were found." For Central Command and Pentagon officials, the mission was likely the source of unexpected controversy. During a news briefing on 2 January, for example, one reporter asked why the Marines had required 200 personnel to accomplish the mission. Although Admiral Stufflebean was admittedly unaware of the specifics and numbers, he replied that doctrinally, Marines train to be self-contained. They take a relatively heavy force for perimeter security when they do a survey evaluation or security operation, and they secure the facility inside as well. This, he said, is the doctrinal difference between how the Marines and how other special operating forces train and do their work, which may be lighter and with fewer forces. Even more problematic, while Hamid Karzai implied that the Marines were involved in a massive manhunt for the Taliban's leader, Central Command reportedly stuck to its position that no Marines left the Kandahar base on Monday on a mission related to the hunt for Mullah Omar, saying that movements at the time may have been misinterpreted by people who saw them. Interestingly, Lieutenant Lennon, who had participated in the raid, later recalled that Omar had been rumored to have used the Maiwand facility as a hideout in the past. Perhaps the fugitive's absence during the raid influenced his opinion regarding the outcome of the operation. Nothing significant came of it, just a good opportunity to get out there and go through the planning steps and actually execute. In addition to asking about the size and purpose of the raid force, on 3 January, members of the media questioned General Myers during a news briefing about the motive behind Central Command's apparent difference of opinion regarding Marine involvement during the New Year's Day operation. Can you clarify then what it was that the Marine helicopters that were seen taking off from Kandahar on Monday, fully loaded in combat gear, were those Marines part of that New Year's Day operation? The reason that I ask is because when photographers saw those pictures, they then asked U.S. Central Command if in fact some operation was underway. Central Command very clearly said, no, there is nothing underway, there is nothing planned. And then it seemed like just 12 or 14 hours later that in fact an operation was being talked about by Central Command. And I'm just wondering how that comports with the Secretary's statement early on in this war that the Pentagon would never lie, because that was the impression that some people might have been left with. General Myers replied awkwardly, I don't know the details. I'm sure there is some confusion over the details. Secretary Rumsfeld then responded, I was on vacation, but my recollection was that at one point there were some evidence gatherers from the Army, and someone may have gone to provide force protection for them. But does anyone know the facts? I don't. Next, Assistant Secretary of Defense Victoria Clark confirmed, there's some confusion, while Rumsfeld sarcastically asked, is there? And Myers added, there still may be confusion. Rumsfeld finally ended the embarrassing exchange, which challenged the military's integrity, by clarifying that any suggestion that it's intentional, I think, would be improper. Marines may have come to mind, as a possible ramification of the debate over the details of the Maiwand mission, when, at a news briefing on 14 January, Admiral Stufflebeam cautiously replied to reporters' questions regarding U.S. forces conducting searches on their own or with Afghan assistance. I'll be careful to say that I just haven't seen that we have had forces that just go out on their own, looking for caves, which is not to say that there haven't been. You've seen Marines mount up in their armored vehicles and go off and do a surveillance and evaluation mission. I don't know that they had anti-Taliban forces with them in every case that they did that, so I'll suspect that in the majority, we're following the leads and being assisted by anti-Taliban forces to show us. And in cases where we may develop intelligence that leads us to an area where there aren't anti-Taliban forces to take us there, then I'm sure we've gone or will go. Islam Dare Cave Complex. On 4 January, a flight of 7 helicopters, an AH-1W, a UH-1N, and 6 CH-46s, from HMM 365 inserted elements of Task Force 64 and the 26 MU into Islam Dare, a cave complex located 37 miles northwest of Kandahar. The raid force inspected the former al-Qaeda facility for evidence of chemical and biological weapons and destroyed a cache of landmines before being extracted 5 hours after landing. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lashkar Gah Command and Control Center. After monitoring a suspected enemy command and control facility southwest of Lashkar Gah for more than a week, Task Force 58 decided to exploit the target by conducting a combined ground and air assault. At Kandahar on 4 January, senior leaders and staff from each of the 26 MU's major commands began to organize a company-sized raid for the following day. As the planners worked out the details of the operation, radio and force reconnaissance detachments headed to Fob Rhino, now abandoned, and began conducting directional finding and signal intelligence operations against suspected opposing forces in the objective area. Major Wesley Fate would serve as the raid force commander. First Lieutenant William L. Lombardo would lead the support element, including 1st Platoon Company I, reinforced by assault and machine gun squads from the company's weapons platoon. Captain Khan would lead the assault element, composed of the 26th Meuse Force Reconnaissance Platoon, an explosive ordnance team from Meuse Service Support Group 26, MSSG 26, and 5 Afghan militiamen. Members of Task Force 64, who had already been operating in the area for several days, would also lend a hand. The combined forces' target was a cluster of structures located approximately 50 miles southwest of Kandahar. Objective 1, a large compound with 17-foot walls, contained one building. Objective 2, situated along the northwest side of the compound, was a large one-story complex consisting of many small rooms, and Objective 3, an isolated building, was located to the southeast and separated from the compound. The Heliborne Assault Force departed Kandahar around 1600 on 5 January, flying in 2 waves escorted by 1 Huey and 3 Cobras from HMM 365. An hour later, a detachment from the New Zealand Special Air Service, NZSAS, initiated the attack by isolating the objective area. It established 2 blocking positions along the main road, situated several kilometers to the north and south of the target. Following a quick aerial reconnaissance by one of the Cobras, the 1st Division of 4 Sea Knights descended into Landing Zone Finch around 1700, located 200 meters west of the central compound. This wave carried the raid force's command and support elements. Once on the ground, Lieutenant Lombardo's platoon established positions covering the southern and western approaches to the compound. The Marines spotted 4 Afghan men standing near the gated entrance to Objective 1 and 15 to 20 Afghans running from Objective 3. Many in the latter group dropped to their knees and began to pray. The 2nd Division of 4 Sea Knights landed 2 minutes later. Captain Khan's assault element moved quickly past the infantry positions to Objective 1 and made contact with the compound's inhabitants. The anti-Taliban forces advised the local Afghans to disarm and cooperate, which they immediately did. Although the men claimed to support Governor Sharzai, Major Fate decided to detain them as a precaution until he could verify their identity. After the assault element had cleared the building associated with Objective 1, searching carefully from room to room, 1st Platoon assumed responsibility for guarding the structure and detainees. The reconnaissance platoon then cleared Objectives 2 and 3. During a general search of the main compound, they recovered a radio, a machine gun, a rocket-propelled grenade launcher with 6 projectiles, 4 assault rifles, a large quantity of small arms ammunition, and documents believed to be of intelligence value. The Marines also recovered quantities of Afghan and Pakistani cash and a powdery substance believed to be drugs. As the inspection occurred, large numbers of civilians approached the security forces on foot and in vehicles. The Marines adjusted their positions around the complex to better address the threat, while the NZSAS trailed a car that had circumvented their roadblock. Fortunately, neither of these advances turned hostile, and the raid force was able to complete its mission without incident. Extraction from the objective area involved 2 waves of 4 CH-46 helicopters, which arrived shortly after sunset. Unfortunately, one of the aircraft in the first wave damaged its landing gear while setting down. After shuffling manifests to maintain accountability, Marines scheduled to travel on the damaged helicopter redistributed themselves among the remaining aircraft and the extraction proceeded as planned. The Marines eventually returned the damaged aircraft to Kandahar, where they dismantled it and put it on a C-17 transport for shipment back to the United States. Because the Marines had not yet verified the identity of the 4 Afghan men seized at Objective 1, Major Fate decided to bring them back to Kandahar for temporary detainment in the short-term holding facility. It was later determined that the detainees were drug runners rather than Al-Qaeda or Taliban fighters. Colonel Frick reflected, Overall, the raid executed on the Lashkar C2 node was a complete success with a large quantity of weapons, ammunition, and radios recovered. Ironically, although Task Force 58 had been informing higher headquarters of its progress in developing the target during daily intention messages, the speed with which the Marines had planned and conducted the operation apparently surprised Central Command. Zhawar Kili Cave Complex. While mopping up operations progressed at Tora, Central Command shifted its effort toward other sites in the mountainous region of eastern Afghanistan, potential havens where some Pentagon officials indicated the Taliban were attempting to regroup. As Admiral Stufflebeam later summarized during a news briefing, there is evidence that individuals who were likely dispersed and ran away from whatever uncomfortable circumstance they were previously in are trying to find security. Finding security, of course, in this part of the country traditionally is with numbers. So we are actively looking for and being very attentive to any collection of al-Qaeda fighters or pro-Taliban people, whether singly or together. We'll go wherever they are to find them and to root them out. This entire part of the country is riddled with hillsides and valleys of caves and above-ground structures. And so, as we have been doing, we'll continue to look for where al-Qaeda forces are, where pro-Taliban forces are, and the facilities that they have used in the past. And when we find them, we'll search them. We'll continue to build intelligence. And then, if appropriate, we'll destroy them. The Khost Province, the Paktia Province, have been known to be recent havens where al-Qaeda last was. There are indicators there are elements and pockets that are still in this area, and therefore our special operating forces and the anti-Taliban forces are working systematically to find these caves, take them away, and, if they encounter anybody, to go ahead and engage them. One of these locations was Zhawar Kili, located 30 miles southwest of Khost and only 2.5 miles from the Pakistani border. Encompassing a 3-by-3 mile area, the massive cave complex was oriented along a large canyon facing to the southwest. It contained one surface facility with more than 60 structures and two separate subterranean facilities with more than 50 caves. The site also possessed a long history. Mujahideen had first used it as a support base during the Soviet-Afghan War, and the United States had targeted the facilities in retaliation for terrorist attacks conducted against the American embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Most recently, Taliban and al-Qaeda forces had been using the site as a headquarters, logistics base, and training camp. Coalition forces had already bombed the complex in November and December 2001 and then hit it again on the morning of 3 January 2002 after observing al-Qaeda forces attempting to regroup. The third attack had included multiple strikes by 4 sea-based F-18 fighters as well as 4 land-based Rockwell B-1 Lancer bombers and an AC-130 gunship. Following the third bombing, Marines and sailors from Task Force K-Bar and the 26 MU would inspect the facility, which turned out to be the largest of all exploited al-Qaeda cave sites and resulted in the destruction of hundreds of tons of ordnance. Because higher headquarters had not realized the full extent of the tunnel complex until the ground forces had examined it, the search mission gradually extended from 12 hours to 8 days duration. The Marines subsequently dubbed their expedition Gilligan's Patrol after the popular 1960s-era television program. Task Force 58 began planning for the Zhawar Kili exploitation mission on 4 January, preparing to provide security, as well as quick reaction and tactical recovery forces, to Task Force K-Bar. Around 0100 on 5 January, Captain Lloyd D. Freeman received word that Company L, BLT-36, was going to support Echo Platoon, SEAL Team 3, which was organizing to inspect the al-Qaeda cave complex. After discussing the mission with Lieutenant Commander Todd J. Seneff, U.S. Navy, and Lieutenant Christopher J. Cassidy, U.S. Navy, Freeman and 50 Marines from the 1st and 2nd platoons conducted raid rehearsals with the 25 SEALs at around 1400. They received a mission briefing, went over the load plan, test-fired weapons, and were even issued 250 pounds of Composition 4 plastic explosives to destroy the caves. The raid force launched from Kandahar at 0430 on 6 January. Heading north on board 4 CH-53 aircraft from HMM 365, with Major Peter S. Gadd serving as the air mission commander, they reached helicopter landing zone Rattler at 0625. The insert was unopposed, although an overhead P-3 warned of activity in a village situated 500 meters north of the landing zone. The raid force headed west, up the main wadi, a dry desert riverbed that fills up during the rainy season, bypassing an apparently unoccupied village to the north and eventually reached the cave complex around 0900. The Marines and sailors discovered a Soviet T-54 tank, 3 armored personnel carriers, and a variety of artillery and anti-aircraft cannon abandoned in front of the facility's entrance. With Lieutenant Ford and 1st Platoon securing the area to the northeast, and Lieutenant Solomon and 3rd Platoon securing the area to the southwest, the SEALs began inspecting the first 15 caves, discovering ammunition, explosives, and 9 new AN/PRC-117 tactical radios. At the same time, a Marine security patrol from 3rd Platoon discovered an old gravesite and hastily camouflaged tent, although there was not sufficient time to inspect the burial area before the Marines scheduled extraction. After the SEALs had set explosive charges to destroy the war material and collapse the caves at approximately 1400, the raid force headed east toward helicopter landing zone Boa. The Marine Rifle Platoon secured the north and south ends of the zone and prepared to depart, but at 1520 they learned that the extraction had been postponed. While waiting, 3 armed civilians approached the SEALs and claimed that several days earlier, a lot of bad people headed this way and crossed over into Pakistan. With the extraction delayed, Lieutenant Commander Seneff decided to return to the village near landing zone Rattler for the night and, after a small SEAL patrol reconnoitered the site to ensure that it was vacant, the raid force occupied the village. The possibility of a quiet evening ended abruptly around 1900 when the SEAL commander received orders to return to the complex and inspect the gravesite. He quickly assembled a 14-man patrol, composed of 2 SEALs, 2 Air Force combat controllers, and 10 Marines. After consolidating their remaining water supplies, the patrol stepped off around 0100 on the morning of 7 January. They headed quietly back up the stream bed, and when they were within 500 meters of the complex, an Air Force AC-130 gunship suppressed the target with its cannon. As the patrol attempted to approach the caves once the firing had stopped, secondary explosions from the enemy munitions ignited during the air attack halted their progress. Lieutenant Cassidy determined that since current conditions were too dangerous for the force to pass through the complex area and they did not have enough time to find an alternate route around the facility, they should withdraw to the village and wait for the extraction. When the extraction of the raid force was postponed a second time, the SEAL commander sent a patrol to assess battle damage to another complex situated to the south, which had also been struck by AC-130 gunships during the previous evening. As the patrol approached the cave entrance, it encountered 5 or 6 men with small arms. The SEALs immediately requested close air support, guiding a B-52 Joint Direct Attack munition strike against the squad-sized force. This effectively silenced the resistance, enabling the SEALs to search the area. They recovered several weapons, although there were no human remains. Lieutenant Ford led another joint patrol back up the wadi at 0700 to inspect the gravesite, which turned out to contain the remains of individuals killed during the 1998 U.S. missile strike. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Solomon ran security patrols along a ridge situated north of the camp to prevent possible enemy infiltration from several villages located on the reverse side of the high ground. After the combined force had identified additional subterranean structures, F-14 and F-18 aircraft dropped precision-guided bombs on the complex during 2 sorties flown between 0330 and 0630 the following morning. Around 0945 on 8 January, Marines at an observation post near the base camp spotted a jeep heading swiftly up the canyon toward the cave complex. Sergeant Brown gathered his squad and moved quickly to intercept the vehicle. The squad encountered 4 individuals, with the driver armed with a pistol and global positioning system device. After learning of the incident, Lieutenant Commander Seneff sent an interpreter and an agent from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, to the location to identify the men's affiliation. Following a rudimentary interrogation of the detainees, the Americans decided to send the 4 men back to Kandahar for further questioning that evening, on board one of several CH-53s that were arriving with supplies for the Exploitation Force. Corporal Hayes, one of 2 Marines assigned to escort the detainees, carried a note from Captain Freeman to Colonel Lyons, the commander of BLT-36. "Things are going great out here. We have been doing everything from digging graves to clearing rooms of deserted villages. We are presently ensconced in an abandoned compound, which was hastily deserted. The Marines found 7 Pakistani passports, which have turned out to be very valuable. Have sent out 4 patrols over the past 2 days. Lieutenant Solomon discovered a bunker up about 500 feet from where we are. The air guy's got his grid and plan on JDAMs, Joint Direct Attack Munitions, for it when we leave. I was on our first night patrol the first night with an AC-130 prepping our objective. Very impressive. The air guys have been very busy with JDAMs and bunker busters landing daily and nightly. Shakes our compound. This area is target-rich." On the same day, the force began to focus on 3 villages located west of the complex, rumored to serve as residences for al-Qaeda and Taliban troops not inhabiting the caves, and a Marine reconnaissance patrol departed to observe the sites for enemy activity. Around the same time that the squad had halted the jeep, a SEAL team entering one of the villages spotted 5 individuals attempting to flee. Although the team asked for permission to employ close air support against the group, Lieutenant Commander Seneff decided that they had not demonstrated hostile intent and denied the request. The SEAL force continued to run local security patrols and watch over the villages throughout the remainder of the day and into the next to prevent enemy interference with the base camp. By 10 January, the Marines had started to use the jeep commandeered 2 days earlier to insert patrols closer to observation posts overlooking the western village. After dismounting at the designated drop-off point, one of the patrols climbed to the top of the ridge and discovered an enemy bivouac site containing a sniper rifle, grenade launcher, 4 rocket-propelled grenades, and 3 sleeping bags. The patrol speculated that, given the terrain and proximity to the road, an unidentified force had occupied the site during the night and intended to ambush the jeep before departing hastily as the foot mobile patrol approached. After linking up with the SEAL team, the Marines brought the weapons and ammunition back to their base camp. Coalition aircraft resumed bombing the caves and tunnels at Zhawar Kili at around 18:30 that evening, lasting for more than 7 hours and dropping 44 precision weapons. At 0500 the next day, 3rd Platoon and the SEALs headed back up the canyon to inspect the 3 villages located west of the cave complex. Lieutenant Solomon and 1st Platoon remained behind to provide base security. With 2 infantry squads occupying high ground on both sides of the wadi, Lieutenant Ford's 3rd Squad searched a village to the north side and the SEALs searched 2 others to the south. These inspections produced additional weapons, ammunition, and enemy propaganda, including posters of American skyscrapers. Before leaving, the patrol set explosive charges to collapse any caves that the bombers had not destroyed. The Marines and sailors continued to run security and reconnaissance patrols and exploit the cave complexes for several more days. Around 0800 on the morning of 14 January, 4 CH-53 helicopters extracted the Exploitation Force and 2 desert patrol vehicles from landing zone Rattler to Bagram Airfield. Upon completion of the exploitation phase, B-1, B-52, and F-18 aircraft delivered more than 120 precision bombs against the cave complexes, raising the total amount of ordnance dropped on the facilities to around 406,000 pounds. Speaking during a Pentagon news briefing, Admiral Stufflebeam confirmed that during the weekend they had leveled the remaining surface structures and closed all the caves they did not want reoccupied. After transferring to a Marine KC-130, the Exploitation Force continued on to Kandahar, arriving back at their base around 1250. During their 8 days on the ground, SEAL Team 3 Echo and the supporting Marines found numerous documents and other items of intelligence value, including one poster of bin Laden complete with a plane crashing into a building in the background, and killed an estimated 10 to 15 Taliban. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Khost-Gardez Mission Planning and Bandi Sardeh Airfield Survey. Concurrent with the Zhawar Kili mission, Task Force 58 received Fragmentary Order 6 to Operations Order 2-21 from General Mikulashek on 5 January. This document directed that the Marines begin planning for operations in the rugged Khost-Gardez region of eastern Afghanistan, where numerous pockets of resistance remained active. For the moment, it looked as if the 26th MEU might now employ the cold weather gear originally procured for 15th MEU operations at Tora Bora. The Marines not only believed that a significant force would be required to achieve General Franks' goal of preventing the enemy's escape, but they also anticipated that their ability to contribute combat power to the fight would increase as the Army Relief Force began to assume the security mission at Kandahar Airport, originally scheduled to start in 5 days. The staff envisioned a joint combined effort involving elements from Task Forces 58, 64, and K-Bar. In addition to providing security for the Special Operating Forces, conventional Marine forces would be available to serve as a hammer to smash any opposition if required. The plan, which appeared more in line with Central Command's concept for continuing operations, represented a shift from the one devised earlier for Tora Bora, where Marine Fire Support Outpost would have served as the anvil. Because the distance from Kandahar to Gardez was almost 250 miles, General Mattis determined that he would likely need to establish an intermediate support base closer to the area if his Marines were to facilitate the destruction of remaining al-Qaeda forces, prevent their escape, and exploit intelligence sources in a timely manner. This, in turn, required Task Force 58 to find a suitable airfield from which to operate its KC-130 transports for the delivery of sustainment to additional forces. In addition to Marine forces arriving by air, a platoon of light armored vehicles could also convoy north from Kandahar, reaching the Khost-Gardez region within 40 hours. Once in position, Task Force 58 would be able to pounce on actionable intelligence in the area as it developed and if tasked. After considering the merits of 2 local airfields, Task Force 58 tentatively decided that an airport near Bandi Sardeh Dam would be the best location for an intermediate support base. Located only 18 miles southeast of Ghazni, Afghanistan, it possessed a nearly 7,000-foot runway and would enable the Marines to deploy a quick reaction force by air or land within an hour, rather than the 2.5 hours currently required to reach the area from Kandahar. Busy planning for the on-order assignment, Colonel Lyons and the BLT-36 staff envisioned a coordinated air-ground assault in which 2 rifle companies would arrive by helicopter while Task Force Sledgehammer would travel over land. The next step was to conduct a formal assessment of the airfield capabilities. Elements from Task Force 64 who had driven north from Kandahar to exploit sensitive sites in the region established surveillance and reconnaissance over the airfield. After planning the operation for several days, 26 MEU delivered its confirmation brief on 14 January. Shortly afterward, 3 CH-53s from HMM 365 inserted Task Force K-Bar's Jaguar team into Bandi Sardeh, situated a valley 2 miles north of Lake Mota Khan. In addition to explosive ordnance disposal technicians, members of the Joint Special Operations Team included Marines from HMM 365 and the Force Reconnaissance Platoon, as well as personnel from the Air Force Special Tactics Squadron and Navy SEAL teams. After extracting the survey team on 18 January, headquarters determined that the location was unsuitable for aviation operations. In the end, arrival of the Army Relief Force would be delayed by competing strategic airlift priorities, and the coast operation would never require a sizable Task Force 58 presence and, eventually, became a series of independent yet linked operations conducted by many different organizations. Tori Khel. On 19 January, two CH-53 helicopters from HMM 365 inserted Norwegian Special Forces into the Tori Khel compound, located near Ghazni in eastern Afghanistan. Taliban leadership had reportedly used the site in the past, and B-52 bombers and AC-130 gunships had struck it during December 2001. The Special Operations Forces team was reportedly searching for evidence of terrorists who they suspected had been killed during the bombing, but no remains were discovered. After spending a night in Bagram, the two aircraft returned the next morning and extracted the Norwegian ground forces. Hazar Qadam. On the evening of 23 January, Task Force K-Bar exploited two compounds in Hazar Qadam, a village located approximately 18 miles southwest of Tarnak in Uruzgan province. Flying in support of the mission, two CH-53s from HMM 365 inserted Special Forces teams near the western target, labeled Objective Kili, while three Army Boeing CH-47 Chinooks inserted Special Forces near the eastern target, labeled Brigid. Although the raid force encountered only limited resistance at Kili, militiamen at Brigid fought tenaciously. When the operation was complete, coalition forces had detained 27 individuals, killed 16 others, and seized documents and radios. At one point, a wounded fighter attacked a Marine interpreter helping to search the area, but the assault troops quickly killed the attacker. Although the assault force would shortly realize that their intelligence had been obsolete and that the compound's residents had recently proclaimed their allegiance to the new Afghan government, Secretary Rumsfeld later put the unfortunate incident in perspective. It is no mistake at all, if you're fired on, to fire back. Privately, however, the miscalculation agitated Rumsfeld, and higher headquarters soon inquired as to whether the assault force had possessed interpreters who spoke the local language. Fortunately, it had the two enlisted Marines from Task Force 58. Coast Security Mission. Toward mid-January, following the murder of an American soldier and as the declining security environment threatened to derail coalition activities in the Khost-Gardez region, 26 MU received orders to provide a small detachment to guard a Joint Special Operations Task Force, Task Force 11 Sword, safe house in Khost for 30 days. The structure was situated next to an airfield renamed in honor of Sergeant First Class Nathan R. Chapman, who had become the first American soldier killed by hostile fire in Afghanistan when his Special Forces element was ambushed in the area. Although Captain Jeffrey S. McCormick subsequently deployed to the area with 77 Marines from BLT 36's headquarters and service company on 16 January, inclement weather encountered along the way forced a delay at Bagram Air Base before they finally arrived 2 days later. After arrival, they provided security for the building and compound and established a 300-meter security perimeter. Although never physically engaged during their 13-day mission, the Marine situation was nonetheless tenuous. Their positions were essentially on open ground, and in the months following their departure, for example, hostile forces twice assaulted the camp with rockets, mortars, and infantry. Tragedy struck Task Force 58 around 0730 on the morning of 20 January during an air mission to supply fuel to Marines operating in the region. After spending the night in Bagram, one of two flights of Super Stallion helicopters departed the airfield and headed south toward Khost. While transiting the rugged terrain approximately 200 feet above ground level, the number one engine on the trailing CH-53E flamed out. The aircraft, piloted by Captain Douglas V. Glasgow, lost power and crashed into a 9,800-foot mountain 40 miles southeast of Kabul. Looking rearward from the lead helicopter, the crew chief realized that the second aircraft was no longer visible and noticed a cloud of smoke billowing from behind a ridgeline. He informed the pilot, Captain Allison J. Thompson, who quickly reversed course and flew toward the smoke. Thompson circled the crash site several times after locating the aircraft hulk at the base of a snow-covered valley surrounded by soaring ridgelines. Although she made repeated attempts to contact the crew of the downed helicopter, they failed to answer, and there were no visible signs of movement among the wreckage. She also tried unsuccessfully to contact an orbiting Air Force Boeing E-3 Sentry Airborne Warning Control System aircraft. Believing that the crew had died in the crash and hesitant to land at such a high altitude, particularly when the ground threat remained uncertain, Thompson reluctantly headed toward Bagram to notify authorities and acquire help. Although initially knocked unconscious during the accident, Captain Glasgow awoke to find himself inside a burning hulk. Disregarding his broken wrist, he helped 4 other injured crew members escape the helicopter, gathering them in a tight circle, and then recovered the bodies of 2 Marines before fire consumed the aircraft. The surviving crew members were Captain William J. Cody and Corporals David J. Lynn, Ivan A. Montanez, and Stephen A. Sullivan. The deceased were Staff Sergeant Walter F. Cohey III, a 26-year-old communications navigation system technician from Maryland, and Sergeant Dwight J. Morgan, a 24-year-old helicopter mechanic from California. After stomping an SOS signal in the snow, Glasgow rendered what aid he could to the injured and waited for help to arrive. Coalition forces monitoring the area by an unmanned Predator aircraft saw the SOS and initiated the dispatch of rescue aircraft. Given the variety of special and conventional forces operating in the area, there was some confusion regarding who had the authority to originate a rescue operation and who would provide security. Although the Joint Search and Rescue Center in Saudi Arabia launched Air Force Sikorsky HH-60 Pavehawk and MH-53 Pavelo helicopters from different bases toward the crash site, the aircraft were several hours away and it was the height of winter in Afghanistan. Task Force Dagger subsequently ordered crews from the Army's 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment to conduct the rescue mission, supported by an operational detachment from 5th Special Forces Group for security. At 0950, 90 minutes after the initial alert, 2 MH-47E Chinook helicopters lifted off from Bagram and quickly completed the 17-minute flight to the crash site. The first helicopter landed 50 feet left of the wrecked fuselage, while the other remained overhead to coordinate with tankers, fighters, and other rescue aircraft. The scene was later described in the Special Forces history. The crash site was horrible. In stark contrast to the snow were grotesque charred and blackened chunks of cabin. The rotor blades stuck up from the ground like obscene memorials. About 30 feet beyond was an unidentifiable section of the cockpit that had been broken off on impact and had not caught on fire. Nothing in the wreckage was taller than 3 feet high. As the reaction force secured the area, the rescue team approached the Marines, huddled off to the side of the aircraft hulk. Captain Glasgow was able to walk to the waiting helicopter, but the 4 other surviving crew members required litter transport. Once the survivors were safely loaded on board, the second helicopter landed to recover the 2 dead Marines and enhance security around the site. The first helicopter then took off and evacuated the wounded to Bagram, where elements of the 244th Forward Surgical Team provided medical treatment before transferring them to Landstuhl, Germany. Meanwhile, 2 of the MSSG-26's engineers, Sergeant Rayleigh and Lance Corporal Player, were stranded at Bandi Sardeh with Task Force 64, waiting 3 days for aerial extraction. Commenting on the crash during an appearance on National Broadcasting Corporation's, NBC's, Meet the Press, Secretary Rumsfeld lamented, "Your heart just breaks every time something like this happens." On 22 January, Marines and soldiers at Kandahar Airport held a memorial service for their fallen comrades. After asking that the dead be granted light, happiness, and peace, Navy Chaplain Joseph Scordo asked rhetorically, "What's it going to take so the world is rid of terrorism? It's probably going to take some blood being spilled by innocent people." Citing President Bush's warning that the war would be long and require sacrifice, Scordo continued, "Blood, sweat, and tears. We've shed them all and will probably continue to shed them. This is not a picnic. This is not a jamboree. This is an ugly thing called war." Staff Sergeant Larry J. Harrington and a squad from BLT 36's 81mm mortar platoon provided security at the crash site on that same day, while an investigator from the Naval Safety Center inspected the wrecked Super Stallion and took photographs of the scene for a mishap inquiry. After deeming the helicopter unrecoverable, Captain Douglas W. Glover, the team's forward air controller, directed a section of F-18s to drop precision-guided munitions on the remains of the aircraft to prevent pilfering and the compromise of sensitive equipment. Back at Coast Airfield, the immediate threat came from unexploded ordnance and surface-laid landmines. When the Marines arrived, they discovered unexploded ordnance in the safe house and observed landmines scattered outside the security perimeter, and intelligence reported that anti-tank and anti-personnel mines covered the runway. The security force had to contend with the mine threat on several occasions. 3 encounters involved leaving the relative safety of the perimeter to retrieve parachute-drop supplies dropped between 400 and 2,000 meters beyond the safe house. In each case, explosive ordnance personnel were able to clear a safe lane through the mines. As the only overt U.S. presence in the coast area, the safe house captured the attention of the region's local inhabitants and was constantly under surveillance. In an effort to mitigate the risk of attacks by those harboring ill will against the United States, the Marines vigorously screened visitors, operated a forward checkpoint to screen vehicles before they entered the compound, and maintain local security throughout the area. The concern about violence intensified on 21 January, when an armed crowd, chanting slogans that the Americans could not understand, gathered along the road approximately 30 meters from the entry control point. The Marines quickly went to full alert and reinforced the control point. Meanwhile, a group of 30 protesters approached the compound and demanded to speak with the senior American representative. Tension remained high for the next several hours, as the Afghans expressed their frustration over the lack of governmental control and security in Coast City, and the Americans explained their role in Afghanistan. The size of the crowd fluctuated from 150 to 300 people, with isolated groups approaching the Marine checkpoint throughout the day. As darkness approached, approximately 6 hours after the protest had begun, the crowd finally dispersed and calm returned to the compound. Perhaps the most pressing threat came from local militias competing for political control over the region. The Marines frequently observed sporadic exchanges of rifle fire among feuding factions at night, and they witnessed firefights in proximity to their position on 2 occasions. In the first case, occurring around 1000 on 22 January, they watched as militiamen traded rocket-propelled grenades and small arms fire only 400 meters from the safe house. They repositioned themselves to defend the safe house but otherwise withheld their fire in deference to the established rules of engagement. In the second case, occurring around 1820 on 24 January, Marines guarding the entry control point, which was 100 meters from the safe house, witnessed a similar exchange in which 1 militiaman died. The security force went to full alert, while friendly Afghan forces cleared the area and drove the hostiles away. The Marine Security Force was scheduled to begin its withdrawal from Khost on 28 January. At 2000, however, an Army CH-47 helicopter crashed short of the southern end of the runway. The aircraft had been carrying relief forces from the U.S. Army's 3rd Brigade Combat Team. After clearing a hasty pathway through the landmines, the Marines assisted in the evacuation of 14 wounded soldiers from the aircraft. Although the initial security force returned to the USS Bataan Amphibious Ready Group off the Pakistani coast that evening, the 26th MEU assembled a recovery force from BLT 36's Mike Platoon, the security element for the Expeditionary Unit's Maritime Special Purpose Force, and returned to the airfield. The recovery force guarded the crash site throughout the night and into the next day, retrieving a variety of documents, equipment, and weapons from amid the scattered wreckage. They also remained alert for the arrival of unknown extremists, rumored to be planning a move against the crash site, until formally relieved by Task Force Rakkasan on 29 January. End of Chapter 13, Part 3. Chapter 14, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Winding down. Reconstitution of the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. Concurrent with conducting sensitive site exploitation missions and planning to establish a third forward operating base in Jalalabad, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, had also begun preparing for its reconstitution on board the USS Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group, Peleliu ARG, off the Pakistani coast. As Lieutenant Colonel Olson remarked after receiving the execute order on Christmas Eve, the challenges of getting out of Rhino were almost as significant as getting in. Although Forward Operating Base Rhino, FOB Rhino, had played an important role in the Marine success, the dirt runway was rapidly approaching the end of its useful life after 30 days of continuous operations. An Air Force assessment team had been monitoring the airstrip on a daily basis, and it was concerned that the growing deterioration would soon become irreparable. Colonel Olson recalled, "It took C-17s to move the heavy stuff. I think the load-bearing rating required a 9.0 for C-17 operations, and by the time we were ready to leave Rhino, it was all the way down to 9.2, a very small margin of safety remaining before we would have to cease operations." Task Force 58 evaluated a dry lake bed approximately 10 kilometers from Rhino as an alternate airfield just in case the runway did become unusable. The 15th MU Site Assessment Team determined that the location would likely work during an emergency, but that, fortunately, was not necessary. One of the 15th MU's most pressing requirements was washing down its vehicles before steaming back to California, a standard U.S. Customs precaution to prevent agricultural contamination. Colonel Olson explained that the Marines did not want to go back to an intermediate site in Pakistan where they would have to provide airfield security, as they did at Jacobabad, or treat their own water, as in Pasni. They were not welcome on Masira Island, Oman, and there was no room in Bahrain, but once granted permission to use the U.S. Army facilities at Camp Doha, Kuwait, the Expeditionary Unit's retrograde progressed rapidly. While some equipment and most of the personnel flew to Pasni before heading out to the ships, they flew 102 vehicles directly from the two forward operating bases to Kuwait on board KC-130 and C-17 transports. As the focus of Task Force 58's operations shifted toward Kandahar, airlift priorities alternated between supporting 15th MU's withdrawal from FOB Rhino and sustaining the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MU, and a growing number of coalition forces in Afghanistan and in Pasni, Shamsi, and Jacobabad, Pakistan. Task Force and Expeditionary Unit planners monitored the fluctuating requirements closely, holding daily meetings to assign priorities and allocate both organic and intra-theater airlift. Marine liaison officers at the Combined Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia continued to assist them in performing this task. Staff Sergeant Brian Koval, the 26th MU's embarkation chief, aptly characterized the team-oriented atmosphere by nicknaming the operation a 41st MU effort, derived by adding the two unit designations. Transportation Command's Director of Mobility Forces also played an important role, adapting operations to provide continued support to the Marines. One means of doubling the airlift capability was to institute aggressive air and ground patrols around the dirt airstrip, which enabled the first daylight C-17 landing at FOB Rhino on the morning of 30 December. As the new year approached, the 15th MU had nearly completed its departure. The Marines made every attempt to leave FOB Rhino in a pre-war state, filling in fighting holes, collecting concertina wire, policing the buildings, and painting over markings. General Mattis conducted a final inspection of the forward operations base and requested permission to close the desert airstrip. After receiving approval, the last two C-130s departed FOB Rhino early in the morning of 4 January, carrying Colonel Bourne, his jump command post, and a small security force from Battalion Landing Team 11. Although 7 members of the Task Force 58 staff remained in Kandahar to coordinate ongoing operations, others from FOB Rhino and the Peleliu returned to their rear headquarters in Bahrain. Once re-established, they began to compile a historical record of Task Force 58's experiences. General Mattis charged Major Michael P. Mahaney, the primary author, with drafting a solid narrative, complete with supporting documentation, that would present the good, bad, and ugly. Back in Kuwait, after completing their washdown and backload, Marines and sailors of the Peleliu ARG anxiously set sail for Perth, Australia. As Captain Jazierski and the Peleliu ARG helicoptered back to 5th Fleet, Captain Kenneth M. Rome, U.S. Navy, became the new deputy commander of Task Force 58 on 4 January. 2 weeks later, the Peleliu Ready Group transferred to 7th Fleet and their participation in Operation Enduring Freedom ended. Although Colonel Olson noted that there was a brief pickup in tempo over the escalation of hostilities between India and Pakistan in the Kashmir region that required them to dust off the non-combatant evacuation plan they had developed back in September, that never came to pass and the tensions kind of diffused themselves. As the Marines and sailors departed Central Command's theater of operations, they received congratulatory messages from both General Tommy Franks and General James Jones. While extending his appreciation for a job well done, the combatant commander acknowledged many of the Peleliu ARG's accomplishments and concluded, "Your ability to rapidly plan and execute complex missions was truly impressive and is indicative of the outstanding training and the superb combat readiness of the U.S. Navy Marine Corps team." Among Commandant Jones's words of praise, he noted, "By establishing an expeditionary base of operations 400 miles from the sea in landlocked Afghanistan, you demonstrated to the world that the Marine Corps is far more than a hit-the-beach organization and proved, once again, that naval forces can rapidly deploy to and operate out of an austere location for a sustained period of time." Before departing 5th Fleet's area of operations, Marines and sailors from the Peleliu ARG conducted a turnover with the incoming USS Bonhomme Richard, LHD-6, Amphibious Ready Group. Amphibious Squadron 3, CPR-3, commanded by Captain Robert J. Connolly, U.S. Navy, provided the naval component for the newly arrived Ready Group, and the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 13th MEU, commanded by Colonel Christopher J. Gunther, provided the Marine component. They had set sail from San Diego on 1 December 2001, 6 weeks before their scheduled departure date, and were anxious to get into the fight. Task Force 58 also anticipated the group's arrival with great interest because the 13th MEU would add 8 CH-53E helicopters to the battle roster. Admiral Moore assigned tactical control of the Bonhomme Richard Ready Group to Task Force 58 on 14 January, with the Amphibious Squadron and Expeditionary Unit becoming Task Groups 58.1 and 58.2, respectively. Continuing to develop Kandahar. Meanwhile, back at Kandahar during a flag-raising event on 1 January 2002, American and Afghan service personnel flew their nation's standards simultaneously over the airport. General Mattis and Governor Sharzai presided over the ceremony, which served as a poignant display of strengthening relations between the two countries. Referring to the high-flying colors, Sharzai proclaimed, "Peace, unity, and friendship," while shaking the general's hand. Mattis in turn stated, "This symbolic gesture solidifies the close working relationship we have established with the Afghans here." The staff later wrote, "This joint effort was indicative of the task force's efforts to disassociate ourselves from the Soviet Army's recent occupation. We were not doing things to Afghanistan, but with Afghanistan." Local security. With the Special Forces' assistance, Task Force 58 effectively integrated local militiamen into its perimeter defense. The local anti-Taliban leader was a battle-hardened veteran. Commander Galalai had first fought against the Soviets when he was 14 years old, and then against the Taliban and al-Qaeda. He was reputed to have killed 15 of the enemy by detonating a remote-controlled explosive device at the Arab house in Kandahar. On another occasion, he had reportedly walked across the desert dressed like a shepherd, carrying a transponder to mark the runway at Camp Rhino for Task Force Sword's October 2001 assault. More recently, he had served alongside Sharzai in the battle for Kandahar and established a close relationship with General Mattis when Task Force 58 occupied the airport. In addition to helping the Marines screen local laborers hired to help with numerous construction and habitability projects around the airport, the anti-Taliban forces also manned roadblocks and outposts and conducted joint patrols around the airfield, significantly decreasing the enemy's ability to infiltrate the base. Commander Galalai, who possessed a keen eye for tactics, positioned his outposts in areas with clear fields of fire, enabling them to effectively cover the approach and takeoff cones in the area around the airport. Air Force Brigadier General Vern M. Finley, Director, Mobility Forces Command, visited Kandahar and acknowledged that the only reason he was willing to fly planes into the airport during daylight hours was because of his confidence in the security provided by the Afghan militia and the Marine snipers, ambushes, and patrols. An Afghan named Assad, rumored to have once been a member of the Taliban, served as a translator for Commander Galalai and General Mattis. While driving the two leaders to visit Afghan outposts around the airfield, Assad pulled a handful of dried dates out of the pocket of his leather jacket. Cleaning dirt and lint off the questionable-looking fruit, he offered some to General Mattis, who politely declined. Assad continued to press the offer and General Mattis relented. Assad then pulled out a handful of stringy meat, which appeared to have been stored there for some time. After going through the same cleansing procedures, he offered the meat to Mattis, who politely sampled this too. During the next 24 hours, however, the general required a hefty dose of antibiotics. Mattis's willingness to participate in the Afghan culture, despite personal inconveniences, illustrated how he was able to bolster his relationship and eventual friendship with Galalai. Mattis's open-mindedness also helped promote the Marines' acceptance in nearby villages. The Marines also provided the fighters with money for tents, blankets, motorcycles, and radios and conducted medical and dental visits in the surrounding area. Coalition forces. Coalition forces continued to flow into Kandahar Airport, with British, German, Jordanian, and Norwegian forces joining those already on scene from Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the Netherlands, and Turkey. This influx placed additional stress on communications and logistics capabilities, as well as a small amount of available space. Fortunately, Major Treva Enger arrived at the beginning of January with a 15-man contingent of Norwegian soldiers and a mine flail. Shortly after landing, they used the device to methodically proof the entire airfield perimeter. They also helped equip a Jordanian mine-clearing detachment, enabling it to contribute to the demining campaign. Relief in place and ongoing operations. As part of their developing concept of operations in Afghanistan, General Franks and the Central Command staff had always intended to replace Task Force 58 with a more permanent presence. During early December, even before the fall of Kandahar, General Mikulashek announced his tentative plan to swap out the two Marine Expeditionary units for an Army brigade. Following the battle for Tora, both Franks and Mikulashek issued orders for the Marines to turn over the facilities at Shamsi, Pakistan, and reconstitute the two expeditionary units at sea. Near the end of December, the Joint Chiefs of Staff issued Deployment Order 97, which provided an Army Brigade combat team for the relief of Task Force 58. Central Command subsequently announced that soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division would replace the 15th MEU in Afghanistan. At Central Command, Commander Dave Cullen, U.S. Navy, told reporters, "The Marines are an expeditionary force. They've done their job and now they're leaving." The news quickly spread throughout the media, and one story appearing in the New York Times read, "Airborne troops relieving Marines at Kandahar base." The journalist went on to explain, Although the 101st is a light, fast-moving force similar to the Marines, it is typically used for longer-term missions than the Marine Expeditionary units now in the region are accustomed to. Those units are trained and equipped for 30-day missions where they are expected to conduct lightning assaults and secure territory but not hold it for long periods. That, historically, has been the job of the Army. The report also quoted Lieutenant Colonel Martin B. Compton, U.S. Air Force, a spokesman for Central Command, as stating that this frees up the Marines to do other things. Other Pentagon officials added that, although the 15th and 26th MEUs were returning to their amphibious assault ships, they were not necessarily leaving the region and could be dispatched for other tasks in the campaign against terrorism. During the relief in place, Task Force 58 was to turn over the security mission and airfield operations in Kandahar to Colonel Frank J. Wierchinski, U.S. Army, commander of the U.S. Army's 3rd Brigade, 101st Airborne Division. Task Force Rakkasan, as the relief force was known, derived its call sign from the nickname for the 187th Infantry Regiment, which had earned the moniker, Japanese for Falling Umbrella, while serving as part of the American occupation force following World War II. The advance echelon of the relief force arrived at Kandahar on 3 January, followed by the initial elements of the main body on the 7th and Colonel Wierchinski on the 9th. Although the relief was originally scheduled to begin the following day, the lack of strategic airlift would delay the first exchange of forces. KC-130 Hercules mishap. A fatal aviation mishap tragically occurred on the same day Colonel Wierchinski arrived in Kandahar. Around 1845, a KC-130 transport from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 352, VMGR 352, crashed into the Lundi Mountains while attempting to land at Bandari Airfield in Shamsi, Pakistan. At the time of the accident, the crew was making the first of 4 scheduled refueling stops after departing Jacobabad, Pakistan earlier that evening. Although the night was clear, there was no moonlight, and landing was arguably more difficult than necessary. The aircraft was not equipped with night vision equipment, terrain avoidance radar, or satellite navigation computers, and the airfield was not equipped with a control tower, air traffic control radar, or navigational beacons. The air crew of Raider 04 made do with conventional instrumentation and expeditionary lights set around the airfield as they had on so many nights preceding the incident. Although the pilots had asked to land on a runway normally used for departing flights, air traffic control personnel denied the request, and the crash occurred as the plane approached a runway for incoming flights. One news source suggested that the aircraft was redirected to take a different approach because the military wanted to reduce jet noise over the town and helicopters were parked too close to the airstrip. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the mishap, the aircraft was slightly off course and, according to one report, 200 feet below the crest of the surrounding mountains when it attempted its third and final approach to Shamsi. Colonel Randolph D. Alice, commanding officer of Marine Aircraft Group 11, MAG 11, speculated that the pilots may have been flying at a lower altitude because they were attempting a visual landing. When the loaded tanker struck the mountain, it erupted into a fierce fireball that witnesses could see 20 miles from the airfield. Lance Corporal Hollenbeck, one of the Battery K Marines providing security at the base, recalled, "It wasn't a normal mushroom cloud explosion. It was a huge, nuclear-looking green and yellow fireball." Although 2 corpsmen and 4 artillerymen quickly climbed on board a CH-46 helicopter and circled the crash site for 30 minutes, the pilots were unable to find a suitable landing zone and returned to the airfield. Staff Sergeant William A. Toomey later described the scene as the entire side of the mountain being on fire. He stated that they saw a total of 5 secondary explosions. Meanwhile, as Pakistani Army forces headed toward the crash site on foot, another CH-46 from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron, HMM 365, departed the USS Bataan and became the on-scene commander for recovery operations at Shamsi. Combat search and rescue aircraft from Jacobabad also responded to the emergency. The crash site was located in steep, difficult terrain, which complicated search and recovery efforts. Operating with no illumination and with secondary explosions occurring among the wreckage, the Pakistani soldiers scaled the mountain slope with little regard for their own safety. Major Nasir Khan and Captain Omar Khan of the 11th Balak Battalion, 11th Balak Regiment of the Pakistani Army assisted in the search. Tragically, despite their quick response to the accident scene, rescue crews soon realized that all 7 Marines on board the aircraft had perished in the crash. A squad of Marines from Battery K made a second attempt to reach the crash site and secure the area around 1600 the following afternoon. However, without mountaineering equipment, they were unable to get closer than 1 kilometer south and 1,200 feet below the aircraft. A day after the crash, the 26th Meuse air officer led an 8-man investigation team from Kandahar to Shamsi. Supported by 2 CH-46 air crews from HMM 365, the team also included 5 assault climbers from Battalion Landing Team 36, BLT 36, led by Corporal E.B. Yevon, an explosive ordnance disposal technician from Meuse Service Support Group 26, MSSG 26, and a photographer from the USS Theodore Roosevelt. After reaching Forward Operating Base Impala, the team linked up with Marines from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 252, VMGR 252, an Army Mortuary Affairs team, and an Air Force chaplain. During the next 5 days, the Joint Recovery Team carried out the task of retrieving the remains of their comrades. Those killed were Captains Matthew W. Bancroft and Daniel G. McCollum, Gunnery Sergeant Stephen L. Bryson, Staff Sergeant Scott N. Jermison, Sergeants Nathan P. Hayes and Jeanette L. Winters, and Lance Corporal Brian P. Bertrand. The remains were flown to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, and a common tombstone was later erected at Arlington National Cemetery to honor their memory. The recovery team continued to examine the accident scene until 16 January, when an air mishap board from the Naval Safety Center assumed control of the site and investigation. The board released its findings 5 months later. During a press conference at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar, Colonel William D. Durrett, Staff Judge Advocate of the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing, stated, "The KC-130R crew perished as a result of controlled flight into terrain. The cause of the crash was loss of situational awareness by the aircrew under difficult conditions and due to lack of visibility. It was not the result of mechanical failure or hostile fire." The board also faulted the aircrew for flying 3,000 feet below the safe flight altitude when circling to attempt the night landing. Lieutenant Colonel Carl T. Parker, commanding officer of VMGR 352, said that the finding of human error was a bitter pill for the members of the squadron and families of the victims. By the time of the report's release, the Marine Corps had retrofitted 3 of the aging KC-130 aircraft with night vision equipment and had plans to update 10 more. In addition, newer Model J versions of the aircraft, which possess both night vision and terrain avoidance capabilities, were scheduled to be added to the Marine Air Fleet within 2 years. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Relief in place and ongoing operations continued. Probing at Kandahar Airport. Back in Kandahar on 10 January, Vice Admiral Moore visited with the Marines and sailors of Task Force 58. He met with General Mattis and other coalition commanders, spoke with the Seabees, toured the detainment facility and medical facilities, and walked the defensive perimeter. Then he boarded a P-3 Orion and observed the abandoned ruins of Camp Rhino from the air. Following the Maritime Component Commander's visit, General Mattis and Colonel Werchinsky traveled to Islamabad to meet with Major General Farouk, Chief of Plans at the Pakistani Joint Army Headquarters. During their absence, while Colonel Frick was the senior on-scene Marine commander, another crisis emerged. That evening, only 15 minutes after the first plane load of detainees had departed Kandahar Airport for Guantanamo Bay, Between 8 and 14 armed intruders probed 26 Meuse positions along the northern end of the airfield. Moving deftly through the darkness, the probing force used meandering ravines for concealment while approaching within 200 meters of BLT-36's front lines, where they fired on the Marines from 3 successive locations. The Expeditionary Unit maneuvered armed vehicles and attack helicopters through the area after returning fire, driving the intruders from the battlefield. The first sign of trouble appeared around 2000, when someone fired 8 illumination flares over the northern end of the airfield at 30 to 60-second intervals. While this was occurring, Marines along the northern perimeter began to notice movement 200 meters to their front, although they could not identify the individuals or activity as hostile. At 20:08, a platoon from Company L spotted 2 individuals running towards several adobe dwellings situated on a knoll to their right front. In response to the rapidly rising threat, BLT-36 went from 50 to 100% alert. Members of the staff assumed their battle positions in the Combat Operations Center, and flights into Kandahar Airport were temporarily suspended. Almost immediately, while illumination flares continued to burst sporadically over the airfield, hostile forces near the adobe structures began to engage the battalion's northern battle positions with assault rifles and light machine guns. Situation reports from Headquarters and Service and Company L platoons at the location described a steady stream of small arms fire impacting their sandbag fighting positions and kicking up dirt. Captain James P. McDonough III and Battery K, situated along the southwest portion of the defensive perimeter and opposite side of the runway, turned in similar reports. Because of the flat terrain and trajectory of the incoming fire, the artillery battery and elements of the 81mm mortar and engineer platoons also became targets. Lieutenant Colonel Jerome M. Lines and Captain Daniel Q. Greenwood, situated in the battalion's Combat Operations Center, immediately directed Captain Jeffrey S. McCormick's Headquarters and Service Company to engage and destroy the identified enemy targets. As the Northern Rifle platoons returned fire with their M16 rifles and M240G machine guns for approximately 8 minutes, Captain Brian M. Howlett, BLT-36's fire support officer, cleared the 81mm mortar platoon to fire illumination rounds over the battlefield to silhouette the enemy's positions and identify the targets. Meanwhile, other Marines deployed to enhance security around the various combat operations centers, ammunition supply point, detainment facility, and other areas inside the perimeter. As this was occurring, the northern units began to receive small arms fire from a second location, approximately 900 meters west of the attackers' initial position. They responded in kind for another 4 to 5 minutes, employing all available weapon systems, including Mark 19 automatic grenade launchers. Around 20:33, approximately 30 minutes following initial contact and with the probe now developing into a 2-pronged attack, Colonel Lines activated BLT-36's Mobile Quick Reaction Force to get their thermal sights into play. Captain Greenwood, BLT-36's operations officer, subsequently directed Lieutenant Lennon to reinforce the northern battle positions with his light armored reconnaissance platoon. After moving from their staging area near the airport terminal and across the runway, Marines from Headquarters and Service Company guided the armored vehicles into position. Although the rifle platoon saw people moving around the adobe buildings and heard the characteristic snap of rounds passing overhead, the reconnaissance platoon initially had difficulty identifying targets through their thermal sights. At the same time, the rifle platoon began to receive additional fire, and 2 armored vehicles each fired approximately a dozen 25mm cannon rounds into the enemy position. After exchanging fire for more than 20 minutes, a vehicle crew from the Anti-Air Defense Platoon, co-located with the Headquarters and Service Company on the northern perimeter, reported that it was receiving machine gun fire from a third position, located approximately 100 meters west of the second. As before, the trajectory of the fire carried the rounds well downrange, where they impacted among another section of the 81mm mortar platoon and Marines of Company K, who were guarding the southwestern portion of the perimeter. Disregarding the hostile fire descending on the southern sector, Master Sergeant Freddie L. Sizemore II, the Weapons Company Operations Chief, worked with battalion logistics personnel to acquire additional illumination rounds and resupply the two mortar positions. After firing continuously since the firefight had begun, they were running low on ammunition. Despite the heavy fires being delivered by BLT-36 Marines dug in along the perimeter, the intruders continued to resist. Maneuvering in response, the combined anti-armor platoon positioned its vehicles along the left flank of the battalion's centerline battle position at 2049, reinforcing headquarters and service company and the armored reconnaissance platoon. At 2051, Captain Todd Tomko reported that Company K had spotted 10 personnel on the roof of a building approximately 3 kilometers south of their position. 5 minutes later, he added the company was receiving additional machine gun fire from the north. At the same time, Headquarters and Service Company reported that anti-Taliban forces manning a nearby observation post had begun to engage opposing forces near their location. This was the first action by the Afghan militiamen that evening, likely an attempt to interdict the enemy's withdrawal, and it continued for approximately 15 minutes. Amid this activity, Colonel Frick launched the Muse Rotary Wing Close Air Support Section, consisting of 2 Cobra helicopters from HMM 365 at 2100. Perimeter positions observed muzzle flashes to the southwest and north shortly after takeoff. These appeared to be surface-to-air fires directed unsuccessfully against the aircraft, which continued to patrol overhead for the next 2 hours. At 2110, with the Marines easily maintaining fire superiority, Colonel Lines directed Lieutenant Lennon to reposition his armored reconnaissance platoon near the airport's entry control point in case they were needed to counterattack or clear the area north of the defensive perimeter. At the same time, BLT-36's Combat Operations Center contacted Python 31, a Special Forces operational detachment at Kandahar, and directed them to join Lennon's platoon at the control point to clear the contested area. Approximately 40 minutes after the probe began, the intruders' fire gradually subsided and the perimeter grew still. This was likely good news to soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division, who had just arrived as part of the relief force and received a rude welcome to Kandahar. Prohibited from flying with loaded weapons on board Air Mobility Command aircraft, they found themselves unarmed in the midst of the firefight and were forced to take cover while the exchange took place. At 2133, Python 31 and the anti-Taliban forces departed the airport's entry control point in an 8-vehicle convoy, while Lieutenant Lennon's armored reconnaissance platoon stood by in reserve. Under illumination provided by the 81mm mortar platoon, the patrol searched 4 separate locations across a 2-kilometer frontage. They discovered numerous footprints, shell casings, and rocket-propelled grenades in the adobe buildings near the enemy's 3 firing positions, but they failed to recover any Al-Qaeda or Taliban dead. After sweeping the northern area for another 3 hours to ensure that the threat did not reappear, the mobile patrol returned shortly after midnight. Meanwhile, at 2149, Companies I and K each observed several individuals attempting to maneuver between their positions in the southwestern sector of the perimeter. Concerned that the enemy was trying to breach the defense and reach the short-term detainment facility, the 2 units coordinated illumination fire from 60mm mortars and 40mm M203 grenade launchers to identify the intruders and discourage trespassing. The Armored Reconnaissance Platoon returned to its assembly area around 2241 and resumed the Mobile Quick Reaction Force mission. Approximately an hour later, at 2339, Captain Ryan Pike, BLT-36's intelligence officer, noted that Scorpion infrared sensors placed along revetment southwest of Company K's position had registered 2 positive readings. Captain Barry, the battalion's air officer, subsequently coordinated a P-3 flyover, which confirmed the presence of 3 individuals approximately 900 meters southwest of the perimeter. After another positive sensor reading at 0028, Company K requested additional 81mm mortar illumination and observed 3 dismounted individuals through their thermal imagery systems. Fortunately, the potential infiltrators continued moving west and the night remained calm. Around 0100, the Marines resumed normal security operations, standing half their force down for the evening and reopening the airport to traffic. Several days later, 2nd Platoon Company L reported 7 personnel placing a mortar tube and rocket-propelled grenades inside one of the adobe buildings. Lieutenant Lennon's Armored Reconnaissance Platoon subsequently conducted a second sweep of the northern area, recovering a cache of weapons and identifying several underground storage areas. Gunnery Sergeant Tom McLeod, a combat engineer assigned to the patrol, also destroyed one building that possessed a fighting position overlooking the airfield. 3 days after that, Marines from 26 Meuse Force Reconnaissance Platoon and infantry from BLT-36 conducted a 48-hour ambush operation in anticipation of additional probing attacks, although no infiltration attempts occurred during that period. The relief continues. After a short delay, the exchange of forces at Kandahar began on 13 January. At that time, elements of Captain Frank Gasca's Company B, 187th Infantry, replaced 2 rifle platoons from Major Fate's Company I at the airport's entry control point. The turnover between line units continued for another week, with designated organizations exchanging positions every other day. Adding a degree of difficulty to this transition, Lieutenant Colonel Charles A. Chip Preisler, U.S. Army, commander of 2nd Battalion 187th Infantry, possessed only half the number of personnel that Colonel Lines had and ultimately required reinforcements to cover the same amount of space as BLT-36. As Marine units came off the line, they continued to conduct live fire training at Tarnak farms, run ambush patrols around the airfield, and serve as quick reaction forces. Meanwhile, Task Force 58 remained poised and ready for combat operations in the Khost-Gardez region, as well as anywhere else in southeastern Afghanistan that Central Command might need them. Unfortunately, as poor weather, additional analysis, and continued deliberation by strategic decision-makers delayed execution, the tactical situation changed. With the verdict to move north apparently in limbo, General Mattis instructed Colonel Frick to begin preparations for the 26 Meuse retrograde to the amphibious ships. Concurrently, Task Force 58 continued to support quick reaction force and tactical recovery requirements for special operating forces in Afghanistan. After bringing additional Army forces into Kandahar for approximately 2 weeks, Colonel Frick and Colonel Wierchinski agreed that the soldiers were ready to take charge of the airfield. At 0800 on the morning of 19 January, command and control of Kandahar formally shifted from Task Force 58 to Task Force Rakistan. On the same day, the land component disestablished the Marines' initial area of operations and assigned them Area of Operation Truman in its place. One news account noted, "No formal ceremony marked the change of command at the Kandahar airport, but soldiers now occupy many of the bunkers and foxholes dug by the Marines." The same story cited anonymous Pentagon officials who claimed that Army occupation of the largest base in Afghanistan signaled the intention of American forces to remain in the country indefinitely, and that the base could serve as a staging area for military operations, including continued searches for al-Qaeda hideouts. Since the Army was still hampered by a lack of strategic airlift, the Marines used their own KC-130s to transfer a company of 101st Airborne paratroopers from Jacobabad to Kandahar to facilitate the relief. Moreover, due to 2nd Battalion 187th Infantry's delayed arrival and establishment of its Tactical Operations Center, BLT-36's Combat Operations Center remained in control of the perimeter at Kandahar for approximately 24 hours following the official transfer of authority. Colonel Lines reported directly to the commander of the 3rd Brigade during this period and had the privilege of exercising control over 2 Army infantry companies manning the defense. During the next 9 days, the relief would expand to encompass the entire perimeter, including the mortar firing positions, entry control point, and quick reaction force responsibilities. In a Stars and Stripes article, members of BLT-36 expressed their frustration about the lack of offensive action seen in Afghanistan. Colonel Lines explained, "We've been here defending for more than a month, but Marines are more culturally disposed to the attack." Staff Sergeant Grady N. Brooks, an LAV-25 commander, commented, "Sure, we're disappointed. Everyone came here expecting to have some fun, to go up against the Taliban or al-Qaeda. Captain Tomko remarked, "If we could stay here and go out and search caves and kill al-Qaeda, we'd stick around for another 3 years. It's not really a matter of revenge. It's more a matter of principle. It's what Marines do." Attempting to put the experience into perspective, Tomko added, "We got to do just about everything a Marine dreams of doing in real life, and the beauty of it is I get to bring all my Marines home alive." General Mattis met with Navy Captain Connolly and Colonel Gunther in Kandahar on the day of the relief and then visited the Marines and sailors of the Bonham Richard Ready Group at sea the following day. Despite the Marines' unanimous desire to become further involved in the destruction of al-Qaeda and Taliban forces in Afghanistan, operational control of the group reverted back to 5th Fleet on 24 January, and the Bonham Richard set sail for the Horn of Africa to participate in Exercise Edge Mallet. Company L, BLT 36's last line company along the perimeter, completed its relief with 2nd Battalion 187th Infantry on 20 January, the same day as the 26 MEU began its 3-week retrograde and reconstitution on board the USS Bataan Amphibious Ready Group, Bataan ARG. Helicopter crews from HMM 365 supported the other elements throughout the operation, ferrying Marines and sailors through Pozny to ships awaiting their arrival in the northern Arabian Sea. The withdrawal quickly picked up momentum. After Company I boarded the Navy vessels, Company K and the Light Anti-Air Defense Detachment left Kandahar for Pozny, followed by the Light Armored Reconnaissance Platoon. Battery K also headed to Pozny on the 26th but traveled south to Shamsi. MSSG 26 handed off all of its combat service support functions at Kandahar to Task Force Rakistan and the forward arming and refueling facility at Shamsi to the U.S. Army's 561st Corps Support Battalion, although 10 Marines remained to provide air traffic control, airfield lighting, and refueling capabilities for another week. Meanwhile, the CB detachment completed its airfield repair and essential projects mission and began its withdrawal to Okinawa. On 28 January, Task Force 58 and Task Force Rakistan completed a final battlefield handover at Kandahar, and operational control over Task Force 64, which had recently pulled its forward deployed forces back to Kandahar, transferred from the Marines to Task Force K-Bar. While the turnover and withdrawal took place, a suite of high-ranking personnel continued to pass through Kandahar, a clear sign of the improving security environment. These included Dr. Zalmay M. Khalilzad, U.S. Special Envoy to Afghanistan, Robert S. Mueller, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Lieutenant General Mikulashek, Central Command's Land Component Commander, Lieutenant General Earl B. Hailston, Commander of U.S. Marine Forces Central Command, and Major General John F. Goodman, Commander of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade. After General Mikulashek relinquished tactical control over Task Force 58 on 3 February, Admiral Moore reclaimed operational control over the small staff and amphibious ready group. By the following day, the only forces remaining in Kandahar were the Task Force 58 and 26 MEU staffs and small embarkation and aircraft maintenance detachments. General Mattis and his staff soon returned to Bahrain, while Colonel Frick and his Marines rejoined the Bataan ARG. The Expeditionary Unit's remaining Marines withdrew from Shamsi. Some retrograded through Pozny, while VMGR 252 headed for Bahrain to support Operation Anaconda, planned to occur during early March. By 9 February, following a weather delay, the 26 MEU had reconstituted on board the amphibious ships in the North Arabian Sea. The final mission. On the same day that the 26 MEU completed its reconstitution on board the Bataan ARG, Task Force 58 received a follow-on mission from Central Command, which required its quick return to Afghanistan. According to Fragmentary Order 3-37, Task Force K-Bar needed a tactical recovery force and heavy lift capability to support ongoing sensitive site exploitation operations approximately 35 miles north of Gardez. General Mattis subsequently returned to Kandahar with a 4-man jump command post on 11 February. Colonel Frick followed 2 days later, accompanied by a skeleton staff and a rifle platoon from Company I BLT 36. While General Mattis returned to Bahrain, Colonel Frick and his staff continued to plan their portion of the mission with Task Force K-Bar. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin DeVore, commanding HMM 365, subsequently joined the Marines at Kandahar with 3 of his squadron's CH-53s. The 26 MEU's forward headquarters deployed to Bagram Airfield the next day, with Marine KC-130s providing lift for elements of Task Forces Rakkasan and K-Bar. On 18 February, the Marine helicopter crews inserted Canadian, New Zealand, and Norwegian Special Operation Forces near the Tabu Tanga cave complex, where they conducted 2 simultaneous exploitation missions. The Marine air crews returned the following day and extracted the Special Operating Forces. A day following the extraction of the Special Operating Forces, General Mikulashek released tactical control of the small Marine Air-Ground Task Force, numbering approximately 90 individuals. This enabled them to rejoin the rest of the 26 MEU later that day and begin a long overdue maintenance stand-down and rest period. On the 26th, Vice Admiral Timothy J. Keating, U.S. Navy, who had recently replaced Admiral Moore as the Maritime Component Commander at 5th Fleet, disbanded Task Force 58. Among its successes, the Provisional Marine Brigade had served ashore in Afghanistan for approximately 3 months, operating from 400 to 700 miles from the Pakistani coast. This is well outside the doctrinal parameters of 30 days and 200 miles previously envisioned for a similarly sized Marine force. After the operation, Colonel Waldhauser reflected on the expeditionary mindset necessary to accomplish missions that might initially appear to be off the wall. You have to take a couple of deep breaths and say, okay, what is doable here? What is actually possible? Try to approach these things not from the negative standpoint of what we can't do, but, okay, that's what you want me to do, let's see how we can come close to achieving the intent you want. For their role in defeating Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, as part of the 5th Fleet Battle Force, the Marines and sailors of Task Force 58 later received the Navy Unit Commendation. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marines during Operation Anaconda. Operation Anaconda, a bold attempt to encircle and capture or kill Taliban and Al-Qaeda forces in the Shah-e-Kot Valley south of Gardez, arose from intelligence collected by a Special Forces detachment in December 2001. As analysts evaluated the information and additional reports gathered in January 2002, they concluded that not only were Taliban and Al-Qaeda fugitives regrouping in the Gardez Coast-Oregon Triangle of rural Paktia province, they also surmised that these fugitives believed U.S. forces were unwilling to pursue them into their traditional mountain sanctuary during the winter. In response, General Tommy Franks, Commander-in-Chief at U.S. Central Command, issued Fragmentary Order 3-7 to Army Lieutenant General Paul Mikulashek, his Land Component Commander. The higher headquarters estimated that 1,500 to 2,000 of the enemy were concentrated in the Gardez region and considered them the most volatile pocket of remaining resistance in Afghanistan. Once again, responsibility for planning the enemy's eradication fell to Colonel John Mulholland, commander of the U.S. Army's 5th Special Forces Group and Task Force Dagger, who was already working at Central Command's behest to consolidate the Taliban rout. These efforts were coordinated with Major General Franklin L. Hagenbach, U.S. Army, commander of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, who was co-located at Karshi-Khanabad, Uzbekistan, as Mikulashek's deputy commander and forward representative in the Joint Operating Area. Although the land component possessed tactical control over most overt special operating forces in theater, operational control over these assets fell under a separate chain of command emanating from the Joint Special Operations Command, headquartered at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Task Force Sword, another covert entity, received direction straight from CENTCOM's, Central Command's, Director of Operations that was unknown to General Mikulashek and other SOF, Special Operations Force, components. After the operation, Hagenbeck would later portray the disparate and often highly compartmented pockets of U.S. activity focused on the Shahi-Kot Valley as a collection, in effect, of individual component commanders reporting directly to General Franks. Task Forces Dagger, Joint Special Operations Task Force North, and K-Bar, Joint Special Operations Task Force South, began planning sensitive site exploitation operations in the Shahi-Kot area in early January. Although Colonel Mulholland's initial thought was to attack Shahi-Kot with several hundred Afghan militiamen supported by special forces, the indigenous fighters warned of a sizable enemy presence in the valley following a reconnaissance patrol conducted later in the month. Now realizing that a substantial number of conventional forces would be required to clear the area, he devised a new plan in which one force would flush the opposing forces out of the valley and into the surrounding ridgelines, while another blocked all known avenues of escape. By the middle of February, after additional intelligence indicated that the Taliban and al-Qaeda troops were readying for battle, Colonel Mulholland decided that planning and executing a deliberate attack against a well-entrenched enemy force exceeded the capabilities of his task force. After learning of Mulholland's concerns regarding the escalating scale and scope of operations during a briefing at Bagram, attended by senior representatives from every joint and conventional headquarters in theater, General Mikulášek directed that General Hagenbeck take charge of the planning effort. Later that day, Hagenbeck led elements of Combined Joint Task Force Mountain, 10th Mountain Division, from Uzbekistan to Bagram Airfield, which became his forward field headquarters during Operation Anaconda. At this time, the coalition order of battle included 6 Special Forces A teams, 3 Special Forces Command and Control elements, 3 other Special Operations Task Forces, a U.S. Army Infantry Brigade containing 3 battalions from the 10th Mountain and 101st Airborne Divisions, and approximately 1,000 Afghan militiamen. The planning of operations now shifted from a geographically dispersed, soft-centric force with decentralized planning to a large, concentrated conventional force with operations requiring detailed functional component planning. One lamentable oversight resulting from the bifurcated command structure, mission creep, and eventual change in planning responsibilities was that the land component disseminated the Anaconda operations order without considering pre-planned support from the air component. Because of several factors influencing the conduct of air operations, including lack of joint experience by the Task Force Mountain staff, miscommunication between the components and participating commands, and unrealistic operational expectations established earlier in the campaign, Central Command also denied General Hagenbeck's request to deploy his division's aviation squadron to Bagram. Hagenbeck experienced similar constraints that Marines at Forward Operating Base Rhino faced 2 months earlier, as higher headquarters reportedly desired to minimize the personnel footprint in Bagram and felt that Hagenbeck's force protection mission did not require such support. Although Task Force Mountain did eventually ask the air component for a division-level air liaison officer, its forward headquarters lacked ultra-high-frequency radios to communicate with aircraft, robust communications to contact the Combined Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia, and a holistic appreciation for the impending operation. Although Air Force Colonel Michael A. Longoria, the senior of 2 air liaisons on Task Force Mountain's staff, recognized the deficiency and scoured the theater for enough resources to establish a small close air support cell at Bagram, the Combined Air Operations Center was not able to staff a similar cell as Operation Anaconda commenced. It was not until 21 February that the Army's Battlefield Coordination Element briefed a copy of the operations plan, signed a day earlier by General Mikulášek, to Air Force Lieutenant General John D.W. Corley, Director of the Combined Air Operations Center. By 24 February, with the largest land battle of the Afghan campaign scheduled to begin in only 4 days, Lieutenant General T. Michael Mosley, U.S. Air Force, the theater's air component commander, and his staff worked feverishly to assemble sufficient aviation resources to support the operation. Generals Mosley and Mikulášek discussed the plan for the first time 2 days later, during a video teleconference in which Anaconda was briefed to General Franks and the Central Command staff. Although Moseley expressed unease over what he felt to be the inadequacy of air support provisions occasioned by the short notice, Franks accepted the proposed command structure and command relationships for Anaconda, approved CJTF, Combined Joint Task Force, Mountains Plan, and authorized an execute date of 28 February. Into the valley. Shahi-Kot Valley lies along the eastern side of an expansive plain running southwest from Gardez City, located 15 miles to the north. Measuring approximately 6 miles in length and 3 miles in width, it is contained by a 600-foot, 8,860 feet above sea level, ridgeline to the west and a 3,000-foot, 10,000 to 12,000 feet above sea level, mountain range to the east. Although locals know the western ridgeline as Ghar, Army troops nicknamed it the Whale because of its likeness to a partially submerged whale's back and similarity to a terrain feature located at the National Training Center in Fort Irwin, California. A smaller 475-foot ridgeline directly to the northwest was similarly nicknamed the Little Whale. Ghar, another significant terrain feature located southeast of the valley, is among the first line of mountain peaks and is approximately 2,200 feet high. There are two main avenues into the Shahi-Kot Valley, one from the northwest above the Whale and the Little Whale, and another from the southwest between the Whale and Ghar. Suspecting that opposing forces had occupied the villages of Sher Khan Khel, Babu Khel, and Marzek, planners identified the valley as their operational focus and labeled the three villages Objective Remington. From the Taliban's perspective, the mountainous region was classic guerrilla terrain, easily defendable, controlled access, numerous routes of escape, and a near sympathetic border. From the coalition perspective, the valley was surrounded by formidable terrain, making the area difficult, nearly impossible, to isolate. The planners designed a complex operation to isolate and encircle the valley, followed by converging attacks to destroy the al-Qaeda and Taliban forces within. 3 days before the assault, Task Forces 64, a detachment from the Australian Special Air Service, and K-Bar, primarily composed of Navy SEALs, were to establish surveillance positions several miles from the objective area. 1 day before the assault, Task Force Anvil, a combined force of Afghan militia groups supported by special forces, would move west from Khost along Axis Iron and north from Oregon along Axis Steel to establish an outer ring of 5 blocking positions along main routes of retreat from the objective area. Then, on the day of the assault, Task Force Rakkasan, composed of troops from the 10th Mountain and 101st Airborne Divisions, would conduct a helicopter assault to establish an inner ring of 7 blocking positions along the eastern side of the valley. As the main effort, another combined force of Afghan militiamen and special forces, Task Force Hammer, would travel south from Gardez along Axis Steel toward Ghar. As they approached the western hill mass, one group would then head west along Axis Copper to establish a blocking position near the Little Whale to the north, while another would head west along Axis Brass to assault Objective Remington from the south. According to the U.S. Army Center of Military Histories, U.S. Army in Afghanistan, Operation Enduring Freedom, October 2001 to March 2002, the goal was to hit the enemy hard enough to kill or capture as many al-Qaeda as possible and to squeeze the survivors out of the valley into the blocking positions where they would then be eliminated. Task Force Mountain launched its offensive on 2 March, following a 2-day weather delay. In a risky maneuver apparently intended to maintain the element of surprise, the staff planned for aerial munitions to be dropped on only 13 of 62 known al-Qaeda firing positions and cave entrances prior to the assault, and General Hagenbeck limited these few preparatory fires to only 20 minutes duration. Although the Special Reconnaissance Forces and Task Force Anvil had been able to situate themselves prior to D-Day with little or no resistance, the Afghan forces associated with Task Force Hammer were less fortunate. Commander Zia Loden led his men south from Gardez at 2400, reaching his first checkpoint along Axis Steel without difficulty, But then mired, broken, and overturned vehicles slowed the force's forward movement and required some militiamen to continue toward Ghar on foot. Those who swung north on Axis Copper were hit by friendly fire from a circling AC-130 gunship, killing Army Chief Warrant Officer Stanley L. Harriman and 3 Afghan soldiers, while those who moved to the south along Axis Brass received mortar and artillery fire, wounding 3 Americans and 14 Afghan soldiers. Subsequent air support was poorly coordinated and generally ineffective, and after consultation with Task Force Dagger, Commander Zia and his Special Forces counterparts withdrew at dusk to regroup. On the opposite side of the valley, Task Force Rakistan fared even worse. Covert Special Operations Forces maneuvering in the area halted the pre-planned airstrikes unexpectedly, forcing the task force to begin its air assault before the air component had finished preparing the battlefield. Unfortunately, reconnaissance flights over the area conducted by pilots flying Boeing AH-64 Apache helicopters had failed to detect the enemy's presence, and after the first of 2 planned helicopter lifts inserted the infantry into their assigned landing zones, the soldiers immediately began to receive fire. The fire was particularly effective near blocking positions Ginger and Heather, located at the south end of the valley below Ghar, where hostile forces engaged Company C, 87th Infantry Regiment, with mortars, machine guns, and rocket-propelled grenade launchers. Although 1st Platoon eventually occupied and held Heather, 2nd Platoon and the headquarters element pulled into a company strongpoint short of the blocking position. Meanwhile, poor weather prevented Task Force Mountain from launching the 2nd helicopter lift and reinforcing the beleaguered troops until early the next morning. The air component answered more than 150 requests for immediate close air support and dropped approximately 200 precision-guided bombs on al-Qaeda positions during the first 24 hours of Operation Anaconda. Navy and Marine pilots on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, then preparing for its return voyage to the United States, were among those air forces answering the call for assistance. On their final day of combat operations in theater, and after supporting the Afghan campaign since mid-October 2001, Lieutenant Colonel Raymond Dam Jr. led a division of 4 Hornets from Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 251, VMFA 251, into the enemy-infested Shahi Kot Valley. Captain Simon M. Duran, leading one of the 2 aircraft sections, described his experience. "We didn't know the forward air controller's position, but we had just gotten there after a B-52 dropped a string of about 30 Mark 82s, unguided bombs, in the valley, so I knew that he wasn't in the valley where the B-52s just hit. Then the fire started coming out of the same valley where the B-52s had hit, so he asked us not to drop our bombs, but to come in. We made a total of 5 strafing passes here just into the valley because he was taking so much fire he couldn't get out of his foxhole to see anything. So we came in and made strafing passes. We got them to stop shooting at him, and then he got his head up and we just dropped one 500-pound laser-guided bomb to try and help him. But at that point we reached a critical fuel state and had to leave. We got more fighters over though, and they all eventually dropped 6 laser-guided bombs for him." Back on the ground, the soldiers of Company C held steadfast for 18 hours before being withdrawn at nightfall, sustaining 25 casualties while successfully thwarting al-Qaeda attempts to outflank and overrun their positions. Their success, as well as that of the soldiers occupying the other 5 blocking positions, was facilitated by 7 Apache helicopter crews who repeatedly attacked al-Qaeda troop concentrations, observation posts, and firing positions throughout the day. All of the aircraft sustained battle damage. 3 required substantial repairs at Bagram before they could continue the fight, while 2 others needed to be evacuated to the United States. General Hagenbeck subsequently requested reinforcements in the form of 24 additional Apache helicopters, although these had to be flown into Bagram from the United States on board Air Force C-17 transports. As Task Force Mountain regrouped in Afghanistan that evening, Task Force Rakistan began to develop a new plan for isolating the Shahi Kot Valley and seizing the high ground to the east. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Into the Valley continued. The Battle for Ghar. On the morning of 4 March, elements of Task Force Rakistan initiated complementary thrusts into the Shahi Khat Valley. While 2nd Battalion 187th Infantry attacked east of the valley and began to clear the high ground of defenders, 1st Battalion 187th Infantry air assaulted into the northernmost landing zone and began to clear the ridgeline south, linking the various battle positions. Although hindered by broken terrain and high-altitude conditions, they succeeded in reaching Battle Position Diane, located just north of Ghar, by the end of the day. Commander Zia also returned to the field on the 4th, positioning a reconnaissance team on the north end of the Little Whale to observe enemy movements in response to renewed airstrikes. Most of the fighting on this day, the bloodiest encountered by American forces since the infamous shootout in Mogadishu, Somalia in 1993, occurred southeast of the Shahi Khat Valley, where a series of escalating firefights quickly drew national attention. The trouble began around 0300 hours when machine gun and rocket fire struck an Army MH-47 Chinook helicopter from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, call sign Razor 3, attempting to insert a SEAL team, call sign Mako 20, onto a small saddle atop Ghar, objective Siberia. Although the pilots were able to take evasive action and land their damaged aircraft several kilometers to the north, Petty Officer First Class Neil C. Roberts, U.S. Navy, had fallen from the back of the helicopter as it abruptly pulled away. The SEAL team contacted a nearby AC-130 gunship for protection, and a short time later another MH-47, call sign Razor 4, which had just inserted a reconnaissance team further north on objective Ginger, evacuated them to Gardez. Although Petty Officer Roberts likely survived the fall from the helicopter and attempted to fight off the attackers, they overran his position and killed him within minutes. Unaware of Roberts' death, his crewmates quickly formulated a rescue plan and, at 0455, the same MH-47 that had just extracted the SEALs from the battlefield reinserted them into the compromised landing zone. While hostile fire again ripped through the descending aircraft's fuselage, the crew was able to disembark their passengers this time and make their way back to base. Although the 6-man team had exited the aircraft unharmed, it immediately came under intense small arms fire and attempted to move toward more defensible high ground. The team killed several al-Qaeda troops during the ensuing firefight, but the firefight wounded 2 SEALs and killed their Air Force Tactical Air Combat Controller, Technical Sergeant John A. Chapman. Under covering fire from an orbiting AC-130, the team chose to disengage and withdrew to the northeast. Meanwhile, around 0500 and in response to the initial opposed insert, the Special Operations Headquarters at Bagram had launched Army Captain Nathan E. Self and a small quick reaction force to Gardez. After receiving a call for assistance subsequent to the second opposed insert, Headquarters redirected the 2 en route Ranger teams to Ghar. At 0610, plagued by ineffective communications and largely unaware of the deteriorating tactical situation atop the mountain, the first of 2 MH-47 helicopters, call sign Razor 1, descended rapidly into the landing zone. As it approached the ground, it began receiving small arms, machine gun, and rocket fire, which destroyed one of its 3 engines and forced the pilots to execute a controlled crash landing. With 1 dead and 2 wounded crewmen, and now receiving heavy fire from 3 directions, the soldiers exited the aircraft hulk and sought cover among the rock outcrops. 3 of the Rangers died in the process, although the team succeeded in killing the same number of al-Qaeda. After an attempt to assault enemy bunkers at the top of the hill failed, the surviving troops hunkered down, while Navy Tomcats from Strike Fighter Squadron 211, VF-211, on board the USS John C. Stennis provided immediate close air support. The pilots remained on station for 3 hours, conducting multiple bombing runs, dropping 500-pound bombs within 50 meters of friendly positions, and helping guide an Air Force AC-130 gunship onto target. By 0700, the Rangers were no longer in danger of being overrun. Marine F-18s from Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 314, VMFA 314, also provided close air support to the beleaguered Ranger force that day, working with a soldier from the downed helicopter, call sign Slick 1. Major Jack G. Bolton, who led the 4-aircraft division, call sign Stone 31, later recalled his experiences over Ghar. We arrived in the Operation Anaconda area of responsibility and found that a CH-47 had gone down. We were in comms with a non-qualified controller on the ground who was at the crash site and an unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, operator, call sign Stiletto. My wingman and I worked for at least 20 minutes to capture a laser spot from the UAV in order to receive precise targeting information on enemy troops that were engaging the downed aircraft from across a draw just to the south of the crash site. Stiletto informed us that once we called spot, he would give us a cleared hot. We tried multiple run-in headings to acquire the laser spot but could not. My guess was the snow-covered terrain was preventing our LDTs, laser target designators, from picking up the laser energy. Stiletto stated on multiple occasions that we could not drop until we acquired the laser energy. Based on the urgency in the ground controller's voice, "We need a bomb now," I decided to transition to a visual delivery of a GBU-12, Guided Bomb Unit 12, since I had the crash site and the enemy troops across the draw in sight. Post-delivery, the ground controller responded with, "Nice bombs, but no closer or you're going to hit us." Following the delivery, Stiletto was extremely pissed that I dropped without a cleared hot and no spot. I was skeptical, to say the least, about whether a UAV could provide a FAC-A, Airborne Forward Air Controller, or was even qualified to be a FAC-A. Regardless, Bossman, the Airborne Warning Control System aircraft, came on the TAD, Tactical Air Direction Net, and instructed us that Kmart, the Combined Air Operations Center, directed us to return to base immediately. My section left with 2 GBU-12s on my jet and 3 on my wingman's jet. Captain Jonathan R. Oman, following in the second section, echoed Bolton's comments. It was an extremely frustrating experience, and there was some confusion over what authority the unmanned aerial vehicle operator had, particularly when the guy on the ground was not a trained Joint Tactical Air Controller. Our section didn't drop any ordnance. After watching the first helicopter go down, the second MH-47, call sign Razor 2, disembarked the second Ranger team 800 meters east and 2,000 feet below the mountaintop. At 10:30, following a grueling climb at high altitude accomplished under opposing mortar fire, they linked up with the rest of the Quick Reaction Force and together successfully assaulted the bunkers. The battered force continued to receive sporadic sniper and mortar fire, which injured an Army medic and killed an Air Force pararescuemen who were aiding the wounded, as it labored to consolidate its position atop the hill. The force responded by requesting additional close air support, while Special Operating Forces on surrounding hilltops also directed air support against al-Qaeda forces attempting to reinforce Ghar. At around 2015, 4 helicopters from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment extracted both the Ranger Quick Reaction Force and SEAL Team, including the body of Petty Officer Roberts. Although what began as a supporting operation atop Ghar had taken public interest away from the main effort by conventional forces, the popular attention span drifted shortly after the rescue was complete. Building air power. Following the withdrawal of Task Force Hammer and the Apache helicopters on the first day of battle, and with only half of Task Force Rakkasan remaining along the eastern slopes, the nature of Anaconda changed from an operation focused primarily on land power to an operation increasingly dependent on Air Force, Navy, and later Marine assets. General Moseley focused on pushing air power to the fight. During the first 2 days of the operation, he tripled the number of fighter sorties flying out of Al Jaber Air Base in Kuwait and forward-deployed Air Force Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt IIs to further increase responsiveness. As the buildup of air power over eastern Afghanistan grew, so did the variety of participating fixed-wing aircraft, which eventually included A-10s, AC-130s and AV-8Bs, B-1s and B-52s, F-15s, F-16s, and FA-18s, and even 16 French Dassault Brugger Super-Intendards and Dassault Mirage 2000Ds. Navy pilots from Carrier Air Wing 7, CVW-7, on board the USS John F. Kennedy, CV-67, and Navy and Marine pilots from Carrier Air Wing 9, CVW-9, on board the John C. Stennis, flew many of these aircraft and conducted more than 100 sorties each day. Aviation historian Benjamin Lambeth later concluded that, in the end, the application of Allied air power in Anaconda was more responsive than in earlier portions of Enduring Freedom, and its concentration of fire was unprecedented in the Afghan campaign. 10 heavy bombers, more than 30 fighters, and 2 AC-130s continuously operated within the 70-square-mile battle area. The sudden escalation of air operations apparently came as a surprise to Marine F-18 pilots on board the John C. Stennis, who would fly combat missions around the clock in support of the ground forces. According to Major John M. Jansen, executive officer of VMFA 314, their first indication that Operation Anaconda was taking place came from an ambiguous disclosure by the ship's intelligence center, which indicated that some Army forces are being helo-lifted into a valley in eastern Afghanistan. Although the Marines hopefully anticipated heading inland to support the ground forces, their attempts to familiarize themselves with the ongoing operation were hindered when the ship's intelligence personnel were kicked out of Task Force Mountain internet chat rooms for asking questions without a need to know. The Marines persevered, however, and were soon conducting mock flights into the Shahikat Valley on the ship's top scene simulator. Once they began flying actual missions, they pushed to use 500-pound bombs with variable time fuses to engage enemy personnel with air bursts and to put out hard-hitting, real-time, after-action reviews and situation reports that were propagated throughout the theater. On 5 March, Major Jansen described the basic problem gleaned from debriefs conducted with OEF, Operation Enduring Freedom, element leads in an email report to Navy Captain Donald P. Quinn, commander of CVW-9. He emphasized the Joint Task Force commander must understand that, while there are multiple maneuver elements on the ground, there is only one objective target area. Lambeth echoed this sentiment in his History of the Air campaign. From an air perspective, the biggest problem presented by the initial planning of Anaconda entailed coordinating the many concurrent strike operations with too few prior preparations. That problem occasioned serious concerns for both the Combined Air Operations Center and onboard the participating aircraft carriers, since the congested traffic operating within the tightly confined airspace over the battlefield and the ever-present danger of mid-air collision or other fratricide incident meant that there was no margin for error in managing the flow of aircraft through the airspace. Years later, Major Jansen observed that after-action reports were not necessarily well received by the Air Component Command, but they served as the genesis for an emergency close air support conference, convened by the Air Force A-10 Fighter Wing in Kuwait following the operation. Major Chad A. Vaughn, another pilot from VMFA 314, recalled that CVW-9 never did have a face-to-face with the Army or Air Force to coordinate how we were going to conduct business in support of the ground scheme of maneuver. He explained that the purpose of the emergency conference was to try and standardize the procedures among all the services that were involved in operations in Afghanistan. As the representative for Carrier Task Force 50, the Joint Combined Carrier Forces operating in 5th Fleet's area of responsibility, Major Jansen presented a 12-slide PowerPoint brief arguing for the implementation of Joint Close Air Support basics. This included pre-mission pilot orientation, check-in briefs, discrete target descriptions from forward air controllers, 9-line support requests, marking rounds, unambiguous clearance to engage, meaningful targets, accurate battle damage assessments, clear use of fire control measures, and adherence to joint doctrine. As Jansen later commented, "You can infer from the brief's almost pleading focus how completely dysfunctional was the operational construct for the aerial fire support efforts in support of Task Force Mountain." End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Force in Readiness. More than 1,000 miles from northeastern Afghanistan, 5th Fleet's amphibious force waited for a chance to engage the Taliban and al-Qaeda with growing anticipation. After its brief and uneventful assignment to Task Force 58 in mid-January, the USS Bonhomme Richard Amphibious Ready Group had departed the Arabian Sea and steamed toward Kenya to participate in Exercise Edge Mallet. Throughout February, the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 13th MU, conducted both humanitarian civic assistance operations and sustainment training, contributing to Central Command's theater engagement plan. Lieutenant Colonel Rodman A. Sansone and MU Service Support Group 13 fanned out to 6 different coastal areas where they dug a well, repaired a footbridge, completed carpentry work at a school for the deaf, built a 2-room schoolhouse, and provided medical and dental treatment to more than 1,700 patients. At the same time, Lieutenant Colonel Robert O. Sinclair and Battalion Landing Team 14, BLT-14, participated in joint maneuvers with the Kenyan Army, which included heliborne operations and patrolling coastal villages. Colonel Christopher J. Gunther, the Expeditionary Unit's commanding officer, commented positively on the experience in the unit's newsletter. "This was a great opportunity to meet people who genuinely needed our assistance." In addition to providing aviation support to the 13th MU's other elements, Lieutenant Colonel Greg A. Sturdivant and crews from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 165, HMM 165, conducted reconnaissance missions to collect communication intercepts off the coast of Somalia and flew terrain flights to refamiliarize themselves with operating over land. The pilots were provided an opportunity to reacquaint themselves with rapidly changing terrain, elevation, and airspeed requirements encountered while operating over land, a change from encountering a uniform operating environment day after day during 2 months at sea. They also practiced transporting passengers, executing helicopter raids, and delivering ordnance. This was particularly important for the Harrier Detachment from Marine Attack Squadron 211, VMA 211. Major Michael J. Goh, the officer in charge, recalled, "In anticipation of the mission coming back to Afghanistan, we practiced some of those profiles that we didn't get to practice before we got to the theater, the high-altitude deliveries, high-altitude roll-ins, and practiced basically some of the procedures we wanted to do." Following the conclusion of Exercise Edge Mallet, the Bonhomme Richard Amphibious Ready Group headed north toward the Persian Gulf to participate in exercises Eastern Maverick in Qatar and Sea Soldier in Oman. The 13th MU also had tentative plans to support special operating forces in Yemen and along the Horn of Africa by supplying its standard quick reaction and tactical recovery force packages. En route, the Ready Group stopped at Masira Island to replenish its stores and take on aircraft parts. While they were in port on 2 March, Rear Admiral Callan, Central Command Special Operations Component Commander, visited the Bonhomme Richard and received a capabilities brief from Colonel Gunther, his staff, and the major subordinate commanders. Although any association between the briefing and the delay in getting helicopter reinforcements to Task Force Mountain in Afghanistan remains speculative, the next morning Colonel Gunther received an email inquiring how many Super Cobra helicopters he could contribute to Operation Anaconda and how long it would take them to reach Bagram. Colonel Sturdivant recalled that the Expeditionary Unit staff had taken a Sunday break from their usual morning meetings, and he was sleeping when the phone in his stateroom rang at 0911 to inform him of the request for information. After discussing the situation briefly with Colonel Gunther, he quickly assembled the squadron staff and they began to look over maps, estimate distances, figure fuel requirements, and identify potential refueling sites. Drawing from their brief operating experience with Task Force 58, they were able to answer the immediate question of supportability and then formulate a tentative concept of operations. The Marines delivered their confirmation brief that evening and approximately 3 hours later, around 2100, received Central Command's execute order, directing them to support Task Force Mountain. Meanwhile, the Ready Group had departed Masira around 1300 and by steaming north at 26 knots was able to reach the coast off Pasni, Pakistan, around 0330 the following morning. After an overnight jam session to work out the final details of their plan, the crews of the 5 Cobra helicopters from Marine Light Attack Helicopter Squadron 369, HMLA 369, led by Major Victor S. Stover, headed inland at 0730, delaying their scheduled departure time by approximately a half hour due to communications problems. They were followed by a flight of 3 Super Stallion helicopters around 1000. Their departure delayed an hour and a half in order to stow extra equipment on board the aircraft. 2 of these aircraft carried cargo and personnel, while the third transported the tactical bulk fuel delivery system the Marines referred to as Robertson gear, after the manufacturing company's name. The Super Stallions were part of 2 detachments from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 361, HMM 361, and Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 462, HMH 462, and were led by Majors Mark A. Serrett and Kevin G. Moss. Aircrew spent approximately 9.5 hours completing the 730-mile journey to Bagram, which they divided into 4 legs for refueling purposes. Each flight flew the first 2 legs into Pasni, Pakistan and Kandahar, Afghanistan, independently. Once both flights were ready to depart Kandahar, they continued north with Super Cobras flying approximately 10 minutes ahead of the Super Stallions. Halting briefly at a forward arming and refueling point that the Army had established just north of Kabul, call sign Texaco, the Super Stallion crews used the Robertson gear to refuel the Cobras. After approximately 40 minutes on the ground, the aircraft began their final leg and arrived in Bagram at around 1700. Although the 2 cargo-laden CH-53s remained overnight in Bagram, the 3rd helicopter with the refueling equipment returned to Kandahar due to space constraints at the base. The Marines' initial experience was surreal. They had heard second-hand accounts of intense fighting during the first 2 days of Anaconda and then arrived at dusk with small arms fire going off around the edge of the airfield as they unloaded the aircraft. Major Stover recalled, "No one was there to meet us. We just showed up and they told us where to park. I hate to use this term, but it was just like any other third world shithole, a lot of run-down places, especially around Bagram. We'd been warned about the mined areas, don't walk here, don't walk there, and it showed because the Soviets had left a lot of junk there. You could tell the history from the battles between the Taliban and Northern Alliance up there because there was wreckage everywhere. It was kind of a scenic, desolate place, if you will, because there were beautiful mountains in the background, yet in and around the airfield you trip over things left and right as you walked around." Colonel Sturdivant was fortunate enough to run into Lieutenant Colonel Mark A. Clark, an old shipmate who was then fulfilling a Joint Special Operations role for Central Command. Clark oriented Sturdivant toward Task Force Mountain's Combat Operations Center, and the squadron commander quickly introduced himself to General Hagenbach and his Chief of Staff. After checking in with the command, Sturdivant met with the camp commandant and acquired 2 general-purpose tents for the 41 Marines who had accompanied him into Afghanistan. Unfortunately, they were located on opposite corners of the tent city. Major Serrett recalled that one of the first things the Marines did was hang a sign announcing the squadron's presence at Bagram and erect an American flag outside their tent. This was reportedly the first flag to appear in the tent city, and all the army officers and enlisted would come by and want to salute the flag, but also get their picture by the flag because it symbolizes that they're in country fighting the war and they're proud to do what they're doing. He added that the flag became a rally point for the Army, Marines, and media because the flag was the centerpiece of what we represent. The 13th Muse KC-130 detachment also deployed forward on 4 March, basing itself out of Jacobabad, Pakistan. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Bradley S. James, the unit was composed of 2 aircraft from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 234, VMGR 234, a reserve squadron based in Fort Worth, Texas, and 2 others from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 352, VMGR 352, an active squadron based in Miramar, California. Both Colonel Gunther and Lieutenant Colonel Sturdivant emphasized their contribution to sustaining operations ashore. Shortly after arriving, they began flying 2 to 4 missions per day, supporting the 13th MU out of Pasni, Pakistan, and resupplying Task Force Mountain in Bagram. In addition to transporting personnel, equipment, and supplies into Bagram, the KC-130s regularly replenished the Army's fuel supply, which was critical to sustaining air operations during Operation Anaconda. Although they occasionally observed muzzle flashes and rocket-propelled grenades while flying into Afghanistan at night, they reduced the threat by traveling around the higher elevations and staying above the enemy's range. Commenting on the successful integration of active and reserve forces, and overdue appreciation for the aircraft's capabilities, Marines in the detachment jokingly referred to their deployment as the Bastard to Beauty Tour. Although Colonel Sturdivant and one of the 3 CH-53 crews had initially intended to return to the Bonham Richard after establishing the Cobra detachment at Bagram, a fragmentary order cut during the evening of 4 March amended the initial request so that all 8 aircraft could remain in Afghanistan. This raised the number of HMM-165 Marines operating from the forward operating base to 46, although the total would eventually peak at 83 after additional staff, maintenance, and flight personnel came forward to support the deployment. The Super Stallion crews lived out of their helicopters for the first 5 days in country, but eventually erected a tent near the Marine aircraft after Sturdivant had the area swept for mines. The crews also constructed 3 sandbag bunkers as protection against potential indirect fire. Most of Colonel Sturdivant's initial duties involved coordinating squadron air operations and serving as a liaison between the Marines and Task Force Mountain. This was no small task, particularly for Marines who were used to having mission requests routed through the chain of command and assigned to the squadron. As Major Sert described, the missions were coming so fast to the Army out there that they had more missions than they had aviation assets. They would prioritize their missions, and they found that the Cobras and CH-53s could do more than one mission at a time because we have the fuel endurance or the legs to reach more than one place. The first list of missions would come out sometime early in the morning, but that was the first part of it, because the missions would change because there were so many competing units for Marine assets. There were times they would call us on the radio, "Hey, can you do this? This is a different mission change." We said, "Sure, we can adapt to that. We can do it." As Sturdivant later commented, "We didn't do a lot of deliberate planning because it was a fairly fluid situation. We ended up doing more of a rapid response planning evolution, and it was very easy to do because of the training I've received over multiple MUSOC, Special Operations Capable, cycles." Among others, the squadron's small headquarters staff, the Dasketeers, included Corporal Ricky G. Tucker Jr. from the Operations Section, Corporal Brian M. Knabb, and Sergeant Kenneth A. Edwards from the Intelligence Section, First Lieutenant Dennis C. Trogus from Marine Air Control Group 38, and Captain Leif H. Wade from the 13th MU staff. Colonel Sturdivant specifically emphasized the hard work of Sergeant Edwards, who would prepare weather reports and intelligence updates for the pre-mission briefings, record crew manifests for all departing flights, reported to the commanding general every 4 hours, and then conduct post-mission debriefings following the crew's return. Colonel Sturdivant also recalled the importance of managing the expenditure of available flight hours, crew days, to maintain the intense operational tempo, noting that he would quickly brief returning pilots on their next mission and then get them asleep so they could fly the next day. This turned out to be an around-the-clock proposition, as pilot training and aircraft capabilities enabled the squadron to absorb some of the night flying requirements from the Army. According to Captain Philip E. Eilertson, while the Apache pilots were unable to fly in conditions below 25% illumination, Cobra helicopters possess forward-looking infrared thermal imaging devices, and the pilots were trained to fly under low-light conditions with night vision goggles. Major Sert similarly remarked that the Chinook pilots were surprised to learn the Super Stallions were also equipped with forward-looking infrared thermal imaging devices and capable of conducting armed reconnaissance missions. Major Sert observed that the HMM-165 detachment required only about 15% of the 2,000 personnel that the Army had to support its 30 helicopters. Sert explained that one of the organizational capabilities that enabled the detachment to remain small was that some Marine flight crews helped perform routine aircraft maintenance, whereas the Army had separate maintenance and flight crews. Moreover, he noted, Army doctrine did not provide for the same level of field maintenance that the Marines were equipped to accomplish and routinely practiced during combined arms training exercises in 29 Palms, California. Several of the pilots commented on the hard work of the Marine maintenance crews, crediting their dedication to the squadron's ability to keep 2 of 3 CH-53s and 4 of 5 AH-1Ws mission capable throughout the duration of their 3-week deployment. As Major Stover recalled, "My maintenance guys never had a shed to work in, any sort of cover or lights other than a flashlight. The dust was horrible up there, and if it wasn't dusty, it was muddy. Those guys pulled off some miracles to keep us in the fight as well as they did." Major Sert echoed this praise. It was amazing to see the young lance corporal who might be out there at midnight by himself or with another lance corporal, and it's raining and it's cold. The first couple of weeks, it was miserably cold, and then the rain came down and there was mud all over the place. It was miserable. Young Marines, who were 18 and 19 years old, carrying toolboxes out to fix those planes because they've got to meet a 5 o'clock launch. It was motivating. He continued, "Our crew who flew every single day were also the same individuals who mainly worked on the planes every single night, so a lot of guys did double duty. Again, they never complained. They realized they had a mission at hand, which was to keep the planes available for flying every day." AH-1W Super Cobras. Following a lull in the ground offensive as commanders adjusted plans for the next attack, close air support increased in intensity during Phase 2 of Operation Anaconda. Heavily armed with Hellfire missiles, 2.75-inch rockets, and 20mm cannons, Cobra helicopters were well equipped to accomplish the pilot's primary mission of providing close air support to maneuvering ground forces. Moreover, advanced avionics enabled the Cobras to serve in a variety of supporting roles. They could escort assault helicopters, covering their inbound flight, reconnoitering the landing zone, and suppressing hostile fire during the insert. They could also conduct strike coordination armed reconnaissance flights to identify targets forward of friendly lines. If they chose not to engage the enemy themselves, they could pass a precise grid coordinate on to the orbiting air control aircraft, perhaps marking the target with their laser for fixed-wing aircraft to hit or even directing the attack while acting as an airborne forward air controller. The Cobras flew their first mission in support of Operation Anaconda on 5 March, following behind an Army Apache during an armed reconnaissance from Bagram to Gardez, which enabled the Cobra pilots to familiarize themselves with the terrain. The Army had designated 4 helicopter routes into the Shahikat Valley and established a forward arming and refueling point midway to decrease their response time. As Major Stover recalled, "It was kinda disorganized because the helo traffic all did sort of their own thing going down there, as far as we could tell, and there didn't seem to be a lot of integration between how we would get down there and how the CH-47s and Apaches and everybody were getting down there. Unfortunately, after reaching the valley, they could not get close enough to Objective Remington to observe much detail as coalition bombers were busy striking targets within the engagement area. The next day, HMM 165 dispatched 2 Cobra sections to the Shahi-Kot Valley, while one team of 2 aircraft went after a suspected high-value target south of the objective area. Major Stover's section escorted a Chinook and 2 Black Hawk helicopters during a mission to resupply troops near objective Remington. After completing their primary mission, they made several passes through the valley and identified 2 enemy trench lines and a mortar position. While the enemy fired small arms and rocket-propelled grenades at the attack helicopters, the Marine pilots engaged them with rockets, cannon fire, and missiles. Once the target was eliminated, they destroyed a second mortar position that a nearby forward air controller had identified, stopped briefly at a nearby refueling point, and then returned to hit 2 more mortar positions that had been harassing the ground troops for several days. Reflecting later on the tactical differences between the 2 services, Colonel Sturdivant speculated that one reason the Cobras were so effective was their employment of running fire, while the Apaches appeared to be doing more hover cover from behind terrain features. He explained that at high altitudes, the pilots needed to maintain their momentum during an attack in order to take evasive action quickly when receiving hostile fire. Consequently, the Marines would fly over the objective, identify the target, and then swing around to engage the enemy during subsequent passes. Major Stover offered the following analogy. Think of it, if you drive a pickup, you load your truck down, how it's slow to brake, it's slow to accelerate, at times really heavy. That's the same sort of thing. Your aircraft's heavy. There's less air up there for the blades to take a bite out of, so then it doesn't turn as quick as you're used to, or it's harder to slow down, or you don't have as much excess power as you thought you had to accelerate as quick as you can. End of Chapter 15, Part 3. Chapter 15, Part 4 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Force in Readiness continued. CH-53E Super Stallions. Major Sert recalled that the CH-53 pilots would fly between 2 and 8 hours a day, conducting 2 or 3 missions that varied from transporting troops and cargo to bringing fuel and ordnance forward to replenish other tactical aircraft. The Marines also remained on standby to transport an Army company that had been designated as the Task Force's Quick Reaction Force, although that never became necessary. To maintain this fast-paced operational tempo, the 4 pilot sets established a 1-off, 3-on rotation schedule. Colonel Sturdivant described how the CH-53's presence on the battlefield greatly enhanced the Cobra's effectiveness. After taking the 160-mile round trip to the Shahi-Kot Valley, the attack helicopters could remain on station for only 20 minutes before they had to return to Bagram for ammunition and fuel. However, he could rearm the AH-1Ws quickly and extend their time on station for up to 2 hours by deploying the Super Stallions to establish forward arming and refueling points near objective Remington. The Marine CH-53s could also replenish their fuel supply and resume operations by linking up with overhead KC-130 tankers, whereas the Army CH-47s were required to return to base once their fuel supply had been exhausted. The squadron planned its initial forward refueling and rearming operations in detail, coordinating the mission between the Cobra and Super Stallion pilots. As Major Sert explained, they would work with the intelligence community to identify secure locations that would enable the AH-1Ws to remain in proximity to objective Remington and the CH-53s to remain on station for several hours. He recalled that they often used sites the Army Special Forces had previously surveyed and over which they maintained observation, noting that they alternated the location 4 or 5 times during the operation to thwart enemy plans to shoot down helicopters. The Super Stallion section would normally depart Bagram in the early morning and fly 45 minutes south, carrying more than 5,000 pounds of fuel in each aircraft. After landing in the designated zone, often an abandoned dirt airfield, at the appointed time, they would deploy their own security force, which was variously provided by the squadron's ordnancemen, paratroopers from the 101st Airborne Division, Army Rangers, Canadian soldiers, and even British commandos. Major Sard explained that one factor making the security piece difficult was that you could not tell a bad guy from a local because they all dressed the same. He continued, "We always landed near the village because all the villages were real close to the whale, so there'd be a lot of foot traffic. The question is he walking to attack you or is he walking to get to his own village?" A couple times we had individuals with AK-47s who would come up to the forward arming refueling point, would wave hello, and we would try to wave back and try to shoo them away. A couple of times we had to fire over their heads and they kindly walked away and turned around. Once on the ground, the CH-53 crews would unwind their hoses and rearm and refuel the first Cobra while the wingman circled overhead, waiting for his turn to land. Major Moss recalled that they would generally distribute from 9,000 to 14,000 pounds of fuel for 2 to 4 Cobras. By the second half of the deployment, the rearming and refueling missions had become so routine that the CH-53 pilots were essentially responding to on-call requests. Around 0230 on 7 March, CH-53 number 22, call sign Lady Ace 21, experienced a hard landing during a night mission. Gunnery Sergeant Andy D. Hathcock, the helicopter crew chief, recalled that while descending toward forward arming and refueling Point Texaco, the pilot encountered brownout conditions in which thick, swirling dust obscured the landing zone. Although he requested a wave-off, the aircraft was heavily loaded with approximately 6,000 pounds of fuel and another 5,000 pounds of ordnance and personnel, and it had insufficient power to pull away. After losing its tail rotor authority, the helicopter started to rotate, slide through the air, hit the ground, and bounce to a stop. During the crash, as Hathcock wondered anxiously if the cargo would shift and crush him against the frame, the aircraft suffered a broken left rear landing gear, damaged left mini-wing, and fuel leak. Although the aircraft remained serviceable, the crew left it in place due to deteriorating weather conditions. During the delay, KC-130 crews operating out of Jacobabad picked up additional aircraft parts and troops in Pozny and flew them to Bagram. Marine mechanics repaired the damaged helicopter on site the following day, and the crew returned it to Bagram to resume operations in support of Anaconda. AV-8B Harriers. On 5 March, the same day the Cobra and Super Stallion pilots at Bagram flew their first missions into the Shahikat Valley, HMM 165's Harrier pilots on board the Bonham Rashad flew their first mission in support of Operation Anaconda. As was customary, after meeting the Amphibious Ready Group's own operational needs, Colonel Gunther had offered his excess aircraft sorties to the Air Component Command in Saudi Arabia. After coordinating for hours with Marine liaison officers at their Air Operations Center, who advocated forcefully for the integration of Marine assets within the air campaign, the Air Component added the 13th MU-6 AV-8Bs to the Armada building over eastern Afghanistan. For the next 18 days, the Harrier detachment was locked into a continuous 12-hour mission cycle, 3 hours of planning and preparation, a 2-hour flight into Afghanistan, 2 hours on station, a 2-hour return flight, and 3 further hours of post-mission debriefings with the operations, intelligence, and maintenance sections. Major Go recalled that there was a different feeling in the air on the morning of 6 March when he and a younger pilot headed into harm's way for their first time. Although he had experienced anti-aircraft threats while flying over Iraq in support of Operation Southern Watch, and there had always been a possibility of dropping bombs during the week of flights over Afghanistan during January 2002, this time they expected to engage an aggressive adversary who would likely fight back. According to Go, the best part about it was that we didn't miss a beat. We took off, launched, and followed procedures. The 2 Harriers headed north from the Bonham Rashad, took on fuel from an orbiting tanker, and held on station while waiting for an assignment. After hearing their call sign over the radio, they switched to a secure frequency, and the Airborne Air Control Center directed them to contact a particular forward air controller who had requested support. As they were switching to the forward controller's tactical air direction frequency, however, they spotted explosions in the distance and passed an Air Force B-1 bomber exiting the area. The forward controller subsequently apologized. "Well, sorry about that. Your targets are destroyed and we don't have anything for you now." Major Go and his wingman returned to the tanker for more fuel, slipping in ahead of a section of disappointed Navy F-14 pilots who subsequently returned to their carrier. Before long, the control center directed the Marines to contact another forward air controller. Go described the process. He passed us the enemy position and his distance from that position, and we organized an attack so that we could roll in and hit the position. And what's interesting is we're rolling in from altitudes we're not too accustomed to, rolling in from about 28 to 30,000 feet because you're still trying to stay above the terrain and out of the threat envelope. Unfortunately, the forward air controller didn't have a laser designator, so our bombs had nothing to guide on, but we still can drop dumb. You see basically what the forward controller has described, and our diamond is sitting right on where those guys are. So our diamond is what guides us, and we fly down and drop our bombs on that spot. The section hit 2 targets that day, located just south and east of the Whale, initially destroying an occupied enemy fighting position and then attacking a group of soldiers attempting to hide near a bridge. Major Go remembered that, although his first bomb was a near miss, the second bomb went right into the position on the next pass. With their ordnance expended, the Marines topped their fuel tanks for a third time and headed back to the ship. Go flew 6 more missions before the end of the operation, dropping bombs on 2 other occasions. Captains Joshua L. Luck and Matthew J. Hafner flew the squadron's second mission into eastern Afghanistan on the afternoon of 6 March. In Luck's case, the British Airborne Warning and Control System aircraft, call sign Spartan, directed them to switch to secure communications and then change to the forward air controller's radio frequency. Slipping ahead of 2 F-18s who were having communications problems, the AV-8B pilots received 2 complete 9-line target briefs from the air controller, call sign Playboy 90. He described Taliban troops near a cave entrance along the Whale and recommended that they conduct their attack from north to south. Luck, who took the high cover position, recalled that the weather was bad that day, with few holes in the cloud cover, making the attack difficult, particularly with the high-altitude delivery requirement. Hafner conducted his bomb run first, achieving good effect on target while dropping a 500-pound smart bomb without the assistance of laser guidance. Luck then achieved effect on a second target approximately 500 meters west before the section headed back to the ship. During the 20-day operation, the 6 AV-8Bs compiled 221.4 flight hours and delivered 34 munitions. Colonel Sturdivant noted that the Harrier missions were so effective that ground forces in direct contact with the enemy specifically asked for their support by name. The Harrier's success was more than a source of pride for the young pilots. It was a personal and emotional vindication of their troubled aircraft. After spending more than 2 years learning to fly the Harrier, they were devastated when the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing grounded the airplane for 6 months due to problems with its No. 3 engine bearing and then took 10 months to replace the defective parts. Appreciative of the real-world training opportunity for his 9 pilots, 7 of whom had never deployed, possessed only limited flight time, and had lost confidence in their aircraft, Major Go rotated his pilots so that each had an opportunity to drop ordnance in support of a major combat operation. Moreover, once his senior pilots had been afforded an opportunity to lead their sections during the first cycle of missions, he rotated the assignments so some of the junior pilots could also acquire combat leadership experience. Captain Luck captured the pilots' pride and enthusiasm after the operation by stating that while the Army and Air Force might be impressed by what the Cobra and Harriers did independently, it would blow their minds if they saw what they could accomplish when working together. Operation Anaconda, Phase 2. During a press conference at the Pentagon on 6 March, Secretary Rumsfeld told reporters that coalition forces were turning up the pressure on al-Qaeda and Taliban troops in the mountains of Gardez, explaining that, although the battle would take time to play out, he expected the enemy to surrender or be killed in the days ahead. Task Force Rakissan continued its southerly advance down the eastern ridgeline from Battle Position Diane over the next few days, methodically clearing enemy caves, buildings, and heavy weapons emplacements. Although al-Qaeda and Taliban forces attempted to resist, showering the soldiers with sporadic mortar fire, they proved unable to reinforce their positions or mount a sizable attack. On the opposite side of the valley, Afghan militiamen and elements of Task Force Dagger established a small command post on 7 March, dubbed Checkpoint Charlie, and the occupied observation posts north and south, which overlook the Whale. With the main ridgeline now declared a free fire zone, coalition aircraft bombed the Whale incessantly for the next 48 hours. The Marine Cobra pilots provided close air support to maneuver elements operating around the valley. On the morning of 7 March, they first escorted a mission to resupply Task Force 64 south of the Whale and then screened the Special Forces movement up the Little Whale toward Observation Post North, firing rockets at cave entrances and observing secondary explosions. They returned to the valley later in the day and again the next afternoon, continuing their attack on the Whale. Captain Philip E. Eilertson recalled that the latter flight received fire from a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun, which the Cobras quickly suppressed with Hellfire missiles. He also noted that they engaged additional cave entrances with their 20 mm cannon and more missiles. The Marine F-18 pilots were also actively engaged during this period, with Hornets from VMFA 314 dropping bombs on multiple targets, including a heavy machine gun struck by Lieutenant Colonel James L. Stallnaker and Captain Chad A. Vaughn, and a suspected escape route struck by Major Jansen and Captain Oman. While the combined air forces were busy whittling down resistance throughout the valley, Special Forces leaders had decided that armor support would facilitate Commander Zia's eventual assault on Objective Remington. This led to negotiations between Task Force Dagger and the Afghan Interim Authority, after which Defense Minister Fahim Khan directed General Gul Haider to lead a battalion-sized force from Kabul to Gardez. General Haider arrived on the evening of 8 March, accompanied by 600 Tajik fighters, 4 Russian T-54 tanks, and 6 Russian armored personnel carriers. Despite Task Force Dagger's initial concerns over the fact that the Pashtun and Tajik leaders were traditional enemies, they appeared willing to cooperate, and the Special Forces planned a coordinated attack in which Haider would assault into the valley from the north and Zia would assault from the south. Task Force Dagger found that controlling Gul Haider's advance proved near impossible, which made it difficult to coordinate the attack with Zia Loden's force. While moving toward their assault position on 10 March, several of Haider's dismounted troops broke formation and secured the northern half of the Whale. The following morning, while lining up to secure the remainder of the hill, the Tajik militia broke again, this time descending the slope to loot the 3 abandoned villages in the valley below. Later in the afternoon, a Special Forces detachment and 20 of Zia's Pashtun fighters, trailed by 300 Tajiks, swept southward along the Whale without encountering resistance. At the same time, Marine Cobra pilots continued to hit enemy targets along the Whale. In addition to engaging several cave entrances, 2 mortar positions, a bunker, and a car, they also collected videotape footage of possible landing zones in anticipation of a future helicopter assault. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the valley, Task Force Summit, 1st Battalion 87th Infantry, 10th Mountain Division, had relieved elements of the 101st Airborne Division as the point of main effort and continued to push south. While speaking on CNN's, Cable News Networks, Late Edition, and ABC's, American Broadcasting Corporation's, This Week, respectively, Generals Myers and Franks each denied that the operation was nearing completion. Franks explained that while he was satisfied with the operation's progress up to this point, we will not stop until each of the pockets that we are able to identify has been reduced. He also defended the operation's prosecution, stating that he thought the planning that went into this operation by General Hagenbeck was very good and thorough and had been carried out in a way that was absolutely terrific. On 12 March, with the Whale now secured, Gul Haider's armored column finally entered the valley from the north, indiscriminately firing 2 tank rounds toward the eastern ridgeline before Task Force Rakissan convinced them to cease firing. As the procession advanced southward, an Air Force combat controller attempted to coordinate a Cobra attack against several cave entrances he observed along the Whale, but a Tajik leader informed him that a watering party was operating in the vicinity and he aborted the mission. Upon reaching their objective, the Tajiks cleared the villages of Sharkain Kyle and Babu Khel, while Zia's Pashtun force moved in from the south and cleared Marzek. The enemy had fled the 3 villages by this time, however, and they captured only 2 prisoners. Journalists soon began streaming into the Shahikat Valley, with leaders of the various Afghan militias arriving shortly thereafter for photographs and interviews. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the valley, Task Force Summit had continued to push south for 2 days. It met only light resistance along the way and withdrew after reaching Objective Ginger, located just west of Ghar, the next day. During a press conference back at the Pentagon, Air Force Brigadier General John W. Rosa Jr. told reporters, "As we speak, we are clearing the whales back." Spokeswoman Victoria Clark added, "I think the characterizations we feel comfortable with are winding down. I think the Secretary used mopping up, but there clearly is still work to be done." As if to emphasize the point, multiple sections of Marine F-18 and AV-8B aircraft continued to drop bombs on targets in the area. End of Chapter 15, Part 4.